If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. 451 Traditional Defender. The pitch was brightly illuminated by the floodlights, so he didn't have to worry about the dark. He got there relatively fast. Well, it wasn't that far to begin with, so it didn't take him much time to get there. But as he got to the pitch, he was greeted with a silhouette of a person. Somebody was already on the pitch, shooting balls in an empty net. He squinched his eyes to get a better view of the person. As he looked closely, he found out that it was Hiro. Though his personality had gotten him curious, he hadn't paid much attention to him in the cafeteria. So, he didn't notice him leaving. But right now, he was all alone on the pitch, shooting the ball inside the empty post. He didn't want to bother him, so he maintained his distance as he kept his presence hidden. Silently, he observed him from the distance. Why was he here so late in the night? Just to shoot some balls? They had training early in the morning. So why was he here at this time? Excitement? Impatience? Or motivation? Hiro couldn't figure it out. Whoa, Keiru's shot left him mesmerized. He could shoot some really powerful shots. But as he continued to observe, the spark in his eyes dulled. At the same time, he couldn't help but frown. There's power in his shot, but it lacks technique and precision, Hiro sighed. I wonder what position he plays. Surely, he's not a striker. Maybe a defender, perhaps. He guessed as he tried to figure out his position on the field. Is he from the second division? Or perhaps from some overseas club? He then thought of using his skill to analyze his stats before approaching him. Magic vision. He activated the skill. Name, Keiru. Age, 29. Position, central defender, CB. Overall rating, 76. Pace, 65 dribbling, 30 shooting, 60 defending, 88 passing, 70 physical, 85. Upgrading the system, he could now see the numbers instead of just grades. Considering his age, his stats weren't that amazing. Most of his stats were garbage, and the only thing he appeared to be good at was defending. The 60 in his shooting stat explained why he missed so often. He had raw power, but lacked the technique to convert his shots. Based on his stat, Hiro could tell that he was more of a traditional central defender instead of a modern central defender. The only good thing about him was his physique and his defending. Well, he was a defender after all, so those were the only stats that mattered. His job was to prevent the opponent from moving forward. Who cares if he can't run fast? Or who cares if he can't dribble well? Those weren't his responsibility. The only thing that he needed to be good at was his defending. And his defending even rivaled the ones from the top leagues. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, but if his other stats were as impressive, he could even start at the European clubs. Maybe he got selected due to his defensive abilities. He couldn't rule out the possibility. Then he went on to greet him. It's a lovely night, isn't it? Hiro said as he tried to initiate a conversation with Keiru. Keiru was a little startled when he heard his voice. He had been so engrossed in shooting balls that he hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings. So, he didn't see him coming. But why was he asking if the night was lovely? Was he blind or something? Can't he see what he was doing? He wasn't here to enjoy the night sky. Also, why was acting so friendly? Though Hiro may not have known him, but he was familiar with Hiro. Well, considering his popularity, there'd hardly be any person on the team to not know of him. How long had he been here? Is he the only one? Keiru searched as he tried to find if there were other people on the field beside him, but he couldn't find any. He felt assured. Then he turned his attention towards Hiro. There was an unusual spark in his eyes. His face was adorned with a warm smile. He appeared truly amicable. Considering the age difference, he was just a kid to him, so there was no reason to act rude to him. Also, apart from his popularity, he knew him personally. Indeed, it's a lovely night, he responded while stabilizing his breath. He had been sweating profusely due to those repeated shots he had taken a moment ago. His breathing was a bit ragged. So tell me, I'm a terrible shooter, right? He continued. He knew that he'd have been watching him for a while. You could be honest. I'm open to criticism, he added. The way he carried himself surprised him a little. He had been expecting him to be more of a reserved type of person. So, he wasn't expecting him to speak so much. It was so unlike him. Maybe he had misjudged him. He shouldn't have been quick to assume. Even so, if he was open, then it was all the better. After all, there were a lot of things he was curious about. So, he wanted to slowly ask him, "You've got the power. But if I had to be honest, you're lacking the technique to execute your potential," Hiro answered earnestly. Since he was open to criticism, he had nothing to hide. So, he didn't hold back too. His words failed to surprise him. As expected of a nation's rising star. "You've seen through my weakness in only a moment," Kaoru smiled. 452, late bloomer. Kaoru readily accepted his flaws. He was indeed open to criticism. New quest unlocked. Challenge Kaoru for a duel and earn his acknowledgement. Reward. Copy one of his talents. Failure. Temporary disablement of some random talents. Hiro's eyes perked up as he heard the notification. He was presented with a quest from out of nowhere. The reward appeared tempting since he lacked defensive talents. So, it was exactly what he needed at the moment. But the condition of the quest seemed rather demanding. He had to convince him for a duel. And he also had to earn his acknowledgement. Simply beating him wouldn't be enough. Also, the punishment was rather cruel. After all, he needed his talents to get selected. So, if he were to lose any talents now, it'd be quite detrimental to his journey ahead. Even so, he had no other option than to accept the quest. For some reason, Hiro started regretting his decision to approach him. If he hadn't approached him, then he wouldn't have gotten this quest. Hiro sighed submissively. "Is something wrong?" Kaoru asked, baffled by his sudden expression. "It's just that I wanted to ask a favor." "Favor?" "Yes, I wanted to ask you for a duel," Hiro said earnestly. "A duel, huh?" It wasn't that big of a deal. Honestly speaking, he too wanted to test himself against him. So he accepted it. "Sure, let's duel. But what do you want to compete against? If it's shooting or dribbling, then I doubt that I'd be any match to you." Hiro heaved a sigh of relief as he heard his response. If he were to reject his challenge, then he'd fail the quest even before starting it. Also, he had no idea how to convince him. Fortunately enough, his straightforwardness worked. Well, if not for Kaoru's openness, he might not have been so straightforward. If he was rather reserved, then he might have actually tried to provoke him. But since he seemed like a nice guy, he preferred to be direct. "Since you're a defender, then how about you defend, and I try to beat you?" Hiro suggested. "So he knows that I'm a defender, huh?" He hadn't told him that he was a defender, yet he knew he played defense. Also, he hadn't talked to anyone yet. So, his knowing his position came somewhat of a surprise to him. But he didn't think much of it. "Did Shun tell you?" Kaoru asked. "He knows about Shun. Just who is he?" His eyes opened wide as he heard the mention of Shun. "Wait a minute. Kaoru Sato. Where have I heard this name?" Hiro started to rack his mind, trying to recall his name. Since he appeared as if he was familiar with Shun, then he could only link up with him. He tried to recall his conversation with Shun. Yokohama FC. Right. He's the defender whom Shun had mentioned previously. Finally, after much thinking, he recalled his identity. The dependable one. The late bloomer. Because of his busy schedule, he hadn't had much opportunity to know about him. But he knew that he had heard of him from Shun. "You're his teammate, right?" he asked. He nodded his head as he replied, "Yeah. But why you look so surprised? Didn't you approach me because you knew me?" Now what was he supposed to tell? How was he going to tell that he approached him out of sheer curiosity? And he didn't even know of him until a moment ago? An alarm went off inside his head, and he started panicking. But he kept his composure. He couldn't afford to show it on his face. Flustered, he answered, smiling nervously, "You appeared so familiar, but I couldn't be sure. So, I had to approach you." Despite his attempt of trying to mask his nervousness, Kaoru saw through his facade. If he had chosen an acting career, he wouldn't have gotten many film offers. Yet still, he wasn't bothered. It was exactly as he said. He didn't know him at all. 23-18. "So, is it true that you were playing in the 3rd division until the age of 24? He had heard that he had been playing in the 3rd division until he was 24 years old. "I can tell from your face that you didn't recognize me at all." "Well, I wouldn't blame you for it, though, since we haven't met once. But I've heard a lot about you from Shun. He keeps on talking about you all the time." It was exactly as he said. He didn't know him at all. "So, Is it true that you were playing in the third division until the age of 24? He had heard that he had been playing in the third division until he was 24 years old. Only at the age of 25, he was discovered by a second division club, FC Gifu. Yet still, he continued to struggle as he failed to make an impression. If not for Yokohama FC signing him, he'd have quit football by now. But somebody who was on the verge of quitting football was right now in front of him, called up by the national team despite playing in the second division. Just how good one has to be able to achieve such a feat. His stats were pretty mediocre. No, it was even below average. If not for his defending, he wouldn't even be considered fit to play for the second division. So, how come such a player has been called up? Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing. No, it's extremely embarrassing. But until 24, I was a nobody. Let alone to get this opportunity, I had even thought about quitting football. If not for FC Gifu offering me a contract, I'd have already quit football. He was rather earnest about it. Hearing his story, he couldn't help but overlap his previous self-reflection with him. But unlike him, he could talk about his failures cheerfully. Just how could he bring himself to smile after all those sufferings? For sure, he wouldn't have it easy. So, how could he smile so warmly? Hiro couldn't figure out. It didn't make any sense to him. All those setbacks, did they not have any effect on him? Though they had suffered the same fate, he was different. Kaoru had risen through his setbacks. In contrast, he had chosen to give up. They were identical and different at the time. 453, the dependable one. Kaoru then let out a mouth full of turbid air before frowning. Huff. It wasn't as easy. My wife was pregnant. So, I had to take care of my family as well. The part-time job felt exhausting, and I barely had any time to train. I almost gave up, he sighed. Truly, he had gone through a lot. Finally, he could see the pain hidden beneath those layers of smiles. Who knew those warm eyes could make such an expression? Hearing about the things he went through, he couldn't help but pity him. This made his journey even more amazing. It was truly amazing how a person who had suffered through such a fate had made it to this stage. His respect for him only grew as he heard him. Truly, he was a person worthy of admiration. But you didn't, Hiro said, trying to cheer him up. He seemed pitiful when he shared his story. It was almost as if it evoked his hardships. But now, he could tell that he was just like any other person. It's not that he was fine despite going through such hardships. It's just that unlike others, he had accepted his fate as it is. His perception was different. Revealing a gentle smile, Kaoru looked at him deeply as he heard him. Looking at him, he couldn't help but ponder why he was sharing his story with him. He wasn't obliged to share with him. Yet for some reason, he found himself sharing his story. Even so, he felt a little lighter after sharing. He smiled and started to walk away without responding. Let's start, Kaoru said as he flicked the ball to him. Hiro's eyes flashed with determination as he prepared himself for the duel. It was already pretty late, and the moon was already pretty high in the sky. Fireflies roamed around the vicinity, adding a touch of beauty to the already serene night. Surely, it wouldn't just be his build that he needed to be aware of if he wanted to get beat him. His instincts told him that there was more to his ridiculous defending stat. At first, when he stood in front of him, he swept his gaze through him, trying to find possible openings. But for some inexplicable reason, he failed to see any openings. It was as if there was no opening at all. Slowly, he approached him. He wanted to test him out, so he didn't activate any of his skills. Should I go for a feint? He weighed his options as he got close to him. Meanwhile, Kaoru kept his distance from him. His wary eyes followed the ball. But he didn't make his move. He patiently waited for him. Hiro found it extremely difficult to see through him. Then, all of a sudden, Kaoru rushed toward him without any warning. Just a moment ago, he appeared as if he was analyzing him. Hiro's eyes dilapidated as he saw him. Immediately, he composed himself. However, instead of retreating, he advanced, taking him head-on. Since Kaoru had the build difference, it was only obvious for him to use his advantage. But as he got close enough, he stopped. What was he trying to do? His action surprised Hiro. But even so, he didn't stop advancing. Using body feints, he tried to get through him. But Kaoru, as if he could predict his moves, stuck to him like a leech, giving him no space to operate. However, it wasn't enough to make him lose control of the ball. If it had been this easy to snatch the ball away from him, he wouldn't have been regarded as one of the best dribblers in the league. His reputation lived up to itself as he maneuvered himself against the relentless pressure put forward by Hiro. Even so, he struggled to get through him. While still maintaining the pressure, Hiro suddenly stuck his leg from behind. In an attempt to win the ball, he collided with him harshly. But it wasn't a foul. He wasn't intending to foul him. In a sport involving physical contact, collisions were unavoidable. It nearly sent him off balance. For sure, it was a rough tackle. But if that was all that it took for him to lose control of the ball, he wouldn't have been regarded as the best dribbler in the league. Hiro felt the impact. Yet still, he didn't lose possession of the ball. It was as if the ball was glued to his feet. Then, in the pretense of falling, he lifted the ball before kicking it slightly in midair, causing the ball to fall behind him. As the ball hovered above him, he quickly turned his body before chasing the ball. Hiro had little to no time to react. There was only so much he could do in such a situation. Yet still, he didn't appear panicked. Instead, he seemed as calm as before. He leaned his body a little, barely enough to get in his way. Hiro collided and lost his footing. Had he not noticed this change, he might have actually tripped very badly. And he couldn't even call out for a foul. Though he somehow managed to prevent his fall, he lost his acceleration greatly. Previously, he had vowed not to use his skills. But if he didn't use his skills, then he might not earn his acknowledgement and fail the quest. You're indeed as great as they say, kiddo. But I'll take this one, Hiro thought as he delayed Hiro. Just as he was about to get to the ball, Hiro left him in the dust. He came like a breeze, swift and silent. He wasn't expecting him to recover in time. But not only did he recover from the fall, he also got through him in the blink of an eye. For a moment, when he noticed him rushing past him, his eyes widened in surprise. He wasn't expecting him to recover so fast. Immediately, he gritted his teeth as he tried to outpace him. 454, extraordinary talent. But how could he be a match to him in terms of speed? Even if he exhausted himself, he'd be no match to him. But despite that, he tried his best to catch up to him. Unfortunately, he only struggled in vain as he failed to catch up to him. Hiro easily took the lead. Then as he began to accelerate, he didn't stop until he reached the post. But then as he got to the goal line, he paused and turned around to face Hiro. With a smirk on his face, he said, "I'll take the first one." Hiro could only glance at him submissively with a smile on his face. "I'll let you have this one. I won't go easy on you next time," he said confidently. "Huh? You call this going easy on me? You could have injured me multiple times already by now if I was not careful enough." Hiro couldn't help but scorn. After that, Hiro only made it more difficult for him. But he was prepared. The two engaged in a fearsome battle of wits, technique, and strength. However, Hiro came out on the top in the end. Out of 5 times they challenged each other, Hiro only managed to stop him once. From this duel, Hiro could somewhat figure out the reason why he was chosen for the camp despite his mediocre stats. He was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. So, he always tried to lead the opponent to the spot of his choice to make better use of his strengths. Also, he excelled in team play rather than solo play. He wasn't the type of defender you could count on in one-on-one situations. But he was exactly the type of defender one would need in one's team. Even in the first duel, if he wasn't alone, he might have neutralized Hiro. By keeping him occupied, he created chances for his teammates to clear the ball away. He was the type of player who complemented his team, a team player. Perspiration trickled down his forehead. His breathing was a little ragged while at the same time, he struggled to stand straight. The duel left him utterly exhausted. It was as if he had performed a high-intensity cardio workout without any break for the entirety of the duel that took place. "You're truly as great as they say," Hiro praised, a smile on his face. 22:18. Quest completed. "You're truly as great as they say," Hiro praised, a smile on his face. Quest completed. At the same time, Hiro heard the notification of the system. It signaled that he meant what he said. He was genuinely praising him. "It was really difficult to go against you," Hiro replied. "Don't jest. I'm sure you faced much tougher opponents in the league." Hiro laughed as he tried to remain humble. "No, I mean it, Hiro insisted. It's only a matter of time before you get an offer from the clubs in the upper division. For a while, the two conversed, each humble. Then as he got to his room, instead of sleeping, he started to skim through his rewards. Earlier, he couldn't do it because he was with Kaoru, but now he was all alone in his room, and he had all the freedom to do whatever he wished. From his conversation with Kaoru, he got to know a lot about him, and undoubtedly, despite his mediocre stats, he was rather skilled. This caused him to doubt the credibility of the system. Sure, he had a knack for defending, but his stats were much higher than his. So, why did he struggle against him? Based on the stat difference, he should have toyed him, but instead, he struggled to get past him. Perhaps he possessed some amazing talents? Greed flashed in his eyes as he thought about it. He couldn't help but look forward to the amazing talents he was about to acquire. Aerial dominance, A. Effects. Increases the ability to win aerial duels and enhances heading accuracy for set periods both defensively and offensively. Can stay up in the air for a slightly longer period. +4 jumping, +3 heading accuracy. I won't lie, it's an amazing talent to have. It provides a permanent boost to 2 stats. Hiro found it quite tempting talent. A talent suitable for both a defender and a striker. But he was neither. Also, he had little to no use of it. He might not have the best jumping ability in the league, but his accuracy was as good as any other player in the league. Even so, he rarely had any opportunity to score headers. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up on it. Then, he hopped to the other. Tactical awareness, S. Effects. Boosts one's ability to read games and intercept passes. Also helps improve one's positioning, making him harder to bypass. +5 interception, +5 positioning. It was exactly the type of talent he required at the moment. He wasn't defensively apartment, but if you were to have this talent, then he could at least cover some of his flaws. The best part about this talent was that it helped him to position even better. If parried with his skill, Hawkeyes, he might generate even more chances. Also, the good thing about possessing this talent was that he could improve his defense. As he went through its contents, he figured out why Kaoru seemed unpassable a moment ago. It was all due to his positioning, the talent that allowed Kaoru to shine. It was this talent. He had somewhat guessed that he possessed something similar to it, but he wasn't sure previously. However, everything made sense as he saw it. I knew it. No wonder. I felt uncomfortable back then, he shouted excitedly as he confirmed his suspicion. Previously, when he had come face to face against Kaoru, he had been bothered by his positioning. It was almost flawless. Just how could he position himself so accurately? It had got him thinking, but since he didn't have much time, he couldn't ponder about it for long. 455 locked. As he began to recall his duel, he remembered Kaoru's sharp gaze. They were so focused on him that he could hardly forget it. It was as if he was being monitored closely by a higher entity. Jeez. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he recalled those penetrating gaze. Does he also possess some kind of talent like intimidation? He pondered. Well, it's not like he hadn't come across such talents previously. So, he couldn't help but link. Some players were naturally quite intimidating on the pitch, and it was always a hassle to go up against such players. Probably it was due to their aura, or it might be due to their appearance. Often players with ruthless faces and bulky bodies were the ones possessing such talents. Well, some players, despite their frame and natural appearance, had developed the ability to intimidate their opponents due to their ruthlessness on the pitch. Players like Sergio Ramos and Pepe had developed such skills due to their brutality. But some players appeared naturally intimidating. Though Hiro had already made his choice, he continued to skim through his options. And as he had predicted, he did find one such talent in him. Eyes of Predator, A. Effects. Intimidates any who looks in the eye. Activates passively when in a desperate situation. +4 fear, +3 vision. Sure enough, he possessed one such talent that inflicted fear on his opponent. But it had its limitations. He couldn't spam it as per his wishes. The effect was triggered passively when he was in a difficult situation. So, he was desperate when he faced me. Apart from these 3 talents, others were almost garbage. However, he possessed some incredible talents. No wonder he could perform so well despite his mediocre stats. Even so, his decision remained unchanged. He had already made his choice. So, he proceeded with his decision as he selected his reward. Tactical awareness, S. Copying the talent. 1%, 2%, 3%. While the countdown continued, he started to think of its uses. He finally got his hands on a defensive talent, so he couldn't stop smiling. Neither could he stop pondering about its marvelous effect. The effects were permanent, so he wasn't required to fulfill conditions to unlock its potential. It was one such talent that was active throughout the game. I wonder how it'd affect my performance. Finally, after a short wait, he noticed the countdown approaching its end. It was almost complete, so he got even more excited. The talent has been copied successfully. Finally, he mumbled excitedly, rocking his legs. He had been wondering for a while if he'd feel the changes right away. So, it had aroused his curiosity. He was looking forward to the changes he'd experienced. The spark in his eyes dulled as he failed to experience any changes. It wasn't what he had been expecting. Since it granted permanent changes, he should experience some changes. But he couldn't feel any changes at all. Seems like it's one of those talent. It wasn't his first time experiencing such an outcome. So, he didn't take long to accept the outcome. Even so, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. He resigned as he heaved a disappointed sigh. He was looking forward to the marvelous changes it'd bring. But nothing happened. The host needs to fulfill. Or not again, he frowned as he heard the notification. He knew what he was facing. It had happened to him before. In fact, it has been happening quite frequently recently. Whenever he selected talent to the highest grade, he had been required to fulfill certain conditions to wield the talent. And he was once again presented with such a condition. The sad part about it was that there was nothing he could do. He was utterly helpless against the conditions put forward by the system. He could only obey it obediently to reap the reward. Successfully intercept 50 passes. Why do I need to fulfill conditions? Isn't it called reward? Hiro couldn't help but lament. The condition in itself wasn't demanding, and it didn't tell him that he had to do it in official matches either. So, if he paid attention, then he could finish it in training as well. Even so, he wasn't satisfied with the system. Early in the morning, he was the first to arrive at the field. Or so he thought, but there was already somebody on the pitch. Who was he? Hiro wondered. He could see a silhouette of a person running laps on the field. However, due to the limited visibility, he couldn't identify the person. Surely, it wouldn't be Tatsuki or any other who accompanied him. After all, they did stay up late playing cards. So, it was unlikely that any of them would arrive early. The stars were still visible in the sky. Far on the eastern horizon, a few shards of light could be seen, signaling sunrise. While most of the sky was enveloped in velvety darkness, it was a little foggy outside. The air was crisp and refreshing. Squinting against the fog, he tried to identify the person. However, due to the limited vision, he struggled to identify the person on the field. As he exhaled, his breath formed a thin layer of white cloud. It must be due to the location of the training camp, or it could be a sign of the arriving winter. Whatever the reason, it was pretty chilly outside. Tamanaga. Hiro's eyes perked up as he called out his name. The one on the field who had arrived earlier than him was Tamanaga. Though he worked hard, it was unlikely of him to arrive so early in the pitch for training. He had spent enough time with him to know about his nature. Sure, he never arrived late in the training back then, but he didn't arrive early either. To be more precise, he was the type of person who ran with the time. If they were required to show up at 5, he'd show up at exactly 5, neither early nor late. Chapter 456, New Coach. Maybe he might have made some errors. How could it be Tamanaga? Hiro found it extremely hard to believe, so he squinted his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, but still nothing changed. The person running laps on the field remained unchanged. It was hard to believe, but it was true. People are unpredictable. So, who knows, he had some kind of encounter that made him want to try hard. Let's not make a big deal out of it. If only he knew that it was him who had triggered him. While he continued to observe him from the sidelines, Tominaga closed the distance. Since he was going to play alongside him, he thought of greeting him. Though there had been some skirmishes between them previously, he hadn't taken his words to heart. And he wasn't childish enough to hate him either. So putting aside their past skirmishes, he tried to greet him. "Good morn." That arrogant punk. Did he just ignore me? His eyes twitched uncontrollably while the nerves in his forehead bulged as he fell victim to Tominaga's cold shoulder. He simply ran past him without even sparing a glance at him. It was as if he wasn't even present there. He treated him like air, invisible to the naked eye. I wanted to start anew, but this punk isn't worth the effort. He inhaled deeply. If he didn't feel like talking then, so be it. It's not like he was dying for his attention. Then he put on his boots and began to stretch. After stretching, he began to run laps on the field. It was part of his daily routine. I wonder if we'll get to meet the coach today. As he ran laps around the field, he couldn't stop pondering. He had yet to meet the coach of the national team. So, he was a little curious about his personality. Due to some personal issues, he couldn't join the team. The previous coach, Hajime Moriyasu, who had led Japan in the recent World Cup, had been replaced by Hiroshi Nanami. Though Moriyasu's success against strong footballing nations such as Spain and Germany vouched for his ability to lead the team, he had not been able to deliver results. Despite creating a team that could rival elite teams around the world, he hadn't been able to win the titles. So, due to such performance, despite his achievements, he had been sacked. It's a no-brainer that he was a good coach. There's simply no doubting his abilities. But even so, if he couldn't win them titles, then what good would his leadership be? A team could dominate possession. A team could play the football that hooked up people. But if it couldn't win titles, then what good would those possession bring? Even if they win with a goal, what matters in the end is winning. Possession and creative plays amount to nothing if a team cannot win. Replacing him, Hiroshi Nanami had been appointed in hopes of fixing the team. Japan had many elite players, but they lacked a winning mentality. Just playing well wasn't enough to secure the title. After all, history is written by winners. Nobody remembers how good a team plays if they don't win anything. Eventually, they'll be forgotten if they fail to win. In hopes of fixing the attitude of the national team, Hiroshi Nanami had been appointed. I wonder what kind of person is he? Though Hiro had seen him on the screen in his previous life, he hadn't met him in person. So, he was quite curious about his personality. Just like in his previous life, Nanami had been appointed as the head coach of the national team, though the timing was rather off. In the previous setting, he was only appointed as the head coach of the national team after Japan failed to lift the upcoming World Cup. Though their performance had been commendable, it wasn't enough to satisfy the fans. They were regarded as title contenders. Yet still, not only did they fail to win the Asia Cup, but they also blew the chance to lift the World Cup after reaching the quarterfinals. So, the higher-ups had to make some bold decisions to enforce the team. One such decision was the resignment of Hajime Moriyasu as the head coach of the national. Replacing him, Nanami had been appointed to be the head coach of the national team. Sigh. Hiro let out a sigh as he recalled the events from his past life. He only lasted for a year previously. I wonder if it had turned out the same. Nanami's tenure as the head coach of the team lasted only for a while in his previous life. Due to his eccentric personality and his approach, he was later removed as the head coach of the team. The team was already in shambles before his arrival due to the constant losses in major tournaments. The locker room was divided. There were factions in the locker room. The morale of the players was at an all-time low. Despite the countless difficulties, he had reformed the team. But due to the lack of results, he was sacked as well. Or so they said to the public. But there was a huge conspiracy. The team was starting to take shape. For the betterment of the team, he insisted on retiring some of the legends. However, some people in the position of higher-ups were against his decision. Even so, he remained adamant about his decision. Falling victim to dirty politics, he was later exempted from his duties. After that, it was only a downhill ride for the national team. There were rumors that he was approached to coach the team again, but he sternly refused the proposal. Later on, he went on to coach South Korea and led them to the next Asia Cup. Truly pitiful that our people lost such a gem. Hiro frowned as he recalled the events revolving around Nanami. Though his approach was rather eccentric, there was no doubt that he was a revolutionary coach. Chapter 457, Superstar Keeper. Despite being on the pitch simultaneously, Hiro and Tominaga trained separately. Slowly the sky opened up as the sun illuminated the entire sky. The morning sun cast long shadows on the ground, while the crisp air carried the sound of their efforts. Yet still they refused to talk. As the minutes ticked by, more players began to trickle onto the field. However, the absence of the coach led to a relaxed atmosphere. Some players chatted idly, others stretched lazily, and a few even lounged on the grass, enjoying the rare moment of respite. "He's here," Naoto said, pointing toward the entrance. All eyes turned to see Coach Hiroshi Nanami making his way across the field. He cut an impressive figure with his lean, athletic build and slightly disheveled salt and pepper hair. His sharp, penetrating eyes seemed to see right through everyone, assessing and evaluating with every glance. Dressed in a tailored suit, Nanami exuded a mixture of professionalism and eccentricity. His assistants flanked him, carrying notebooks and tactical boards, ready to implement whatever innovative strategies he had in mind. As Nanami approached, the players began to scramble to their feet. Many appeared quite panicked. The atmosphere shifted from lax to alert. It was his first training session since his appointment as the next head coach of the national team. But it didn't take long for his presence to be known. It might be due to the absence of older players. Most of the players in the field right now had been called for the first time. Just from the presence of players on the field, one could tell that he had been involved in the squad selection. Though it was rather questioning, yet still, they could do nothing but have faith in his selection. "Good morning, everyone," Nanami began, his voice calm but commanding. "I hope you've enjoyed your warm-up because we're about to get serious." As he started speaking, he turned to look at the players who until a moment ago were taking it easy. Probably, he was trying to appear sarcastic. The players who were targeted by his gaze rolled their eyes as they tried to avoid meeting eyes with him. Guilt and fear were evident in their eyes. For a moment, he paused to look at the players. Then he rolled his eyes to the young faces. At that moment, Hiro locked eyes with him. His gaze was sharp, but it failed to intimidate him. From a moment ago, he had been curious about him. But now as he stood face to face, he felt quite exhilarated. He was in the presence of a tactical genius. Though he was excited to learn, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried as well. What if he ruins his play by changing his position? What if he forces him to play differently than his preferred play style? There have been several cases of genius coaches ruining the career of a player. It wasn't anything new in the footballing world. A coach can either make or break a player's career. Jurgen Klopp had created a monster out of Robert Lewandowski. Pep Guardiola had created a monster out of Lionel Messi. And Sir Alex Ferguson had created a monster out of a scrawny Cristiano Ronaldo. These are only a few of the examples of a coach turning players into great ones. But the same coaches who had turned some players into legends had ruined the careers of others because of their coaching philosophy. So, Hiro couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, compared to his excitement, his worries were rather minuscule. Today, we're going to challenge everything you think you know about football. Prepare to be uncomfortable and prepare to grow. Challenge everything we know about football. What kind of training is he going to organize? They couldn't help but feel curious. Many were left dumbfounded by his statement, while many were left enthralled. What kind of unorthodox training is he going to introduce? Many couldn't help but feel excited. Nanami's unconventional methods soon became apparent as he divided the team into smaller groups, mixing starters with substitutes and veterans with newcomers. Hiro found himself paired with Kaoru Sato, the late blooming central defender. "Glad to play alongside you," Sato greeted with a smile on his face. The opposing team appeared rather tough. Most of the good ones were on the opposing side. Since there weren't many veteran players on the pitch, most of his teammates were rather young and inexperienced. Naoto and Tatsuki were placed in the opposing team, and so were the other starters. Naoto was the only second-choice keeper. The first-choice keeper was the present keeper of Bayern Munich, Aya Matsuda. Started his early career in a local club in Yokohama, Japan. He became the starting goalkeeper of the Japanese national team at the age of 25 after his marvelous performance in the league. Later, he signed with FC Bayern Munich at the age of 27, where he spent his first season as a second-choice goalkeeper. But in his next year, he encountered a fortuitous encounter when the first-choice keeper of the team got injured. Replacing him, he took the post, though he struggled at first, which nearly got him left out. However, in the face of adversary and skepticism, he proved his worth. Now he's a core member of the team. He has also managed to bag the Best Goalkeeper award, once making him the first Asian to earn that prestigious award in the Bundesliga. It wasn't just Matsuda. There were many other notable figures on the opposing side. Considering his age, he should have been placed among their ranks. But since he was the starter, he got placed on the opposing side. While the opposing team had two goalkeepers, they had only one, Ryota Nakamura. Hiro was familiar with him because he had gone up against him multiple times. He played for FC Tokyo in the J1 League. He was 27 years old, but despite his age, he was regarded as the third-choice keeper in the team. It wasn't due to his age, though. Naoto was just too good. So, he simply had no opportunity to compete against him. Standing an impressive height of 6 feet 1 inch, he was pretty tall. But he still fell short when compared to Aya Matsuda, who towered over him with an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. Naoto paled in comparison. He was just 5 feet 11 inches, a lot shorter than the first-choice keeper. But he didn't rely on his height, unlike the two. He relied on his superhuman reflexes and his ability to read the game. Many seemed dissatisfied with the team selection, but Hiro was more than ready. The training progressed as they settled. Chapter 458, Training Match. The training was unlike anything they had experienced before. It didn't make sense for newcomers to go up against the starters. Shouldn't it be the opposite? The newcomers should be paired with the starters for learning experiences. While one team was overflowing with experienced players, the other was filled with inexperienced players. Play well. Who knows, your evaluation might depend on it. Nanami casually dropped a hint, further adding a touch of flair. It was already difficult enough for their side with their current roster. But upon his mention of evaluation, it further fueled the opposing side to take this match even more seriously. Well, how could they relax when their spot was in jeopardy? Beep. The match began. Tominaga played the ball back as he initiated the kickoff. Immediately, Tatsuki rushed ahead like an enraged bull chasing after the ball. A moment ago, he appeared sleep-deprived, yawning all the time. But now, he seemed to be full of energy. It was like he was pretending. Even so, against this fearsome onslaught, Kenji Fujimoto, one of the veterans representing their team, kept his cool as he swiftly avoided his tackle with ease. Already 35 years of age, he was one of the oldest players in the camp. They started strong, but as the match progressed, their flaws started to become evident. Compared to the opposing side, who was used to playing as a single unit, most of his teammates played selfishly. They were desperate to procure results. It might be due to Nanami's earlier statement, but because of the disharmony in the team, they started to struggle. Even the veteran players were rendered useless due to their selfishness. Frowning, Nanami watched the players, as expected. He spoke as if he had already anticipated this turn of events. Then why did he make such a setup in the first place? Judging by his reaction, it seemed as if he was a little hopeful for the situation to turn out against his initial expectations. But since it turned out as he had envisioned, he couldn't help but frown. It didn't take long for the opposing side to take the lead. Capitalizing on the mistake of one of his teammates who was trying to display his ability, Keen Sato initiated a counterattack. It didn't take long for the opposing side to take the lead. Capitalizing on the mistake of one of his teammates who was trying to display his ability, Keen Sato initiated a counterattack. He was the same Keen Sato whom he had faced previously in the match against the U-23 team. One of the previous captains of the U-23 team. Successfully stealing the ball, he rushed ahead all by himself. Then he made a brilliant through pass to Tatsuki, which gave them the early lead. Invested in completing the conditions required to unlock his newly acquired talent, Hiro played rather defensively. So, he couldn't generate as much chances either. It won't do, he thought as he realized the gravity of the situation. It was getting increasingly difficult for their side to retain the possession of the ball, and they were losing more and more chances due to it. The harmony on the opposing side was showing no signs of falling apart. It was as if every single one of them knew their responsibility. Let alone fulfilling their responsibility, most of his teammates weren't even making passes. It wasn't just the attackers, but the defenders as well. They were finding it extremely hard to cope with the pressure. Something had to be done. Troubled, he rolled his eyes to the sidelines. Can't blame him, he thought as he looked at Nanami's displeased reaction. Then he began to scan the field. As he swept his gaze through the field, he noticed the flustered faces of his teammates. Well, considering their performance, it was no wonder that most of them appeared frustrated. But it wasn't the case with the veteran players. Does it not bother them? Noticing their relaxed expression, he couldn't help but wonder. Now that I think about it, when did they stop mentoring? He thought about it deeply. Earlier, when they made errors, they made an effort to guide them. Later, they stopped. But why? Considering their performance, he couldn't help but link it to their stubbornness. Who would want to nag someone repeatedly? But still, something didn't sit right with him. They were also losing. So, why do they appear unbothered? Do they not care about winning? Or does it not affect their evaluation? He thought about it deeply as he moved along the field. Unable to find any answers, he could only choose to give up. After all, he had a much more serious matter in his hand, which required his utmost attention. He couldn't allow himself to be distracted. For most of the game, Hiro had gone unnoticed today, but his lack of presence didn't stop the opposing players from marking him. Constantly, right from the start, he had been marked. They tailed him as if they were his shadows. Even so, he had made him available, and he continued to do the same. In the 32nd minute, he tricked his marker and broke free to receive the pass. Making his run, he called out to his teammate for the pass. Pass! He was wide open. Though not in a suitable position, he was open to receiving the pass. But instead of passing him, his teammate crossed the ball inside the box, supplying a risky pass to Tominaga. Tominaga leaped, trying to head the ball. However, he fell short as the opposing Daiki Shimizu headed the ball away. Hiro could only click his tongue in frustration. If only he'd have passed the ball to him, he'd have created some chances. Having analyzed the field, he knew that the cross wasn't going to work. So, he could only choose to give up and try to open a path for himself. It wasn't the first time he was ignored today. He had been ignored a lot. How could a mere marker keep him from reaching the ball? Having mastered his off-the-ball movements, there was simply no stopping him. But when your teammates don't pass you the ball, how are you supposed to deliver? Chapter 459, Training Match 2. TCT bitterly clicked his tongue. The ball flew inside the box, but he changed his direction. Instead of rushing ahead like most of his teammates, he paused as he began to scan the field. It's not that he didn't trust Tominaga, but it would take something special for him to reach the ball against the odds. First, the delivery was rather weak. Second, he was going up against 3 defenders who towered over him. Third, Matsuda could easily punch the ball away if he timed his jump. Against all this odd, it was unlikely that he'd reach the ball. So, rushing ahead would only put them in danger. Hence, while his teammates rushed ahead blindly, he paused. Why is he not supporting his teammates? One of the coaching staff said, displeased by his momentary pause. However, Nanami had a different reaction. His eyes bulged with excitement, while a subtle smirk graced his lips. It was as if he was enthralled. He can see it. Then, as Daiki headed the ball away, it fell on Sato's feet. His teammates panicked as they began to retreat hastily. The look on the face of the one who made the cross was a sight to behold. Alarmed, he began to falter. Without wasting any second, Sato struck the ball hard, sending it flying. It was headed in the direction of Yuki, who was often regarded as the strategist. He had an uncanny ability to find open spaces in the field, and his tactical acumen and vision on the field, it was otherworldly. To top it all, he was a great dribbler too, but Hiro had already seen it. He had seen the pass, but the only thing that prevented him from intercepting the pass was the distance. He was way too far away from him. Well, it had been near impossible for others, but it wasn't the case with him. Spamming his skill lightning steps, he closed the distance instantly. Noticing his acceleration, Yuki stepped in front. He couldn't wait for the ball to reach him. If he waited long enough, the pass might not even connect. So, he made a quick decision as he stepped ahead to receive the pass. Yet still, Hiro didn't stop his pursuit. He continued to accelerate even after knowing that he wouldn't get to the ball before Yuki. His efforts seemed pointless, and almost all the coaching staff were frowning. But only Nanami remained indifferent. The pass connected successfully as Yuki reached the ball before anyone else. If only Hiro would have started his chase 3 seconds earlier, he'd have intercepted the pass. But if he'd had started his chase earlier, Sato wouldn't have made the pass in the first place. For sure, he'd have made a different decision if he had seen Hiro. Desperate to steal the ball, Hiro attempted a sliding tackle on Yuki. Yuki swiftly avoided his tackle by making a simple turn. But just as he made that turn, he lost possession of the ball. Kaoru tackled him from behind when he was vested in Hiro. Hiro was merely a decoy. Only when the ball got stolen from his feet did realization dawn on Yuki. But him being a player of high caliber, how could he remain dazed? As soon as the ball got stolen from him, then he tried to win the ball back. He had no time to grieve. Immediately, Hiro made use of his arms as he changed direction. Kaoru wasn't good with dribbling, so it was only a matter of a second before he got the ball stolen again. Aware of his flaws, Kaoru immediately let go of the ball. But since most of his teammates were getting chased, he had to pass it to somebody open. And who would be better than Hiro? Presently no one marked him, and he was also the person nearest to him. However, Yuki was right behind him, so he couldn't make a back pass either. Alongside his dribbling stat, he had a rather impressive passing stat as well. Since he couldn't make a back pass, he passed it to his side with the right amount of force. If he struck too hard, opposing players might steal it. But if he passed too soft, Yuki would reach it. He had to strike with the right precision and force, neither too hard nor too soft. Only then would it reach the desired target. Once again, Hiro spammed his skill lightning steps to reach the ball. He couldn't afford to reserve his skills. The quota was limited, so it was only natural for the weak to combine their strength to topple the strong. However, if he were to deliver results, then they could no longer ignore him. The pass connected successfully as he reached the ball before anyone else. Even so, instead of controlling the ball, he struck the ball hard as he sent the ball rolling ahead of him. Watanabe, who was right in front of him, his eyes dilapidated as he saw the ball rolling between his legs. He was prepared to stop him. He was fully focused on trying to stop him. Having faced him multiple times, he was aware of the kind of footballer Hiro was. That's why he hadn't expected him to kick the ball. Error. It was an error on his part, and he had to fix it ASAP. Flustered, he turned behind to see his teammates rushing to the ball. His brows eased a little as he saw his teammates. Fortunately, he wasn't going for a pass. It'd have been troublesome if there were players from the opposing team behind him. How would he explain to the coach about getting nutmegged in the middle of the match? Now, if I just block him, I should be able to delay his chase. Watanabe was aware that he couldn't compete against Hiro in terms of speed. So, he opted for the most reasonable option, block him before he gets to use his feet. But before he could rejoice further, Hiro easily avoided him and rushed towards the ball. Running parallel to the sideline, he reached the ball almost at the same time as the opposing defender. Then he pulled a Maradona turn to trick the defender. Chapter 460 Training Match 3. It was a close call. If he had been even a little careless, or if his opponent had touched the ball even slightly, he wouldn't have been able to stop the ball from going out of bounds. But even in such a dire moment, his ball control was top-notch. He easily managed to get the ball through the defender before him. However, there was only so much space left for him to operate. So, he had no choice but to pursue the ball from outside the field. Aya Matsuda gritted his teeth as he vigorously looked around him. Apart from Daiki Shimizu, he had nobody beside his side. As impressive as Daiki was, his chances to stop Hiro in a duel were minuscule. So, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What was he supposed to do now? It'd take a while for his teammates to come to his aid, and Hiro wouldn't wait for it to happen. Hiro would definitely try to finish the job as soon as possible. He had faced multiple opponents of such caliber. So, he knew from experience that it'd be extremely difficult for him if he were to face him one-on-one. As Hiro began to cut inside, his talent knight in the area kicked him, which in turn boosted all his attacking stats. Yet for some reason, he failed to tap into the zone. But it didn't bother him. Now, all he had to do was to beat the defender in front of him. Hiro rolled his eyes as he tapped the ball with the outside of his left foot. Thinking that he was about to cut inside, Daiki swayed his body inside. But contrary to his expectations, he went the opposite. His eyes rolled sideways as he followed Hiro closely. However, it was too late for him to change his direction. Even so, he couldn't sit idly. He had to do something. He had to stop him. Desperate, he stretched his arms, trying to grab him by his shirt. It was the only thing he could do. It was only a practice match. So, did he have to go that far to stop him? It was a question of debate, but he felt it was the only sensible thing he was capable of performing. So, he grabbed him by his shirt and tried to stop him from advancing. Hiro felt the pull, but he wasn't willing to go down. So, he tried to resist the pull. However, against Daiki's strength, his efforts proved to be futile as he simply couldn't compete against a grown adult. Having trained his body repeatedly, he was confident of his strength. But he was only a child competing against an adult. That too against a man who was known for his impressive strength. If he went down, he would earn his team a penalty. But it was not guaranteed that he would be the penalty taker. Moreover, players would even fight among themselves for the penalty. If it happened, it would further disrupt the harmony of the team. They were already uncooperative enough. So, he didn't want another trouble. Well, if it settled peacefully, he was happy to give up the opportunity. But that was unlikely to happen. So, he fought against Daiki's pull. Though he couldn't resist it, he managed to buy him enough time for him to shoot. Bam! Before getting pulled down, he struck the ball with the inside of his left foot. As he struck the ball, it curved toward the top corner. Was there any need for him to shoot? Can't he simply go down? Many staff members didn't appear happy about him shooting the ball. They couldn't help but label him as selfish after his selfish decision to go for the goal, even when he could earn a foul. Now that he shot the ball, his fall couldn't be ruled as a foul either. They were so focused on pointing out his flaws that they didn't even notice the brilliance behind that shot. It was just like Robin's signature shot that curled inside to the opposite top corner. There's no doubt that he's a talented player. Observation, skills, decision-making, and the composure to face challenges. Coach Nanami looked at him thoughtfully. "We've got a gem. Now, if only we'd put in good use, he'd become an invaluable asset to the team." But his position clashes with Yamada. He's not here at the moment due to the ongoing UCL campaign, but when he arrives, it'd surely get messy. Considering that guy's personality, it'd be quite troublesome. But his talent is the real thing. He has the ability to back his words. Nanami frowned. He appeared to be in a dilemma. While the players were rejoicing, a conflict was taking place inside his head. Some players had yet to arrive at the training camp, but they were the ones whose spot in the team was already guaranteed. They were the elite among the elites. We'll need both their strengths. Age doesn't matter, he concluded, though many remained quite reserved even after he scored the goal to equalize. Many also started to open up. Well, it was to be expected since they were competing for the spot. So if somebody performed well, that'd further decrease their chance of getting selected. Chapter 461, End of the match. And who in their right mind would willingly give up the available spot? However, it became clear to many that they'd benefit more from cooperating with him than colliding against him. Well, it was inevitable for a faction to be created. After all, human beings are selfish creatures, and in the face of peril, they tend to care more about their benefit than the glory. But now that he had some ally by his side, it'd get much easier for him to operate. So, Hiro was all grateful for their change of heart. As the game progressed, he began to play more offensively than before. Even so, due to the ongoing clashes between the players, he couldn't generate many chances. He played as a pivot who connected his defense and offense. However, he couldn't display his full potential because of his teammates' uncooperative behavior. In many situations where they had to play quick 1-2 passes, his teammates would leave him hanging after receiving the ball from him. Instead of returning the pass, they'd often choose to advance by themselves. While in other cases, they lacked the timing to execute plays. Running all over the field, one may wonder if he had an extra pair of lungs. He had been running tirelessly without any stop. While doing so, he did intercept a few of the passes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was holding the entire midfield of his team all by himself. A minute before the end of the first half, they conceded yet another goal from open play, making the score 2-1. Beep. The first half came to an end as they failed to equalize in the remaining minutes. Exhausted, they ceased their movements. Many appeared quite frustrated. But all in all, they didn't seem devastated by the loss. The expression of the veteran players, however, remained unchanged. They were still as cheerful as they appeared in the beginning. Laughing and chatting among themselves, they walked out of the pitch. Sweeping his gaze across their face, Hiro still couldn't help but feel a bit unsatisfied. Does it not bother them? How could they act as if nothing happened? They should lead by example. But here they were acting as if they were not responsible for the loss. Exactly being the players with most experience, they should be leading as an example. But let alone leading as an example, they were influencing the players in a wrong way. Just what's wrong with them? Hiro couldn't help but wonder. Well, they still had another half to play. So, he had all the time he needed to figure out what was wrong with them. However, more than the matter regarding the veteran players, he had to figure out how to fix the core problem of his team. Something had to be done. If only they were a little more cooperative and organized, he would have been able to generate more chances. It'd benefit them equally. But how was he going to convey it? Persuasion wasn't his forte. When thinking about it, he couldn't help but glance at the veteran players. It'd have been a lot easier with their cooperation. If they helped him out, it'd have been a lot easier. It's not that he lacked leadership qualities, but right now, he was in an entirely different environment, surrounded by strangers. And he wasn't the extroverted type. So, unless others approached him first, he had no means to convey his heart. Huff, thinking about it, only strained his head. So he exhaled deeply. Okay, everyone, gather up. Nanami stepped forward. Everyone. The players appeared rather confused. Why would he want all of them to gather? Did he have some kind of instructions? Or was he going to make some changes? Or perhaps he was going to point out their flaws in the open? The players couldn't help guessing. It wasn't just one particular side, but he wanted the players of both sides to gather. As they heard him, they began to scramble around him. You've all played well, but the match ends here, he announced. Huh, what about the second half? Is he for real? The players appeared dumbfounded by his sudden announcement. The announcement came in as a shock, leaving them utterly surprised and panicked. The end of the match meant the end of the evaluation. For many, their first half performance had been nothing but a disaster. And those who were unsatisfied with their first half performance were the most devastated. They had been thinking of improving their performance in the second half. But when they heard that there was no second half, they couldn't help but panic. After all, if the evaluation was done based on the performance of the first half, it was almost guaranteed that they wouldn't make it. So many couldn't help but complain, calling his decision unfair. Nanami, however, remained adamant about his decision. It was as if nothing they said would change his mind. Just like many, Hiro appeared rather shocked as well. He wasn't expecting it to end so soon. Until a moment ago, he had been planning his plays in the second half. But now, he was told that there was no second half. Just how was he supposed to take the announcement? Why didn't he mention it before the start of the game? If he had done that, he'd have given his all. He wouldn't have held back. But as he thought about it, realization dawned on him. Wait, what if his motive was to see our performance when we relax? If he had mentioned the twist, for sure, we would have played even more energetically. But since he didn't mention it, we played reservedly. Now that he thought about it, everything made sense to him. Just because a match has 90 minutes doesn't mean that the first half isn't important. Right from the kickoff, one needs to be prepared, one needs to give their all. To differentiate a great player from the ordinary, you need to observe him when he's off the pitch. Similarly, if the players aren't serious about the match from the very beginning, you can't expect much from them. Chapter 462 Nature of the Test. It was a test to gauge their attitude. Yet, none were aware of it. Well, it wouldn't have been an attitude test had they known about it. There wouldn't be any meaning to it. Were they aware of it? Hiro thought as he noticed the unchanged reaction of the veteran players. Now that he thought about it before starting the game, Kenji Fujimoto was discussing something with the coach. Kenji, don't intervene when they make mistakes. Let them handle their affairs. It doesn't matter whether they perform well or not. Just don't intervene. These were Nanami's instructions to Kenji before the kickoff, which Kenji had quietly relayed to his fellow veterans. That's why for the entirety of the game, despite their numerous blunders, they kept their mouths shut. As he recalled, everything began to fall in pieces. It'd only make sense to judge our abilities without any third-party influences. So, he must have asked them to turn a blind eye to our mistakes. The buzz in the field was growing increasingly loud. Silence. Unable to tolerate their complaints any further, one of the coaching staff stepped up. His voice echoed like the sound of thunder, immediately grasping everyone's attention. It even startled many. At once as they heard him, they immediately stopped their complaints. It wasn't a test to gauge your performance. From the beginning, the purpose of the match had been to gauge your mental fortitude and self-reliance in high-pressure situations. He began steadily, revealing the true nature of the test. Then he swept his gaze disdainfully. And, do I need to tell you how you performed? The players who until a moment ago were complaining about the unfairness lowered their heads in shame as they heard him. They couldn't even refute it. Suddenly, it got eerily silent as the buzz died down. After saying that much, he quietly stepped back to his position. As Coach Akira said, it was a test to gauge your mental fortitude and your ability to cope in high-pressure situations. But it isn't the end of the training. There are a lot more tests left to be conducted. So, be prepared, Nanami said, attempting to cheer up the players. Initially, he wasn't planning on revealing the nature of the test. But now that his compatriot had revealed it, he couldn't remain silent. With that being said, let's continue the training, he added. Though the match had come to an end, the session had yet to come to an end. Rather, it had only begun. But at least, they were glad to hear that they had many more chances to redeem themselves. However, one thing became clear to the players after this encounter. They couldn't lower their guard for the entirety of the training camp if they wanted to secure a spot in the team. They had to take every drill seriously. The training then progressed. While the players continued to train, Nanami turned to Akira, one of his assistants. Sorry, coach. Akira apologized for his earlier behavior. It wasn't his place to speak, but he spoke anyway. So, it was only right for him to apologize. However, Nanami wasn't there to find faults with him. So, he revealed a subtle smile before saying, "You don't have to apologize. In fact, I should be rather thankful to you for stepping up. If you hadn't stepped up, I might have not been able to stabilize the ongoing riot." Akira felt a little taken aback when he heard him. It wasn't what he was expecting from him. Previously, he had heard that he had a rather strict personality, and he disliked others intervening in his matters. But it was the opposite. So, he was left dumbfounded by his response. Unlike other coaches, he and Nanami were new to the team, so neither were familiar with each other's personalities. So, despite his reluctance to accept his apology, he still felt the need to apologize. But before he could put his words in voice, Nanami began to inquire him about something. "Have you heard anything from Dr. Haruki? I'm pretty sure that he said that he'd be here by today." Upon the mention of Haruki, he began to check his phone. All right, he has left a message saying that he might be a little late due to some issues regarding the athlete insight. Akira conveyed the message. Upon hearing the news, Nanami couldn't help but frown. If only he were here, we would have been able to track the performance of the players even better. Murmuring so, he paused before turning to Akira again. What about the computers? Has it been installed already? If not, the training would get even more delayed. Nanami appeared rather concerned when he asked him. Yes, coach, we've already installed the computers. Now, we only need Dr. Haruki to operate it. We can begin it as soon as he arrives. So, if everything goes as planned, we can start the program by evening's training, Akira answered obediently. Satisfied, Nanami nodded. Then he shifted his focus to the players who were training with a renewed sense of vigor. He could vividly see the seriousness in their face. Seeing the effectiveness of the training, he couldn't help but reveal a satiated grin. I guess it was indeed better to reveal the purpose of the test, he thought, feeling grateful to Akira for helping him out. The Federation must have spent a hefty sum of money to persuade Dr. Haruki. Otherwise, how could they convince someone of his stature to assist the team? At least, I'm grateful that they spared some funds to fulfill my wishes. Originally, it was Nanami who had requested the help of Dr. Haruki. However, he wasn't sure that the Federation would be able to convince him. But when he found out that the Federation had managed to convince him to assist the team, he was overjoyed to hear the news. Dr. Haruki was someone who had introduced a new revolutionary sports technology to the market called the Athlete Insight. As the training progressed, it soon became known to the players that Coach Nanami's coaching methods were rather eccentric. And the match before was proof of it. Chapter 463, Lunatic Thoughts. After some time, a man probably in his early 40s, dressed in a white suit, entered the training ground holding a briefcase. He had short black hair, which was neatly styled. A pair of rectangular framed glasses with golden rims adorned his triangular face, though it could hardly conceal the eye bags beneath his eyes. "You're here, Dr. Haruki." Nanami walked over to him as he saw him. The man was Dr. Haruki Tanaka. Adjusting his glasses, he revealed an awkward smile as he greeted Nanami. "I'm sorry, I couldn't arrive on time." "Who's he? Another coach?" In the middle of the training, some players paused to look at him. They couldn't help but feel curious about him. He just appeared too peculiar to go unnoticed. Their coach was addressing him with such respect, so it was only natural for them to feel that way. "You three, where are you looking?" They got scolded harshly because of their inattentive behavior. Although many were not familiar with the person who had arrived just now, Hiro was a bit knowledgeable about him. "Isn't he that Dr. Haruki? He looks so much like him." It's not that he wasn't famous. Featured in many articles, he was a relatively well-known figure in the sports world. However, his fame was almost similar to the many other roles indirectly involved in the sports, such as sports director, physician, or scout of football clubs. Despite their role being an important one, people barely know them. But in his field, he was quite well known among his peers. "So, Doc, when can we implement the device on the players?" Nanami was quite straightforward as he got straight to the point. Athlete Insight was the name of the cutting-edge wearable device developed by Haruki. This device tracked a multitude of metrics, including speed, precision, stamina, heart rate, and even mental fatigue, providing comprehensive data to optimize training and performance. Even though it was still in its early phase, many clubs in Europe were already implementing it in their training. Since FIFA and UEFA banned the use of any such device in actual games, they weren't able to use it in actual games. Well, installments of such devices would probably disrupt the game. "If you want, we can implement it right away." Haruki smiled. No, it's all right. There's not much time left for the training session to end. So, let's implement it starting this evening." Nanami revealed an awkward smile as he said, "If they prolonged the session to test the device, it would only affect the players." So, he decided to put that matter aside for the time being. "For now, would it be okay for you to explain its working mechanism thoroughly to me? I have read about it, but I think it'd be better to hear from the person who invented it," he added. Having studied about it, he had been impressed by it. So, he wanted to know more about it. That had further provide him insight into the device. Haruki nodded his head and asked, "Shall I begin here, or should I demonstrate it to you instead?" "Ide prafe a demonstration." "So, shall we head to your lab? We've set up a lab, as per your instructions." "Great. Sorry for the trouble, Nanami-san. Just give me a minute, Doc." Saying so, he walked to Coach Akira. He had to leave someone in charge of the training if he was going to leave the field. But as he got close to Akira, he couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't it be more effective if we all learn about it? It's only right for all of us to attend the demonstration together. Since they were going to be working together, it was only right to share the knowledge regarding the device between themselves to avoid any conflict in the future. If they all learned about it, then they could avoid possible conflicts due to the difference in opinion. As he thought about it, He glanced at his watch. There's not much time left for the session to come to an end. So, let's end it early for now. Thinking so, he instructed Akira to wrap up the training in about 5 minutes and meet him at the laboratory afterward. Where is he going? The players couldn't help questioning his early departure as they saw him walking out of the field alongside the newly entered person with the glasses. For sure he's Dr. Haruki. Hiro confirmed his identity. The future is getting even more unpredictable. The addition of Dr. Haruki wasn't supposed to happen so early. I'm not sure about the club he was supposed to be working, but I'm sure that he wasn't supposed to be here right now. Thinking about the changes that were taking place, his brows knotted. If such changes kept on happening frequently, soon he'd no longer be able to select a safe route for him to follow. If the future was going to get unpredictable, then he could only adapt to it. Well, he was partly at fault since he was the anomaly in the present. A butterfly effect. It was bound to happen since he interfered with the present, let alone get called up by the national team. He wasn't even supposed to be playing professionally. Originally, someone else should be here right now instead of him. It wasn't the place where he belonged to. They say that when you change something in the past, a different timeline is created. So, by that logic, it should be an alternate world. Though he diligently performed the drill assigned to him, his mind was elsewhere. However, most of the stuff that he was thinking was for movies. Even so, he couldn't rule out the possibility of it happening either. After all, he had regressed to his early days after dying. If he talked about it, he'd certainly get labeled as a lunatic. Just his regression alone was already something straight out of fantasy novel. But he also possessed a system that helped him realize his dreams. Just how would people react if he said that he heard some voices in his head? Thinking about all the unrealistic stuff that had taken place in his life, he couldn't help but reveal a grin. Just a moment ago, he was thinking about the future, and now his thoughts had already wandered somewhere else. Players who were watching him were already getting chills looking at him, making different reactions for absolutely no reason. Is he all right? Did he get possessed by a ghost? What's wrong with him? Hiro had completely forgotten that he wasn't alone. Chapter 464, Fire versus Fire. When he came back to his senses, he noticed all those stares he was getting. Those stares made him flinch a bit. Why are they looking at me in such a way? He couldn't help but ponder why they were looking at him so weirdly. Hiro was utterly... They were both surprised and relieved to hear the announcement. Wasn't it ending so soon? Well, the earlier the better. All right, before you leave, clean the mess. As for who has to clean, you can decide among yourselves. Saying so, Akira walked out of the field alongside his fellow peers. Organizing the equipment wasn't a tedious task, and they had more than enough energy left to spare. Yet, many weren't willing to do the cleanup. It's not that they didn't want to do the cleanup, but the question was who was going to do the cleanup. The coach had asked them to decide among themselves. But who in the right mind would volunteer for such stuff? Even before deciding on the people, some players from the winning side were already leaving the field, acting as if it wasn't their responsibility. "Where are you all going without finishing the cleanup?" asked one of the players dissatisfiedly. Most of the players who were leaving the field were the old players who had been on the team for the longest. But that didn't mean that only the older players were leaving. Some players from the losing side were also walking away. We all are responsible for the task. Yet, why do they get to evade the responsibility? If they're not obliged, then why must we adhere to the command? That was what most players who had stayed back to do the cleanup were thinking at the moment. They were unsatisfied with the attitude of the players who were leaving. Cleanup? Why must we do it? We won, right? So, it's only fair for the losing side to do the cleanup. Didn't you learn that in school? Tersely responded one of the players who was walking away. But his response didn't sit well with most of the players from the losing end. After all, they weren't told that the losing side should do the cleanup. They had been told to discuss among themselves. So, who were they to decide? Just because they were seniors didn't mean that they had the right to boss around. They were furious at their response, but couldn't muster the courage to speak up. They could only tuck in their fury and comply. Well, Hiro wasn't planning to argue from the beginning. It didn't matter to him if any stayed behind or not. He was going to volunteer for the cleanup, and speaking out of place would only get him in trouble. So, He helplessly shook his head as he heard the debate. Hierarchy, it's unavoidable no matter where you go. Also, what's wrong with staying behind to do the cleanups? It's not like he had any urgent matter to attend to. So, despite the scuffle happening in front of him, he chose to remain silent. But the one who had questioned the leaving players was fuming. Furrowing his brows, he stood tight-lipped with his palm tightly clenched into a fist. Wherever he goes, trouble is unavoidable, Hiro thought as he ignored him. The person who was trying to stand up against the hierarchy right now, Hiro was familiar with him. He was called Kenta Ishikawa, a 20-year-old winger/forward who played for FC Tokyo. He had a rather fierce temper, and, while playing against him, he had clashed with him often despite being a newcomer. While he had a pretty nasty reputation in the league, colliding against almost at least a player from every single team in the league. But since he delivered consistently, it was rather hard to point a finger at him. So, you've got any more complaints, rookie? He wasn't the type to lower his head. However, he had no other choice than to comply this time. So, he unwillingly backed down. If only another player stood up, he wouldn't have backed down. But since he was all alone, he had no choice but to retreat. Well, even if his club teammates weren't stepping up for him, then why must other players step up? Seems like you don't. The older players then turned to leave. As the commotion died down, it got eerily silent for a while. The silence, however, only lasted for a while before Kenta's furious growl tore through the silence. "And where do you think you are going?" he yelled, calling out to Tamanaga, who was leaving the field silently. However, Tamanaga remained unresponsive as he steadily walked to the exit without even turning back to look at him. It was as if he couldn't even hear him. His unresponsiveness only further infuriated Kenta. Furious, he stomped his way in front of Tamanaga, blocking his path. Glaring at him with his bloodshot eyes, he yelled, "Didn't you hear me?" If Kenta was fire then, so was Tamanaga. "Huh? Were you to block my way?" he responded coldly. His cold gaze remained unchanged as he looked him in the eye without any fear in his heart. A clash seemed unavoidable at this moment. The air became thick with tension as the two faced each other. Other players silently observed their debate. It seemed as if no one was willing to confront the two at the moment. Most probably, they wanted to stay away from the trouble. If words of their disagreement got to the ear of the coaches, it'd for sure get them into some serious trouble. So, why must they intervene? They didn't want to get involved. And it was only the safest route for them to stay out of trouble. Hence, they remained as a mere spectator to the clash happening right in front of their eyes. Chapter 465, the end of the scuffle. "Geez, youngsters these days are so hot-heated," Kenji Fujimoto said with a smile on his face, almost as if he was enjoying the show in front of him. "Shouldn't you stop them instead?" Hiro thought as he heard him, clearly irritated by his gesture. Yet still, he didn't say it out loud. "And who do you think you are to desert your responsibility?" Annoyed by his attitude of trying to act as if he was in control, Tamanaga snorted as he tried to brush past him. "If you like doing it, then do it yourself. You don't tell me what to do." Adamant, Kenta stood in his way as he prevented him from walking away. His repeated attempts to stop him from leaving were only getting on his nerves, causing him to clench his fist tightly. Gnashing his teeth, Tamanaga said, "Move," as he tried to force his way through him. However, it didn't seem that Kenta had any intention to let him go. If the situation persisted any further, it seemed as if a fight was inevitable. Unable to stand back any further, Naoto, who had stayed behind to help, stepped forward. Finally, someone was willing to intervene. "Cut it out, you two," yelled Naoto as he rushed to stop them. The moment he stepped in, all eyes turned to look at him. His voice was like the rumbling of thunder, immediately drawing everybody's attention to him, startling some. And by no means did Naoto appear calm. Unlike his usual calm demeanor, he appeared extremely pissed. Even Hiro had rarely seen him so pissed. Naoto seemed as if he wouldn't hesitate to teach both a lesson. However, it wasn't just Naoto. No sooner had he sprung into action, Tatsuki joined as well. As for why he joined, it wasn't to shield Naoto from the temper of the two who were causing the commotion, but it was to save the two from the wrath of Naoto. Usually, calm and polite, one might expect him to be meek and harmless. However, that wasn't the case. Having experienced his wrath, he knew how scary he could get at times. So, before Naoto could get close to Kenta and Tamanaga, he hurried to stop him. "Yeah, nobody's forcing you to stay. So, just cut it out already," Tatsuki said as he rushed in between Kenta and Tamanaga. Then he looked them in the eye before continuing, "You can leave if you want to leave." Kenta wasn't satisfied with his statement, but he couldn't bring himself to refute. It was as if he was fighting over nothing. Tamanaga scoffed as he silently left the field after hearing him. Then Tatsuki announced, "It's the same for all of you here. If you want to stay, then stay. If not, you're free to leave." As they heard the announcement, many started leaving the field. After all, if they were not required to stay, then why should they stay? "I'd rather prefer a cold shower than remain here in this heat. Yeah, let's go." Kenta could only gnash his teeth and turn to leave. He was utterly helpless. Sneering disdainfully, he stomped his way out of the pitch. Tatsuki could only let out a sigh. Was it a good decision or a bad one? He couldn't tell. But at least, he prevented a scene from taking place. The matter was settled peacefully due to Naoto and Tatsuki's intervention. But now that more than half of the players had left the field, it'd definitely take a lot of effort to wrap up the cleanup. Probably, it'd leave them exhausted. And he only realized it after seeing the number of people left on the pitch. However, it was too late for him to regret. So, he could only choose to work more diligently to finish the task. Amused, Hiro fixedly looked at Tatsuki. He has such a side too? It was his first time seeing Tatsuki stepping up to stop a scuffle. Ironic how a troublemaker was stepping up to break a fight. "He's gotten a lot more mature than the last time I saw him," Kenji complimented. Hearing him, Hiro could only roll his eyes in disdain to look at him. Instead of commending a youngster, it'd have been more helpful if you had decided to step up. It's not that he wasn't aware of the man before him. He was a well-respected figure in the Japanese football, so he could have easily ended the scuffle with his reputation alone. Yet, while all those took place, he stayed behind enjoying the show. Hiro couldn't tell what was going on in his mind. He might have been ordered by the coach to not intervene in the match, but the match had already ended. So, why did he stay put even after the end of the match? Perhaps he liked watching scuffles? As much as Hiro knew about him, it wasn't the case. Well, it didn't matter anyway. So, he willingly gave up on thinking about it. He figured that it'd be more beneficial to focus on the matter at hand than to ponder about his reasoning. So, Hiro got back to his task, collecting the training equipment. Though he had chosen to ignore him, it wasn't the case with Kenji. He deliberately approached him. "Hey, star kid, does the scuffle in the team not bother you?" "It doesn't matter whether it bothers me or not. But I can tell for sure that it doesn't bother you at least," Hiro scoffed inwardly as he heard him. Fighting against his urge to reply sarcastically, he spoke coldly. "I'm here to play, not to fight." Acting as if he was impressed by his response, Kenji continued, "Whoa. I guess our youngest is pretty mature for a fight like this." He paused and continued in a demeaning tone. "Or, you're just scared to stand up?" Why was he trying to rile him up? For what purpose was he taunting him? Hiro couldn't tell. Was it a test? Even if there was some ulterior motive behind his taunts, it did not affect Hiro. Chapter 466 Interaction. Solemnly, Hiro glanced at him before responding. "I could ask you the same." There was no ill motive behind his words. Neither was he trying to taunt him. But since Kenji appeared curious about the matter, Hiro couldn't refrain from asking. If he wasn't curious, then why would he bring it intentionally? For sure, he wasn't trying to test his patience. Faced with Hiro's curiosity, Kenji frowned before responding cheerfully, "Haha, I'm way too old to get myself involved in the quarrels of youngsters." Excuse. It was nothing more than an excuse. Hiro could tell it. Yet still, he chose to ignore it. After all, what good would he receive even if he were to speak his heart? There was simply no benefit to it. So, he dismissed the matter. "You're right, Kenji-san. We youngsters ought to resolve our conflict among ourselves. We need to be responsible for our actions, then only will we grow." All of a sudden, Hiro appeared even more mature than before. Kenji had been finding him quite strange since a while ago. Even in the field when he was getting targeted by other players instead of whining about the unfair treatment, he stepped up for himself. Even now, he was deliberately trying to provoke him, but there wasn't even an ounce of irritation on his face. Instead, it seemed as if he understood him. Just how can a kid so young act so mature? His age and his attitude were polar opposites to each other. They simply didn't match. Kenji was taken aback by his response and his eerie calmness. You're telling me this kid is 16? It's not only his skills that exceed his age, but the way he carries himself too. His curiosity only grew as he talked to him. Previously, he had approached him due to his sheer curiosity. The way he remained silent, he had assumed Hiro to be somewhat cocky. Well, given his talent, it wasn't a huge deal for him to be a little arrogant. But as he engaged in a conversation with him, he realized how wrong he was to think so. There wasn't even a shred of arrogance in this boy, which was pretty rare for someone his age. In his career, he had come across many youngsters who were drunk on their fame, arrogant and rebellious. They would kick a fuss whenever someone tried to provoke them. However, despite his repeated attempts to provoke Hiro, he couldn't detect even a shred of rebellious mentality in him. This was pretty new to him. Tell me the truth. Your birth certificate is fabricated, right? Kenji asked jokingly. Though he seemed as if he was jesting from the outside, he was not. There was only a slight possibility of fabricating the birth certificate, but he still couldn't rule out the possibility. After all, no matter how hard he thought about it, Hiro didn't appear 16 to him. I'd have been grateful if it was the case. If only they increased my age by at least 2 years, I'd have been eligible to leave for a club overseas by now, Hiro replied casually, wearing a poker face. Kenji glanced at his face, giving him a weird look upon hearing his response. You wish to increase your age. For a while, he couldn't bring himself to speak. This kid is different. He couldn't help but view Hiro in a different light. Tell me honestly, you've already received offers from Europe, right? Kenji asked. Considering what he said, he could only link it to the possibility that he had been already contacted by a few of the clubs in Europe. He has already proven his worth in the league, so it's not that surprising that he wants to move abroad to a more competitive league. Kenji had already confirmed his attitude, so he could tell by no means was he trying to mock the competitiveness of the J-League. And it's only natural for a player of such caliber to wish to play for the best clubs in the world. Well, considering he was already scouted by an overseas agent so early in his career, it's only natural to assume that he had already been linked to some of the clubs overseas. By now, it seemed as if Kenji was trying to interview him. The conversation was getting way too much personal, but it's not like he had anything to hide. So, he answered it earnestly without hiding anything. I do want to move to Europe, but I haven't been contacted by any clubs yet. His talents were already enough for him to get targeted by at least a few of the renowned clubs in Europe. Yet, he hadn't been contacted? It didn't sit right with Kenji. If not the big clubs, he should already be getting offers from at least mid-table clubs. Yet, he hadn't received any offer? How is that possible? Or was he deliberately hiding something? Even so, it didn't appear as if he was lying. There wasn't any loophole in his facial expression. It was extremely difficult to read his expression or the tone of his speech. Perplexed, he stared at him fixedly. For real, he uttered. Hiro nodded his head as he answered. It's not that I haven't received any offers yet, but it's because I want to focus on the matter at hand right now. It was exactly as he said. There wasn't any rush. He still had a lot of time on his hands to decide his plans. And he was quite young as well. It made sense. Often young players are so in a hurry that they don't think their decision, through which often leads to a career full of regrets. Well, it's not wrong to dream big, and it's not wrong to wish to play for a big club. But before making any decision, it's always good to do some research. So, what if you get scouted by a big club, but don't get many playing minutes? Young players require playing minutes to develop. They require experience to develop. You can't expect them to play well just because they trained well. Chapter 467. Regret? As he heard him, Kenji felt a pang of regret weighing him down. Just like many other passionate young players, he once had made the same error of deciding in a hurry. When the team he loved offered him a contract at the beginning of his career, he grabbed it without much thinking. Before concluding, he should have at least researched the current players profiles of the coach, how often the coach played young players, and many other things. But he drew to a conclusion without giving much thought to it. Due to this, he struggled to get any playing minutes. It's not that he didn't get any loan offers. He had received a ton, but it was his stubborn nature that had nearly brought him to ruin. Adamant about earning his spot in the team he loved, he refused to go out on a loan. Though it had hindered his career greatly, it was all due to his foolishness. As much as there were players who struggled, there were also players who performed well. Just take the example of Lamine Yamal. Despite being integrated into the first team of Barcelona so early in his career, he flourished. However, we can't overlook the risk it brings to players as well. Ansu Fati, who was deemed as the next heir to Messi's legacy, nearly had to hang up his boots so early in his career due to a career-ending injury. So, we can't just look at the success. After all, who knows, Hiro might turn out differently than him. Nodding his head, Kenji praised his thoughtfulness. "You've thought it through, huh?" While they were conversing leisurely, others had finished most of the task. If not for Kenji, he'd have been more efficient. At this moment, he heard the voice of Naoto. "Hiro, can you pass me those balls?" Turning to look at him, he realized that they had almost finished. All that was left was the 5 balls scattered a certain distance away from him. When did they get so much done? He felt a little guilty for not being much help. Though he had volunteered to help, he hadn't done much. Rather, he had spent most of his time chatting with Kenji. So, collecting those remaining balls was the least he could do to atone for his lackluster behavior. "Do you need any help?" Kenji offered. "You kept me busy, and now you're offering to help?" Hearing him, he couldn't help but lampoon. Yet still, he maintained his composure as he politely declined his offer. "I can handle it. Suit yourself." It was just 5 balls. Why would he require his help to collect it? Bam! He struck the first ball with precision, easily slotting it in the bin despite the distance. "Impressive," Kenji uttered, impressed. The smile on his face faded gradually as he witnessed the brilliance of Hiro. He slotted 4 shots consecutively without missing a single one. If it was basketball, he would be shooting from the half line. Along with his fading smile, his face grew paler as Hiro slotted 4 consecutive balls into the bin without breaking a sweat. It was as if it was his daily routine. The ball control, power, and precision. He couldn't fathom how someone so young possessed such striking qualities. He had seen him play, but he hadn't had the chance to experience it in person since he played for Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. Though he started his career in Hamburg, unable to procure any noteworthy results, he had to return. Then for the better part of his career, he played for Urawa Red Diamonds. Finally, he found a place where he belonged as he went on to win J-League MVP twice in his career. He also led his team to the AFC Champions League final, where he nearly missed out on the title. Though he failed to lift the title, his efforts were recognized as he earned himself a transfer to Celtic. It was pretty late in his career that he earned himself an opportunity to play in Europe. So, he was rather hesitant to accept the offer. But it was one of his close friends, Kyogo Furuhashi, who at the time was breaking multiple records for Celtic, convinced him to sign for the club. If not for him, he'd have possibly missed out on the opportunity. Though he had already confirmed. Once again, as he watched him, he couldn't help but doubt his age. Is he really 16? The angle and the distance were rather difficult for the 5th shot. Almost close to the sideline and behind the half line, it was a rather difficult shot to make. By now, the field was already buzzing with his praise. Well, after leaving everyone stunned by delivering 4 marvelous shots, it was bound to happen. They were thoroughly impressed by his shots. But even so, when they saw him preparing to take the 5th shot at such a difficult angle, they couldn't help but feel skeptical about him generating the same outcome as before. Even if it's him, it's still difficult to make this one. He'd have to materialize the soul of Roberto Carlos if he wanted to make it, giggled one of the players on the field. Kenji, however, remained tight-lipped as he watched him with a growing sense of curiosity. He didn't want to jump to the conclusion. Instead, he was curious whether he'd make it or not. To score in an open post from that distance, although difficult, was feasible. But he was going. To slot the ball in a bin so small that it wasn't even half the size of the post. For sure, His abilities will be tested to their best if he were to make this shot. Do you think he'll make it? Nah, I say, he'll make it, Tatsuki intervened. Had he gone crazy? The moment they heard him, they couldn't help but look as if he had gone crazy. No way. They immediately refuted. Vanna, but Tatsuki challenged confidently. As much as he seemed confident about Hiro, they were confident that he wouldn't make it as well. So, they immediately accepted the bet without any hesitation. Chapter 468, Bonding. Tatsuki's eyes lit up as they agreed on the bet. Excitedly, he spoke, "Then how about the loser buys the winner a new pair of sneakers?" For a while, Tatsuki had his eyes on a rather expensive sneaker. In fact, he had been thinking of buying one after the end of the training camp. It's not that he lacked the funds to buy it, but when he encountered his teammates' skepticism against Hiro, he sensed an opportunity. Why would he waste his precious funds on it if he could get it for free? Thinking so, he proposed the idea. "If I lose, I'll buy you each a pair. But if you lose, you only have to buy me one. So do we have the deal?" He added as he tried to make his more lucrative. It was an offer they couldn't refuse. They were paying half the price while he was paying twice the price. Obviously, the deal was in their favor. So, why would they refuse it? The duck had willingly placed its head on the chopping board. So they readily accepted his offer without any hesitation. Curling his lips slightly, he revealed a grin. They've taken the bait. Probably they might have refused the bet if only they knew what they were getting into. However, blinded by their greed, it was too late for them to back out now. Since they had placed a bet on him, naturally the two became even more interested in Hiro. Completely unaware of the matter taking place around him, Hiro casually glanced at the bin before returning his focus to the ball. It didn't matter whether he scored or missed. To him, it was nothing more than a random task. So, why would he put importance to scoring? However, it would have been a different case if he had known about the stake. He would have probably missed the shot on purpose. But since he was unaware of the stake, he didn't feel like missing. After analyzing enough, he made a light rune-up. As he approached close to the ball, he stretched his leg, his muscles coiled like a spring, preparing to unleash its power. A cold gleam flashed past his eyes as he unleashed a powerful shot. Bam! Upon contact, it produced a rather peculiar sound, almost as if somebody had shot a gun. Everybody present on the field at the moment closely followed the ball. At this moment, it appeared as if even a calamity wouldn't distract them. What power! Kenji's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Gliding past the field, it headed straight to the bin. There was enough power in his shot, so it didn't occur to anyone that it wouldn't reach its destination. Perhaps it would even fly away. A smile blossomed on the faces of the players who had placed a bet on him as they saw the ball flying quite high in the sky. Based on the speed at which the ball was levitating, it was likely that it had missed the target. However, their smile gradually started to fade and instead got replaced by a frown as they noticed something strange. After a while, the ball dropped rapidly. It was a drive shot, something even the professionals found hard to master. Yet, what they were seeing was totally unbelievable. A kid 16 years of age had mastered the drive shot? Are you kidding me? Incredulous, the two rubbed their eyes. Meanwhile, Tatsuki's grin widened while his eyes glistened with joy. Unlike the two before him, he had seen him closely, so he knew what Hiro was capable of. From the beginning, he did not doubt his ability. Their face grew even more paler as the ball effortlessly swooped inside the bin. "I hope you remember the bet," grinning, Tatsuki said. The two could only tuck in the disappointment and nod their head. After all, they had lost the bet fair and square. Why does he look so overjoyed? Finding out Tatsuki with a wide grin on his face, Hiro couldn't help but wonder why appeared. So elated. Similarly, he couldn't understand why the other two beside him were sulking. But before he could rack his mind, Kenji approached him with a smile on his face. "Your shots are quite impressive," he praised. "Is your accuracy always like this?" He couldn't refrain himself from asking. "Thank you." He humbly accepted his praise. "I haven't really thought about it. But yeah, most of the time, it's pretty much the same as now." Why were acting so interested in his shots all of a sudden? It's not like he had scored for them in a crucial match. So, why were acting all so chummy? Hiro found their interest in him a little strange. Earlier, when he had scored a magnificent goal for his team, he didn't get this much attention. But now, when he just made some random shots, they were acting all interested in him. They were looking at him with eyes full of affection. Well, whatever. It wasn't particularly a bad thing to be at the center of the attention. In fact, it was rather helpful. Since he could bond with the players, he wasn't bothered by the affection he was receiving all of a sudden. Rather, he was grateful. So, he took his time responding to every curious question thrown his way. He was well aware that as much as individual abilities mattered, it was equally important to bond with the players around him. Previously, he was confused about his approach. But now, all of them were approaching him willingly. So, it saved him quite the effort. Even after the cleanup, they stayed in the pitch for quite a while, chatting. The conversation quickly steered away from him, due to which he got to know a lot about other players. Even Kenji, who appeared reluctant to open up about his history, opened up to others. Due to this, they got to learn a lot about the footballing world. Other players were really appreciative of his openness. To those who had just started their journey, it was an invaluable knowledge. Chapter 469, Insignificant Peoples. It was a good learning experience for Hiro, so he didn't shy away from the opportunity. After all, it would have been quite difficult for him to bond with his introverted nature if they hadn't approached him first. Later in the day, as per his expectations, they were called by the coaches to familiarize themselves with the revolutionary tech developed by Haruki. Throughout the introduction, many players struggled to understand the functions of the device. But as they were told that it was a device that measured their abilities in quantitative terms, they finally understood the assignment. Unlike many, Hiro was somewhat familiar with the device. So, it didn't take much to learn about the device. Rather, after the explanation, his wisdom even broadened. But all along the explanation, he couldn't help but wonder about the accuracy of the data. Since he already possessed a system that showed his stat in terms of numbers, he couldn't wait to compare the data. They were then handed an armband to put on which monitored their condition at all times. It was quite similar to the Fit bands trending in the market. So, many even wondered if it was anything revolutionary. After a brief explanation, they were dismissed. As they walked out of the lab, there was quite a lot of fuss regarding the device among the players. But one thing was clear, now with the introduction of the device, it wouldn't be easy to convince the coaches. They had to be careful at all times. Who knows if there's a microphone or a camera installed in it? Do you think they've installed any hidden camera in it? One of the players asked curiously while lifting his arm. Now that he mentioned it, players couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If it was really the case, then wouldn't they have difficulty continuing with their daily life? After all, how could someone poop in peace when you know that you're being monitored? Kenji-san, would you mind asking the coach about it? Kenji being the oldest on the squad, it was only natural for other players to turn to him. Though if it had been before, they might not have turned to him. However, after having conversed with him before, they felt a lot easier to communicate with him. You all think too much. There's no way that coaches would do something to inconvenience the players, he said, attempting to ease their worries. It was actually as he had said. How could the coaching staff approve of something that inconvenienced the players? That would only affect the morale of the players. Hearing him, many heaved a sigh of relief after pondering for a while. Exactly. You're all worrying over nothing. That device only monitors your condition by measuring your heartbeat, Akira assured as he walked out of the lab. It wasn't his intention to intervene, but hearing the fuss going around, he couldn't hold back himself from finding out about the fuss. Upon learning their concern, how could he keep his mouth shut? So, he walked up to them to help ease their worries. This statement from the assistant coach further confirmed their doubts. So, they felt at ease upon hearing him. A collective sigh echoed in the hallway as they heaved a sigh of relief. Trust me, you all will improve even more significantly with the help of the athlete insight. Dr. Haruki, whom you all had met before in the lab, has worked with many top clubs in Europe. In fact, you should all be thankful to him for making time to help you improve. Akira was full of praise. It was as if he worked as an advocate for Dr. Haruki. Isn't he getting paid, though? For sure, He's not here for free. Many thought as they heard him. Why must they be thankful to him? It's not as if he was doing them a favor. So, why must they be thankful to him? It was what many had in their heart. Yet, none dared to speak. They simply stood there nodding their head. Seeing the lack of interest or gratitude on their faces, Akira could only choose to stop. If only they knew how great Dr. Haruki was, they wouldn't be acting in such a way. But what could he do? It's not like he could force them to act interested. So he sighed submissively. All right, if you don't have any more concerns, you can all head back. I'll see you later in the evening. Bidding his farewell, he walked away. For sure, if it had been some famous footballer, they wouldn't be acting such. Well, it's understandable. After all, footballers are more famous than other personalities involved in the sport. He couldn't blame the players for acting uninterested. After all, he was the same when he was younger. Only after starting coaching had he learned about the importance of other people involved in the game. It's not only the players and the coaches who win the game, but it's the collective effort of other people, such as the cook who prepares food for the players, physicians who look after the condition of the players, cleaners who make sure their jerseys are clean, and many other people with seemingly insignificant jobs to the general public. But most of these players were too young to realize it. All right, the meeting. He paused as he remembered about the meeting. I better start preparing for it. Coach Nanami had asked each of the assistant coaches to come up with a few training drills for the evening training session. He wanted to know about their individual opinion before finalizing a unanimous routine they agreed upon. Sure, he had the authority to come up with the decision himself. He could also arrange a meeting to discuss it together. However, he valued individual opinions. So, he allowed the coaches to come up with their ideas before ultimately deciding on the routine. It fully displayed his trust in his fellow assistant coaches. Thinking about the meeting, he stormed to his cabin. Chapter 470. Be glad that you approached me. Later in the evening, players slowly made their way to the field for the evening training session. The buzz regarding the athlete insight had yet to die as players could be heard talking about it. Players were curious about it, while at the same time, Hiro was also eagerly looking forward to the test results. He couldn't wait to compare the test results with the stats provided by the system. However, as he walked to the field, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of Tominaga and Kenta. Even now, they appear at odds against each other. Well, considering the fact that they had made quite a fuss on the field earlier, it was to be expected. Even so, matters as such shouldn't be taken lightly. After all, it'd disrupt the harmony in the team. Sooner or later, the coaches should find out about it. Yet earlier when they gathered for the meeting, coaches acted as if they hadn't noticed anything. How come they were not punished? Maybe they were turning a blind eye to the ruckus. If they were willingly ignoring it, then who was he to raise the issue? So, he gave up on the matter as well. After a while, as they all lined up, Manager Nanami began to elaborate about the training drills. They wanted to test their physicality first. Hence, even the keepers were forced to participate along with others. Usually, they could train under the goalkeeping coach. But even they weren't spared today. The morning training had been rather lax. So, most of the players had already expected the evening training to be rather intense. However, when Nanami began his elaboration on the drills, they couldn't help but frown. Sprints, shooting, weighted sprints where they had to run with a weight jacket on, and fast-paced passes were a few of the drills they were going to perform in the session today. On top of it, though the coaches hadn't mentioned it, they could tell that they were going to compete among themselves for the best result. Anyone could tell that it was more of a competition than a normal drill. Determination flared in their eyes as they prepared to perform the drills. They were then divided into groups of 5 for the test. Hiro was paired with some extremely agile players like Tominaga, Kenta, and a few others. It was as if the coaches had intentionally set them up together in a group. It was even better for him since he got to test his ability against people who matched him. So, when he heard about the group allocation, he was pleased. However, it wasn't the case with the players who were paired against him. Tominaga and Kenta neither appeared worried, as they maintained a poker face when they heard the announcement. However, this wasn't the case with the remaining 2. Those 2 appeared scared. Of all the people, why must I pair with them? cried out one of the two while turning to look at Hiro, Kinta, and Tamanaga worriedly. Exactly. If only we were placed in other groups, we could have even come out on top of the group. The others shared the same emotions. The eyes that were flaring with determination now lost all their luster and appeared rather dull and listless. Those two had lost all their motivation even before the drill had begun. For sure, with such attitude, they were bound to be placed last, even when they were one of the fastest players in the squad. However, Hiro didn't want it to happen. So upon noticing their worried faces, he walked toward them, intending to cheer them up. It's not that he was doing them a favor, but since one of them took the liberty to talk to him previously, he didn't feel like watching them suffer due to their attitude. So they should be rather glad they took the liberty to talk to him. If not, he wouldn't have cared at all. Even so, Hiro wasn't a person skilled at consoling others, so there was only so much he could do for the two. It depended on them on how they interpreted what he was trying to convey. As for the other two who were paired with him, he couldn't care less. Walking up to the two, he cheerfully said, competing among two of the fastest players on the squad, it'd be fun. At first, the two were stupefied when they heard him, but faced with his cheerful face, they forced a nervous smile on their face as they replied a bit unenthusiastically, "It'll be fun." That was the only thing he had to say as he left after hearing their response without responding. It was as if he had approached the two to say only those words. Dumbfounded, they fixedly followed him, expecting a response, but they could only see his back and nothing else. Is he a weirdo? They watched him as if they were watching a weirdo. But if one of the fastest players in the squad regarded them as such highly, then why were they doubting their own abilities? It appeared as if Hiro had much more faith in them than they had in themselves. Exactly, why were they worried? It's not like their selection depended on the results. Even if it did depend on it, all they had to do was to give their best and try to beat others. They might not be capable of defeating the players in their group, but as a whole, they weren't less than any. Also, it wasn't the only test that was going to take place before the squad announcement. They had much more days left for the selection. As Hiro left, the two blankly looked at each other, unable to decipher what had just happened. He came in like a breeze and left like one. But for some inexplicable reason, his words kept on playing in their head. They just couldn't stop thinking about it. While the two were still pondering his words, the first group consisting of Tatsuki and a few others prepared to take the test. Chapter 471, The Fastest. The first drill was a 30-yard dash. As they began to sprint, it didn't take long enough for the players and coaches watching from the sideline to determine the winner. The difference was like night and day. Tatsuki easily took the lead, leaving behind his fellow compatriots far behind in no time. His competitors could only look at his wide back with little hope of catching him. From the sideline, the coaching staff were ardently observing the movement of the players. At the same time, Dr. Haruki was filling them with information regarding their heart rate and mobility via earbuds. The outcome of the first group was pretty much expected. There were no upset, nor were there any miracles. He seems to have improved quite a lot since the last time. Yeah. Just look at the timing. It's faster by more than 2 seconds than his previous result. Impressed, some coaches who hadn't left the team along with the previous manager were discussing Tatsuki's progress among themselves. In this regard, Nanami and Akira were quite new. Even so, it remained an undeniable fact that Tatsuki was quite agile, so both appreciated his agility. The test progressed smoothly. However, even though it was only the first test among many others that were yet to come, players' competitiveness was at an all-time high. They appeared quite fierce. As much as the elation was evident on the faces of the ones who had performed well, feeling of disappointment was equally evident in the faces of the ones who had performed poorly. It showed how much the test meant for them. Finally, after a while, it was time for Hiro and his group to step up. Suddenly, all eyes turned to look at them as they made their way to the starting line. The battle of the fastest. It was the moment they were eagerly looking forward to. Until now, the field had been nothing but noisy. But as they stepped up, all of a sudden, a hushed silence fell upon the field. Hiro solemnly glanced around him as he stood before the starting line. Tamanaga appeared quite calm. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the fire burning in his eyes. It was as if he was raring to go. As for Kinta, for some reason, he had closed his eyes. It was as if he was visualizing something. The other two, although they appeared calmer than before, upon closer inspection, one could still see the concern etched on their faces. One of them was clumsily tying his laces, while the other was tightly clenching his fist, almost as if he was trying to encourage himself. Should I use my skills or not? Hiro was in a dilemma. He had been pondering about it for quite a while by now. Would it be unfair if I used it? Despite pondering about it for quite a long, he hadn't been able to conclude. Using the skills felt like cheating. So, he was rather hesitant about it. But they also possessed their skills. And my skills are part of me. So, why would it be unfair to use something that's already a part of you? Finally, he concluded that it felt justifiable to use his skills after weighing his options. The skills he possessed were already a part of him. The method he took to acquire those skills might have been a little unorthodox. Nonetheless, it wasn't unfair to use what he possessed. If it was anybody else who possessed the system, would they consider such thoughts? Determination flashed in his eyes as he concluded. "Ready?" Akira asked. They silently nodded their head while keeping their focus fixated on the finish line. As he confirmed their response, Akira glanced at his stopwatch before blowing the whistle, announcing the start of the test. Beep. At the same time, he initiated the countdown of his stopwatch. He blew the whistle. Immediately, Hiro and the rest started a sprint. All the other players present on the field held their breath as they ardently observed their sprint. Having used his skill lightning steps, Hiro had a rather favorable start than the rest. It didn't take him a lot of time to put some distance from his competitors. Even so, Tamanaga tailed right behind him. He might not be a match against Tamanaga in a long-distance sprint, but when it came to a short-distance sprint, hardly anyone would match him. Tamanaga was agile, and his strides were quite huge compared to the strides Hiro took. Well, considering the height difference between the two, it was only obvious that his strides were bigger than Hiro's. But while Tamanaga took 2 strides per second, Hiro took 4 strides per second. This phenomenon was all attributed to his skill lightning steps. His initial burst of speed was useful for short-distance sprints. But as the effect of the skill lightning steps waned, his pace could gradually decrease. In that scenario, Tamanaga with his longer strides would surely outperform him. Hiro's speed is indeed the fastest among the bunches present here. Indeed, he's like a wild horse on steroids. But we can't ignore Tamanaga's pace as well. Just look at him keeping up with Hiro. For sure, these two would easily exceed the timing of Tatsuki. The coaches were conversing among themselves, presenting their views, and praising the agility of Hiro and Tamanaga. Kenna's agility was pretty noticeable as well. But when compared to Hiro and Tamanaga, it paled in comparison. It didn't seem like he was going to give up. Those fierce eyes of his were yelling that he wasn't done. In fact, if it had been a contest of endurance, he'd have come second to none. Sadly, it wasn't a contest of endurance. So, he could only accept his fate of coming third. Damn, he completed it in less than 4 seconds. Hiro completed the dash in 3.37 seconds, leaving everybody stunned with his performance. The fastest among the bunches who had performed the test until now. It was at the level of Olympic runners. He would have probably won gold if he had run like this in the Olympics. Chapter 472, Test Results. As the session progressed, Hiro dazzled everyone with his brilliant performance. He aced almost every test, leaving no room for error. By the time the final test had concluded, the sun had already sunk. The sky was a vast canvas, painted in the dark with glittery stars shimmering against the darkness. Beep! The shrill sound of the whistle echoed as the test concluded. Exhausted, players dropped to their knees as they heard the whistle. After going through such a hell of a session, almost no one had the strength left to stand upright. Sweat trickled down their face onto the grassy field, enriching the grass petals with their sweat. I know, you all are tired, but let's wait for a while to get the test results, said Akira, trying to console the players. The players didn't even have the strength left to object. Many couldn't even bring themselves to speak as they were panting heavily. Their heart rate was at an all-time high, and though they had ceased their actions, they could still feel their heart racing. However, a few of them still had the energy left to talk. "At least we could rely on their physicality," said one of the coach, satisfied with their performance. "Yeah, some of these players are so young, yet they can easily outperform the adults," one of the coaches said, hinting at Hiro and a few of the younger players. Meanwhile, Hiro was contemplating about his performance. He had performed to the best of his abilities. So, even if they were to be ranked, he should comfortably place in the top 3. But how accurately will the device record their data? It had him questioning. Then he swept his glance around him, observing the state of other players. Along with exhaustion, he could also see the concern etched on some of their faces. While sweeping his gaze, his eyes landed on Naoto. It was rather surprising to see him perform so well in the drills before. Despite being the second-choice keeper, he outperformed both Aya and the third-choice keeper. It was rather surprising to see him perform so well in physical drills. Though it wasn't a new thing to Hiro, it probably was pretty surprising for others. However, something had got him to contemplate. Shun might have a chance. In terms of physicality, Shun could even outperform Naoto despite being younger than him. So, if the keepers in the national team couldn't even defeat Naoto, it'd imply that Shun was superior to the keepers of the national team in terms of physicality. Hence, he believed that it wouldn't take long for Shun to make it to the team. But a keeper relies more on intuition and experience rather than physique. After all, it's the only position in the field where a player doesn't need to keep moving constantly. And in terms of reflexes and technique, he paled in comparison to the others. Thinking about the other aspects of goalkeeping, he immediately dispelled the thoughts in his head, shaking his head vigorously or not. However, as a friend, he wanted to believe in him. It's not that he hadn't been following his progress, but recently he could tell that he had started getting a bit cocky due to the fame. It had got him worried since he didn't want his friend to waste his potential. But after a recent talk with him, he confirmed his resolve to improve. So, he wasn't as concerned as he was before. Finally, after a short wait, Coach Nanami stepped forward holding his tablet. The result had been sent to his tablet. Even before he began to speak, players could tell that the results were out. So, despite the exhaustion, they forced themselves to stand as they began to gather around Nanami. Most of their breathing was still ragged, while most were still sweating profusely. Even so, everybody present on the field was curious about the results. "Cough, you all have done well. So, I want all of you to accept your result as it is. We still have the time to improve. So, don't get discouraged about the results," Nanami harumphed before proceeding to speak. At this moment, many players frowned. They could tell that the results were rather devastating. Otherwise, why would he try to console them, even before showing them the results? Those who had performed poorly felt their heart palpitating. The coach only announced the overall result by averaging the data they had collected from the players over several tests conducted just now. The list went as follows. 1. Hiro Takahashi, 91 out of 100. 2. Tatsuki Siko, 89/100. 3. Tamanaga Nagichi, 85 out of 100. And so on. It wasn't a surprise to others. Hiro clearly dominated the chart. Though it came as a surprise to Hiro, the numbers were rather high. To older players present on the field, it was quite astonishing for the youngest player to be rated so highly among all others. It was like a direct slap to their face. "You're telling me he's got an even greater physique than us who have trained in European ways? What load of bullshit is this?" They were furious. Though the elites had yet to arrive, they weren't someone that should lose to a child. "Coach, perhaps the result isn't accurate." "Yeah, coach, how could we play so low?" It hadn't even been a minute since Nanami announced the result. Then the older players started complaining about the result. Disgruntled, they weren't satisfied with the result. However, it was only the players belonging to the club outside Japan who were acting as such. The players from the home league, although a bit disheartened, weren't complaining about the test result. After all, most of the tests had been taken right in front of them, and they had witnessed the marvel of Hiro. Yet they were shamelessly complaining about the authenticity of the outcome. It was as if the coaches had forged the results to favor Hiro. There's no problem with the report. It's totally just, Nanami clarified confidently. Later we'll send you your test results and individual attribute scores to your phone. You all can analyze it yourself. Until then, I don't want any of you complaining about the result. You got it. Chapter 473, Friends and Foes. While clarifying, Nanami indignantly swept his gaze, glaring at the players who were making the fuss. The dissatisfaction regarding the result was evident on the faces of some senior players. Yet when they heard Nanami's words, they couldn't bring themselves to pursue the matter further. Albeit a little reluctantly, after they heard Nanami's clarification, they quitted down. Though it didn't bother Hiro. All along while they raised the issue, he remained indifferent to the fuss. He simply stood there with his mouth shut. Then, as the grumbling died down, he turned to look at Hiro. The knot in his brows loosened as he turned to look at him. Though he didn't say anything, Hiro could feel the concern hidden beneath those eyes. He could tell that he must have been worried for him. Well, if only he knew that their retaliation hadn't bothered him in the slightest, perhaps he might be at ease. Nonetheless, as he met his eyes, he felt a little grateful to him for his concern. After clarifying, he dismissed. Just like that, the session came to an end. Naturally, after the earlier fuss, many players avoided him. Well, it was to be expected, as he had unintentionally earned a few haters on the field. Though they didn't show in their face, he could tell that a few of the senior players disliked him. And many young players weren't willing to get on the bad side of the senior players. So they started avoiding him as well. Even so, Hiro remained indifferent about it. They could avoid him all they want, for he wouldn't even bat an eye. If it was his fault, he wouldn't back down from apologizing. But he hadn't done anything wrong. So, why must he try to make peace with the players who disliked him for no reason? Also, how immature do they have to be for them to envy a child? The previous two from his groups whom he had lent a helping hand, though they couldn't muster the courage to thank him, nodded their head lightly before leaving the pitch as they silently displayed their appreciation. What were they dissatisfied about, huh? The test was conducted right in front of them, yet they dared to make a fuss about the result as if the coaches had favored Hiro. Tatsuki grumbled, glaring at the players who were causing a ruckus earlier regarding the result. Hearing his voice, Hiro glanced at him. Hiro could vividly see the irritation on his face. If not for the presence of the coach, he wouldn't have held himself from confronting those bunches earlier. It wasn't the only time that he had come to his aid. In the league, he had always been the first person to rush toward him whenever he was confronted with the mistreatment of the opposing players. So, his coming to his aid wasn't anything surprising. But what was surprising was the sheer number of people who supported him. It wasn't only Siko and Naoto who stood by his side. Other players such as Kenji and Kaoru were also standing by his side. "Don't let it affect you, kiddo. You've done well today," Kenji said, trying to console him. "Yeah, you've performed well, Hiro." Even though he had earned himself some haters with his talent, he had also gained a few dependable allies in the team. Hiro's lips curled into a smile as he saw those people standing by his side. Even though their ignorance hadn't affected him, he still couldn't help but break into a smile upon finding people who supported him. After that earlier fuss, he had pretty much expected to be ignored. After all, he had already experienced such a moment before. So, it wasn't anything new to him. But what he hadn't expected was the support of so many people. He hadn't expected other players except Naoto and Tatsuki to stand by his side. So, it was rather surprising to see all these people standing by his side. Meanwhile, it was an entirely different atmosphere in the locker room. Those players who were dissatisfied with the result earlier were expressing their dissatisfaction with themselves. Earlier, due to the coach's intervention, they couldn't say much. But now that they were all alone, they couldn't help bickering Hiro's performance. Sure, he ran well, but he didn't perform that well in other tests. So, how the hell did he come out on the top? For sure, coaches are favoring him. They weren't bickering about Hiro's results just because they were envious of him. Beneath those agitated veils was a person who was afraid of losing his spot to a younger player. After all, it wasn't only Hiro who had performed well. Other younger players such as Tominaga, Kinta, and many others had performed equally impressive, outperforming many senior players. However, lashing out against the entirety of the younger generation wasn't feasible. So, they targeted the silent one. After Hiro remained silent despite the slandering comments thrown at him, it boosted their confidence further earlier, leading them to complain even more vigorously. Had he dared to speak, most wouldn't have anything to say. But precisely because he remained silent, they attacked him ferociously. It was like a group of hyenas teaming up against a lone alpha wolf. Many weren't unfamiliar with his talents in the camp. After all, many had been toyed by him in the league games. But who in their right mind would accept they paled in comparison to a 16-year-old? Their pride wouldn't allow them to acknowledge him. Let's just show that arrogant kid that he couldn't mess with the ones who have come before him. Yeah, we need to teach him a lesson. But would it be fair? I mean, ganging up against a kid? Isn't that cruel? While many were scheming against Hiro, one of the protesters appeared a bit hesitant. Though he was scared about losing his spot, he couldn't bring himself to perform such an underhanded method to a kid. The world has never been a fair place to live. The sooner he learns about it, the better. Amidst the ongoing hesitation, a sole figure emerged, his voice commanding, laced with malevolent intent. Plus, even if he doesn't get selected, he has many other opportunities lying before him. But for many of us, it might be our last opportunity. Chapter 474, Tension Off the Pitch. As they heard, everybody's attention shifted to the person who had spoken up. Earlier, while they had gone on with their rants, this individual had remained relatively silent. In fact, he hadn't even joined them earlier on the pitch. However, right now, none of it mattered. What he said immediately piqued their interest, making them forget about his lack of participation. This individual stood at a height of 5 feet 11 inches with a lean, athletic build. Possessing sharp, dark eyes and a clean-shaven face, he often wore a friendly smile on his face. He had a rather gentle appearance. Even now, upon looking at his face, one might wonder how someone could speak of something so devious with such calmness. But they weren't unfamiliar with this person. After all, he was one of the few players from the club outside Japan. With multiple caps under his name, he was sort of like a legendary figure in the national team. He went by the name Daichi Kurosawa. Having won the Swiss Super League multiple times with his club FC Basel, he was sort of a celebrity figure in the team. However, precisely because he played for a club outside the top 5, his popularity wasn't as high. But among his peers, he was pretty well known. Exactly, we need to teach him that the world isn't so simple. After hearing him, one of the senior players roared. Soon, everybody came to a unanimous conclusion. As for Daichi, he quietly faded into the background. He didn't participate further in their cause. It was as if those were the only words he was planning on saying. Nonetheless, it triggered those players who were momentarily caught in a dilemma. If not for his intervention, mostly they'd have forgotten about it. But due to his intervention, their resolve was more resolute than ever. Just then, while they were still active, other players who had nothing to do with their cause arrived in the locker room. It was Tominaga, another player who was solitary by nature. Tominaga directly barged into the room, unbothered. He didn't even glance at those bunches who were being quite loud. The appearance of Tominaga startled the bunch. It would be a problem if their intention were to be revealed. Hence, upon noticing him, immediately they shut their mouth. They pretended as if they were simply having a conversation to deceive Tominaga. Well, even if they were planning something devious, it didn't concern him. So, Tominaga willingly avoided those bunches. While the bunches were still cautious of him, he changed his attire and left the locker room, acting as if their stares didn't bother him in the slightest. Finally, as he left the room, those bunches heaved a sigh of relief. Did he leave? He didn't hear our plan, did he? Although they were quite relieved now that he had left the locker room, they were also worried about him overhearing their plan. That's why they couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, if he were to reveal what they were talking about in the locker room to the coach, calamity would befall upon them. And for such obvious reasons, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Let's be optimistic about it. Even if he did hear it, why would he care? After all, his relationship with Hiro isn't great anyway. In fact, we'd be doing him a favor by eliminating him. A moment ago, at least they were trying to hide their intention. But now, they were openly discussing it. They also had the audacity to justify their actions. If such talks were to find their way to the ear of the coaches, it wouldn't end well for those bunches. Moreover, if it were to be known by the public, only God knows what awaits. As for Tamanaga, though he hadn't managed to hear everything, he had heard the mention of Hiro, and from the earlier fuss, he could tell that they were planning to obstruct Hiro's progress. He could tell that they were up to something. But why would he care about it? Whatever they intended on doing, it had nothing to do with him. Hence, he turned a blind eye to their gesture. After a while, Hiro and the rest walked out of the pitch as well. Though Hiro didn't wish to get involved in any troubles, the same couldn't be said to Seiko. He was hot-headed after all, but he was also professional. His personality was rather mysterious. Like he was a troublemaker, but he knew where to act smart as well. The respect he had for the coaches was unprecedented, and so was his work ethic. If somebody came finding trouble with him, he wouldn't step back from getting his hands dirty. But if somebody came extending their hand for a handshake, he wouldn't step away from taking the person's hand either. A friend for a friend and a foe for a foe. That would be the correct way to define him. I'm telling you, don't find unnecessary trouble. On their way to the locker room, Naoto kept on reminding him to avoid unnecessary troubles. It's not that he didn't care for Hiro, but he didn't want either of his friends to get kicked out because of some minor misunderstandings in the pitch. Hence, he kept warning him repeatedly. Hiro wouldn't get provoked easily, so he didn't have to worry about him. But Tatsuki was a different case. It wouldn't take much to provoke him. So, Naoto was rather fearful that he might get into trouble. Arriving into the locker room, they were greeted with the sight of those bunches who had openly expressed their dissatisfaction a moment ago. Tatsuki was disgusted by their sight. Though he had shared the same field with those bunches, he never truly liked those bunches. Some of them acted quite haughty even during his earlier days. So, he had come to dislike their personality. But having been forced to share the same field, he was forced to adapt. That's how he adapted. To the team. Though he was disgusted by their sight, he wasn't someone who willingly got into trouble. Also remembering the words of Naoto, he avoided them and proceeded with his task. Chapter 475, Authority. Those bunches, despite having left the pitch quite earlier, still lingered around the locker room. It was as if they had intentionally stayed behind to find more trouble with Hiro. Well, earlier they had been cut short due to Nanami's intervention. So, seeing those bunches hanging around in the locker room wasn't surprising. As he had done earlier, Hiro completely ignored their presence. And so did his friends. They weren't impulsive enough to find trouble. But the same couldn't be said about those bunches. They shared a different feeling. After all, the matter from earlier was still far from over, and they were still hung up in it. However, just when they were about to bring up the matter again, Kenji made his presence. Seeing him, all of them kept to a halt. Though he wasn't anybody special, he had quite the reputation in the team. After all, he was one of the veteran players on the team. And if he were to speak this matter to the coaches, it wouldn't end well for them. Smiling, he addressed those players who were scheming against Hiro a moment ago. You guys are still here? What interesting thing are you guys talking, huh? How were they supposed to respond? They couldn't possibly tell the truth. So, his question made them feel slightly uncomfortable. You guys aren't still upset about the result, are you? Seeing their unresponsiveness, he took the initiative to address the issue. No. Why would we be upset about such a small matter? They nervously denied his claims while forcing a nervous smile on their faces. Either way, he would retire soon. So why get on his bad side? That was the thought they had in their mind. Hence, despite his poking questions, they could only bring themselves to smile. Hearing their response, Kenji brought in a laughter as he said cheerfully, that's great to hear. After all, we are a team. So, we shouldn't fight among ourselves. Then he walked to them and patted one of their shoulders. Being the older player in the team, we should set an example to the younger players. After all, It's our responsibility to guide these younger players. Don't you agree? As he concluded, he deliberately put more emphasis on his final sentence. More than a suggestion, it seemed like a threat. It was like if they answered otherwise, it wouldn't end well for those bunches. At this moment, it occurred to those bunches that staying here would only put them in danger. Though he appeared to have a neutral stance regarding the issue, he leaned more toward Hiro's side. They could tell. But what they couldn't tell was when Hiro gained his favor. Just when did he gain his favor? It hadn't been that long since he met him. So, when did he befriend him? Staying there any longer would only put them at a disadvantageous spot. Hence they nodded their head in approval as they tried to squeeze out of the room. Indeed, you're right, Kenji-san. We're sorry about the earlier matter, Hiro. Yeah, please forgive us. How could they be so shameless? Do they not have any ounce of pride? Until a moment ago, they were criticizing him. They were even planning devious measures to eliminate him. Yet now, under the pressure of someone with more authority, they were shamelessly apologizing to him without any guilt. It was quite surprising to see them apologize. But what surprised Hiro wasn't their apology, but the authority of Kenji. Just a few words from him had brought them to their knees. Was he the same person with whom he was conversing casually some moment ago? Though Kenji appeared quite gentle and amicable to others, it wasn't the case with those bunches who were facing him at the moment. To them, he was rather domineering. That's how teammates are supposed to bond, Kenji remarked, smiling. After apologizing, those bunches immediately ran away. They were like dogs running away with their tail tucked behind. As they ran away, the players left behind couldn't refrain from their laughter any longer. Hence the locker room burst into laughter. Did you see them running away? Ha ha! It was so hilarious. Exactly, ha ha! They were like, please forgive us, Hiro. Ha ha! Tatsuki and a few others began to make fun of them. As for Hiro, he kept a poker face. It didn't matter to him whether they apologized to him or not. After all, he could tell that their apology wasn't even genuine. But it was a little hilarious to watch them ask for an apology. While the locker room was still cheerful, Kenji approached him, wearing a gentle smile on his face. Then he looked at him complacently, his smile fading away. Be careful, kiddo. They'll definitely come after you, he said in his husky voice, his tone laced with concern. Though he didn't need him telling something so obvious, nonetheless he appreciated his concern. Thus he nodded his head deeply before thanking him for stepping up for him. Thank you. You don't need to thank me, kid. Just watch out your back, he said concernedly in a low whisper. For some while the locker room remained chaotic as they laughed and joked. Then as they got dressed, they left the locker room together, heading for the shower. After getting to his room, Hiro immediately opened his phone. He had been planning on analyzing the final data from the test. But due to the earlier fuss on the field, he couldn't bring himself to do so. But now that he was all alone, he finally had the time to analyze. I wonder how accurate the results will be, he murmured, his eyes glistening with excitement. While there were people who were scheming against him, here he was excited about the test result, completely unbothered by the ill motive of people around him. It was quite ironic to see him so carefree. Well, it would have been rather concerning if he were to get worried over such matters. After all, he was the type of person who got excited over matches and training. So, him remaining so cool-headed wasn't anything new. Chapter 476, Childish Wishes. Shifting his focus to the test results, he began to analyze his results. As mentioned by the coaches, it was rather detailed, highlighting individual attributes to the fullest. However, he wasn't intrigued by miscellaneous attributes. After all, it was rather hard to measure those stats. But the physical characteristics should be pretty accurate. Acceleration, 96. Ball control, 89. Balance, 83. Stamina, 89. Reaction, 87. Those numbers were quite impressive. So, he couldn't help but marvel. Even by international standards, one could tell it was impressive. Especially the acceleration, it was ridiculously high. Just how impressive one needs to be to achieve such impressive numbers. What are these numbers? Am I really that impressive? Hiro murmured perplexingly. There could be faults in the data. After all, athlete insight was still in development. Even so, weren't his numbers ridiculously high? Even Hiro was finding it hard to swallow. Those numbers were near perfect numbers. Shaking his head, he proceeded to compare the given data to the ones provided by the system. Just as he willed, a holographic blue panel presented itself in front of him. Name, Takahashi Hiro. Age, 16 years, 167 days. Position, attacking midfielder / winger forward. Club, Kawasaki Frontale. Overall, 85. At the top of the page was his personal information. Though he played mostly as an offensive midfielder, he was rather versatile. He could play almost any offensive position on the field. Yet, due to his personal preference, he hadn't explored the other positions. And most of the coaches had yet to figure out his versatility. However, at the moment, he wasn't interested in any of this stuff. What he was interested in was his stat. It hadn't been that long since he checked his stats. So, he was rather confident in finding some huge margins between the data collected by the athlete insight and the ones from the system. Attribute. Finishing, 87. Shot power, 88. Positioning, 85. Dribbling, 89. Acceleration, 92. Ball control, 88. Balance, 82. Stamina, 85. Reactions, 86. The list went long. The reason why he wasn't rated ridiculously high was because of his defensive stats. If he was rated based on his offensive stats, his overall rating would easily exceed 90. But for a 16-year-old to have such great numbers, it was rather miraculous. One could say that he was more than ready to take on the world stage. Probably, it was the reason why he was dazzling the home audience in the league games. Going through his stats, Hiro nodded deeply. Though the results from Athlete Insight weren't precisely accurate, it wasn't entirely off either. The results were like 90% accurate. To be able to calculate such accurately despite being in the development phase was rather commendable. If given time, it could precisely record the data. Mesmerized, he couldn't help but admire the genius mind of Dr. Tanaka. Whoa, I knew that he was amazing. But seeing the result with your own eyes, you can't deny his genius. If I continued to develop at such a pace, would I be able to become the highest-rated player in the world someday? Going through his stats, he couldn't help but wonder. I wonder, how much will I be rated in next year's EAFC game? Though he wasn't the type of person who was interested in video games, after going through his stats, he couldn't help but ponder his ratings. After all, it wasn't possible this season due to his late debut. Though he was available in the game, he hadn't been rated high enough as he still played in the youth team. Well, to be part of such a popular game, almost every player wishes. And every player wants to be rated high. It was true for Hiro as well. After all, it wasn't possible in his previous life. So, he wanted to fulfill this petty wish of his in this life where he could be rated among the best. Previously, he had simply wanted to compare the two stats. But now his mind was wandering everywhere. His thoughts were running loose. Just like this, while pondering about different things, he fell asleep after a while. Time slipped like the sand from an hourglass. Ring, ring, ring. Early in the morning, he woke up at the sound of the alarm clock. Yesterday had been quite an exhausting day. So, if not for the alarm clock, he wouldn't even bother opening his eyes. Though he could audibly hear the sound of the alarm clock, he couldn't bring himself to open his eyes fully. It was as if his eyelids were glued. Despite sleeping soundly for more than 8 hours as he woke up to the sound of the alarm clock, the found his body aching. His entire body was bulging, making it harder for him to lift his body. Considering the rigorous training session they had suffered, it was no wonder that his body was sore. He could vividly feel the pain. Grumbling, he stretched his hand, trying to turn off the alarm clock. But he had placed the alarm clock far enough for his hand to reach from his bed. Well, it was he who had placed it that far in the first place so that he couldn't make excuses to get some. Akstronop. To reach the alarm clock, he would need to walk to the clock. If not, it'd keep on ringing, making it extremely unbearable to sleep. Usually, he would wake up at the first sound of the clock, or even before the ring of the clock. However, due to the excessive training he had done yesterday, it was extremely difficult for him to move his body. "I don't want to wake up," he cried out while covering his ear. After all, he had more than an hour left to show up to the training, so he could have simply chosen to get some extra minutes of sleep. "I'll just skip it today." The pain was unbearable, while the pleasure of sleep was undeniable. So, he even had the thought of skipping the personal training to get some more sleep even, though he had slept more than 8 hours. Chapter 477, Tominaga's Growing Restlessness. Even so, it'd be quite difficult to remain asleep amidst the discordant ringing. Hence, he forced himself to wake up. Sleepwalking, he made his way to the alarm clock. His eyes were barely open, due to which everything around him felt quite fuzzy. But when he was just about to shut the alarm, all of a sudden, a feeling of uneasiness washed over him. After snoozing the alarm, he was planning on heading to bed again. Yet for some reason, just as he was about to hit the snooze, his eyes startlingly opened wide. "I'm already up, yet why am I thinking about going back to sleep?" Dazedly staring at the alarm clock, he questioned. "I'm making excuses, aren't I?" It wasn't the only time he had the thought of skipping training. Either from exhaustion or lack of motivation, he had such thoughts in the past. After all, only a freak would enjoy busting their ass on the training repeatedly. If even great players aren't immune to such problems, then who is he to complain? The only way to cope with the problem is to take action. Right now, a conflict was raging inside him. A part of him wanted to rest, while the other part of him was urging him to take action. It was like two different voices were echoing in his head. Finally, after a while, he struck the snooze button of the alarm clock and ended its discordant chime. All of a sudden, it got eerily silent around him. The silence, coupled with the conflict inside his head, was quite overwhelming. If he remained any longer in his room, he might give in to the temptation of sleep. Hence, after hitting the snooze button, he immediately grabbed his bag and stormed out of his room. Having prepared his bag already in advance saved him the effort to pack his bag. As he stepped out of the mansion, a bone-chilling gust of wind struck him. That gust of wind thoroughly awakened him. Until a moment ago, he couldn't stop yawning while making his way to the field. Achoo! The cold gust that swept through him made him sneeze. The temperature shift was rather drastic. Until a moment ago, he was inside his room, wrapped under the cozy blanket. But now he was outside in the freezing cold. The sudden shift in the temperature was a little too overbearing for his body to take. Glancing at the darkened sky, he murmured, "It's getting quite cold." Then, before proceeding to the pitch, he rubbed some air in his palm to warm him. Upon reaching the field, he noticed a silhouette of a person moving along the field. Just like yesterday, somebody had already reached the field before him. But unlike yesterday, he wasn't in the dark. He was aware of the person on the field. Yet just to be sure, he squinched his eyes against the limited light on the field, trying his hardest to find the identity of the person. The person on the field was none other than Tominaga. A moment ago, he was hesitating to wake up, thinking of skipping the training. But now upon seeing someone training so early on the pitch, he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. Sure, he could blame his exhaustion for missing the session. However, who knows if he won't make another excuse. Do it tired, do it motivated, do it when you don't feel like doing it, do it anyway. You reap what you sow. Though seeing Tominaga on the field made him feel slightly guilty, he couldn't get caught up in it. After all, it wasn't a battle against anybody. So what if others train harder than him? So what if others are more earnest than him? The only one he should be competing against is him from yesterday. Shaking his head, he tried to shake the feeling of guilt that was gnawing him. As he did that, his eyes glistened while his frown unfurled. Then a subtle crescent blossomed on his face as he said enthusiastically, "Yes, let's start training, shall we?" Saying so, he got changed and hit the field with the ball. Tominaga tried his best to ignore Hiro. Yet whenever he looked at him, he kept remembering about the scheme of those bunches from yesterday. At first, he said to himself that he didn't care whatever happened to him. But the more he tried to ignore, the more it poked him. Irritated, he growled, "Why is it bothering me so much?" Even though he had been running tirelessly on the pitch, for some reason, he couldn't rid of the thought about Hiro from his head. With each passing moment, he was growing even more restless. Meanwhile, Hiro was utterly clueless about his growing restlessness. Performing his drills enthusiastically, he was more flared up than ever. Finally, Tominaga couldn't take it any further. Hence, he stormed toward Hiro. If it proceeded any further, it would only affect his training. What does he want? Seeing Tominaga in front confused him. Just why was he standing in front of him? Was he there to find some trouble with him? Knowing him, it wouldn't be entirely incorrect to assume so. Well, if he wanted to find trouble, then he was more than ready to take him. Bracing himself, he took the liberty of asking him first, "You need something?" Tominaga remained silent, hesitating to speak. Is he here to obstruct my training? Noticing his silence, he couldn't help but ponder. His silence was growing on him, making him even more skeptical about his intentions. Perhaps he wants to train together, but can't ask. Do you want to train together? Hiro asked politely. Yet still, he remained silent, which only made Hiro even more irritated than ever. Just what's with him? Is he really planning on obstructing my training? If not, why is he not speaking? Tominaga's silence irked him. Yet still, he kept his composure. But he was running out of patience. If he was simply present there to waste his time, then he didn't wish to get involved with him any further. You need to be careful, he blurted abruptly and stormed away. Chapter 478. Coach's Concern. That sudden warning left him perplexed. What has took place? Blinking his eyes, he blankly stared at Tominaga while trying to figure out his situation. For a while, he was at a loss of words. Only after Tominaga got far away from him could he bring himself to speak. What just happened right now? He muttered, his tone laced with confusion. All those hesitations to speak only that much? Wasn't it a little too excessive? Was it really that hard for him to speak? Sure, he could tell that Tominaga didn't have any favorable impression of him. But had he offended him so much that he had to hesitate that much to say something so trivial? There were many things that he couldn't understand. But it wasn't difficult enough for him to understand that Tominaga wasn't as much of a jerk as he had thought. After all, he had the choice to remain silent. But maybe there's some righteousness left in him. Seems like I've misjudged you previously. Thinking so, he smiled while looking at him. Then he went on with his training. After a little longer, other players began to show up on the field. Soon the once silent pitch got extremely lively. The training wasn't as intense as it was yesterday. It was probably due to yesterday's session. After all, high-intensity training needs to be done in moderation, otherwise it will lead to injuries. Hence, to avoid unnecessary injuries, the session today was rather lax. However, the mini-matches at the end of the training weren't as lax as it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a fun activity to help players loosen up and bond. But contrary to the expectation of the coaches, it proved to be rather detrimental. They played the matches as if they were competing in an international match. Their ferocity knew no bounds, as some of the players played quite roughly. Fortunately enough, it didn't lead to any injuries. But it was rather concerning since the target of most of the fouls was a sole player, Takahashi Hiro. It was as if they were deliberately targeting him. But when the team was reshuffled, those same players who were targeting him previously avoided him once they played in the same team. However, they were rather careful. They didn't openly reveal their intentions. Instead, they hid it under a facade by appearing cooperative at times. Even so, how could they fool Nanami's observant gaze? If it was that simple to fool him, he wouldn't be standing in his current position. However, despite catching the whiff of their intention, he remained silent for the entirety of the session. Well, it's not like he could force them to bond. Even if he tried to intervene, he'd only escalate the situation even further. But he couldn't ignore the unsportsmanlike behavior all the time. If he let them loose, then they'd only become even more daring. He had to confront the bullies. He had to come up with a plan to restore harmony in the team. If it continued, how was he supposed to lead the team in the Asia Cup? Though he didn't reveal any concern on his face, he was quite troubled at the moment. While the players were preparing to leave, he was standing on the sideline, complacently looking at the players. Should I just give them enough time to bond? After all, Rome wasn't built in a single day. So, it seemed the most practical option was to give the players time to familiarize themselves. But what if things don't work out? What if it worsens because he chose to ignore the matter? The team was divided. He could tell just from glance. In fact, it had been gnawing on him since yesterday evening. Since the dissatisfaction of the older players regarding the result of Hiro, a foreboding feeling had been gnawing at him. However, today his skepticism proved to be true as he watched the performance of his players in the training firsthand. Then he shifted his focus to Hiro. A feeling of pity welled inside him as his eyes landed on him. The boy was so talented, yet other players around him were trying to drag him down. If he was born in other footballing nations, he'd be treated with utmost care. Just like how Spanish players defended Lamine Yamal, he'd have been treasured for his gift. But despite being one of the brightest players on the team, he was being targeted by other players. Just what kind of grudge they had against him. Are you worried about him, boss? Akira asked after finding him staring at Hiro. Though Nanami had perfectly hidden his concern, he could tell that he was worried. Otherwise, why would he be so silent? Also, it wasn't only Nanami who had noticed the division. If one observed carefully, one could tell what was going on the pitch. And he was one such person who had been ardently paying attention to the session. Progressing on the pitch, Nanami's complacent look only solidified his suspicion. As he heard him, he immediately shifted his attention away from Hiro so as not to raise any suspicion. But he had already been found out. So, even if he tried to deny it, he couldn't avoid Akira. I've noticed their performance earlier. Though they passed the ball to him, they only played safe passes to him. I know it's not enough to suspect them, but I have analyzed their play style. So, I found it quite strange for them to be playing such lousily today. Akira provided his thorough analysis. It was exactly as he said. Nanami had analyzed the play style of almost all of the players present in the camp. So, he could discern if they were playing seriously or not. Hearing him, Nanami could tell that he couldn't hide it from him. Thus, while revealing a helpless sigh, he chose to speak the truth. Huff, it's exactly as you said. There seems to be some kind of conflict going on in the team. And as you've guessed, the target is obviously Hiro. I don't know what kind of conflict is taking place in the team, but I've got a favor to ask you, Akira. Can you help me identify the trouble? Chapter 479, Trouble in the Team. It was easier said than done, but Akira knew that this matter required immediate attention. Hence, out of concern for the team, he readily agreed to help him investigate the trouble. Don't worry, coach, you can leave it to me, Akira said confidently. However, it was merely a facade. Though he appeared confident, he wasn't. If he replied haphazardly, it would only add to Nanami's worries. Hence, he couldn't bring himself to speak the truth. Nanami slightly curled his lips and revealed a subtle smile as he heard Akira's response. Seeing the confident look on his face, he subconsciously began to have faith in Akira. His gut feeling told him that he could rely on Akira. Then I'll leave it to you. Saying so in a gentle manner, Nanami proceeded to leave. After he left, Akira's expression quickly changed. The smile on his face faded away while at the same time, his brows knotted into a frown. Frowning, he glanced at the leading figures of the players before sighing helplessly. Just how am I supposed to find the trouble now? Should I conduct a survey? Or should I install a hidden camera in the locker room? Different ideas popped into his mind as he began to rack his mind. However, neither of them seemed feasible to pull out. If he directly questioned the players, it might alert the bullies. It might also indicate that they lacked trust in the players. As for hidden cameras, it might take some time to figure out the problem. And they were lacking time. There was less than a week left for the friendly match against Georgia. If he couldn't figure out the problem by then, it might affect their performance greatly. So, he had to figure out an efficient method that required less time. But how was he supposed to find the problem? While he was contemplating the problem, Kenji approached him. Is something bugging you, coach? Kenji asked curiously. After seeing his weird gestures on the field, Kenji couldn't help but notice his distressful state. So, out of sheer concern, he couldn't help but ask if something was bugging him. It wasn't Kenji's intention to startle him. However, since Akira was so lost in his own thoughts, he wasn't aware of Kenji's arrival. Thus, when he heard him from out of nowhere, it startled him. He let out a startling scream. But it didn't take him long to compose his composure. Regaining his composure, he asked, "Oh, Kenji, did you say something?" There wasn't much age gap between the two, and the two were rather familiar with each other as well, so they didn't use any honorifics when conversing. "I said that you looked troubled," Kenji answered while maintaining a poker face. He paused just as he was about to speak. At first, when Akira heard Kenji, he was going to deny it immediately. But realization struck him just as he was about to answer. He realized that it was an opportunity to solve his crisis. Other players might not be available for the survey, but if he were to ask Kenji, a player part of the team whom he was familiar with, everything would become much easier. For sure, he knew the details of the ongoing crisis in the locker room. Seeing him pause in the middle of a conversation, Kenji couldn't help but wonder if everything was fine with him. Just why was he acting so weird? Is he all right? He stared at him concernedly, but didn't ask. Instead, he stood at his place, fixedly staring at him, waiting for him to clarify. Since he was behaving weirdly, he must be plagued with some troubles. The sight of Kenji conversing with the coaching staff didn't go unnoticed. The bullies, upon seeing him talking with Akira, their hearts started to palpitate. Did he notice our scheme? Is he complaining about our behavior to the coach? Their face darkened as sweat trickled down their forehead upon seeing the sight of Kenji conversing with Akira. Fear gripped their heart, preventing them from leaving the field. The more they conversed, the more their hearts sank. What will happen to them once they figure out their scheme? "So, you're saying that there's a dispute going on in the team?" After hearing Kenji's explanation, Akira asked, rubbing his chin. Nodding his head, Kenji countered, "Yes, so what will you do now?" Akira began to think deeply. The matter wasn't as simple as it appeared. After all, it included a lot of important players on the team. If it was a few insignificant players, he could have provided his judgment on the spot. But it included a lot of important figures. Also, he didn't have the authority to decide such a matter of importance on his own. It required much consideration and discussion, and it had to be dealt with swiftly without causing much harm to the team. Expecting a response from Akira, he stood still at his place, fixedly staring at Akira. He didn't require anybody to tell him that this matter was much more grave than it appeared. Though it seemed pretty simple, it wasn't. So, he patiently awaited his response. Finally, after much consideration, Akira opened his mouth. "Neither can we afford to ignore it, nor can we take immediate action. I think I'll need to consult with the manager before deciding. Until then, would you help me keep those bunches in check?" Well, he didn't need to ask him. Even if he didn't ask him, he was going to do that nonetheless. After all, he had grown fond of Hiro. So, he wanted to help him in any way he could. Nodding his head, Kenji replied with conviction, "You can leave that up to me. But you need to come up with some measures to solve the dispute as soon as possible. Otherwise, those bunches of tyranny wouldn't stop." Hearing such a response from Kenji, Akira felt assured. He could tell that he could count on him. Hence, he felt a little light after finding the trouble plaguing the team. Chapter 480, Nanami's Toughness. Those bunches watched the exchange between Kenji and Akira with growing horror. With each passing moment, they felt their limbs turning cold. They had made a terrible blunder by thinking that Hiro was an easy prey that they could pick on. But turn out, he wasn't a person they could afford to mess with. Just why did they have to get involved with him? Doubts began to surface in their heart as their face darkened with horror. Subconsciously, they turned to look at Daichi, expecting help. But Daichi didn't even bother to look at them as he proceeded to leave the field. Daiki, a muscularly built defender, frantically exclaimed, "I told you that we shouldn't do this at that time. But you lot didn't even bother to listen. I even mentioned to you all yesterday that he was supported by Kenji and others. But you lot still ignore my claims. Now, look at the consequences. How would I know if he had already made allies or not?" Kazuhiro responded, appearing as frantic as the others. Well, since they were the types to prey on the weak, it wasn't surprising to see them such panicked at the moment. After all, if their deed were to surface, it wouldn't end well for those bunches. And though they had convinced themselves previously, deep down they were fully aware that whatever they were doing wasn't correct. After that discussion with Kenji, Akira proceeded to leave the field. Immediately after figuring out the problem, he proceeded to Nanami's office to inform him about his findings. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Nanami, who was seated in his chair, appearing rather distressed, was startled by the sudden knock. It must be Dr. Haruki, he assumed. After all, it hadn't been that long since he left the field, so he could only assume that Dr. Haruki had paid a visit. For sure, Akira wouldn't locate the trouble so early. Yes, come in, Nanami said. However, the moment the door slid open, his eyes widened in shock. It wasn't whom he was expecting. Rather, it was the person he had least expected. Akira. Did he already figure out the problem? He couldn't help but feel a bit optimistic seeing him. However, no sooner had it crossed his mind than he immediately dispelled the thought. After all, it hadn't even been that long since he asked him that favor. So, how could he find out the problem so fast? Coach, I've completed the task, Akira said as he entered the room. You've what? Are you for real? It hadn't even been half an hour since I'd left the field. You're telling me you have already solved the riddle? A dumbfounded expression adorned his visage as he heard him. He found it quite unbelievable to even think. Was the matter really that simple for him to identify in a matter of minutes? Regaining his composure, he asked in a flat tone, So what did you find? There's a feud going on in the locker room, coach, and it's regarding the results of yesterday's test. Daiki, Kazuhiro, and a few others are upset about the results. Akira explained his findings. So, that's what's going on, Nanami murmured, understanding the gravity of the situation. I had more or less expected it to be the case. But who told you about it? For sure, he would have asked someone on the team. If not, how could he find out the problem so soon? So, he couldn't help but wonder about his source of information. Before proceeding to tell, Akira carefully closed the door. If anybody heard that about his helper, they'd probably label him as a snitch. So, he didn't want to sow another discord in the team. Hence, before revealing the name of his backer, he carefully checked the surroundings. Finally, after confirming that there weren't any people listening to their conversation, he proceeded to speak. I heard it from Kenji, coach. He said that there was some sort of disagreement in the locker room yesterday. I see. So it was Kenji, huh? Nanami muttered in a low whisper, complacently looking at his table. Coach, we need to do something about it soon. We can't allow such activity on the team. We need to take action. Akira sounded quite anxious, almost as if he was worried that the feud in the team would hamper the performance of the team greatly. But one could see his sincere concern for the team. He truly cared for the team. Hence, upon hearing him, Nanami heaved a sigh of relief. His expression lightened as he said in an appreciative tone, Thank you for the trouble, Akira. I understand your concern for the team, but you needn't worry anymore. I can take it from here. Hearing his pleasant voice, Akira felt a bit confused at first. There was such grave trouble plaguing the team, yet he appeared such calm. Just how was he able to remain calm in the face of such danger? Then, as the feeling of confusion lifted, his eyes glistened with marvel. He couldn't help but admire his ability to remain cool-headed in such a dire moment. Truly, he had the mentality of an elite. For some inexplicable reason, a refreshing feeling washed over him as he felt unusually calm. It was as if he was under the presence of a mighty tree in a scorching desert. Then he lowered his tone as he responded, Then I'll leave it to you, coach. Later in the day, Daiki, Kazuhiro, and a few others were summoned to Nanami's office. Though they hadn't been informed about the reason for the sudden call, it was evident to them that it must have been something to do with the matter regarding their trouble with Hiro. It wasn't hard to figure out that they were in trouble. But contrary to their expectation, when they got to Nanami's office, they weren't scolded by the coach. Neither were they threatened. Instead, he warmly addressed their concern and provided them with some counseling as if they were the victims. Stupefied, they could only hear him obediently. However, as they heard him, a feeling of guilt started gnawing on them. It made them wonder why they had done something so evil. Chapter 481, Squad Announcement. After talking some sense with the players responsible for the disruption, he proceeded to have some talk with the victim. After all, it must have affected him negatively. So he wanted to provide some moral support to Hiro. However, when he tried to speak with Hiro, Hiro's demeanor shocked him. Contrary to his expectations, he was doing completely fine. Just how can a child so young be so tough mentally? He couldn't help but ponder upon hearing him. There should have been some sort of discomfort or hostility in the least. But he neither held any hostility toward the bunches, nor did he feel uncomfortable about being the target of their malevolent scheme. It appeared that he didn't require any counseling. Though it relieved his worries, he couldn't help but marvel at Hiro's mentality. This exchange with Hiro was supposed to help Hiro, but it was he who gained some invaluable insight from this exchange. Still, he felt relieved after he talked with his players. It might be due to Coach Nanami's peaceful approach, but the matter was resolved peacefully. KKKKK? A week passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, it was the day of the announcement of the squad members who'd be taking on Georgia in Brazil. As for the unselected ones, they'd be heading home. The training camp had come to an end. As usual, players had gathered on the field. They were waiting for their coaches to announce the squad. Most of their complexion appeared rather pale. At the same time, some could be seen with their eyes closed almost as if they were desperately praying. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. An eerie silence had engulfed the pitch. Hiro, on the other hand, didn't appear bothered in the slightest. Enveloped by a layer of a tranquil aura, he was akin to a sage who had mastered his mind. Well, why would he be worried about the announcement? Only those who haven't performed well would worry. As for him who had performed well in the sessions, he had nothing to worry about. So, why would he get anxious? No, he wasn't being arrogant. It was simply his confidence in himself that prevented him from freaking out like the rest. Solemnly, he rolled his eyes as he silently observed the player's state. The tension on the field was palpable. Yet still, it failed to move him. Would worrying change the outcome? He couldn't help but think when looking at their distressful state. It'd only worsen your state. But we humans, instead of trying to solve the problem, like to overthink the problem. While pondering about the state of other players, he began to recall his performance in the camp. From this training camp, he had learned quite a lot. The knowledge he gained from this exchange wasn't limited to just techniques and skills on the pitch, but he had also learned a lot about the life of a footballer outside the pitch. So as he began to recall his experiences, a feeling of gratefulness swelled inside his heart. Just then, Coach Nanami, accompanied by his coaching staff, appeared on the field. Though the result was pretty much predictable, there was still room for some variables. So most of the players who appeared rather desperate at the moment were wishing for that variable. At once as they saw the figure of the coaches, anxious players, their faces paled even further. Their hearts sank while at the same time, an oppressive aura pressed down on them, making them unable to move or speak. The atmosphere of the pitch grew even heavier. Yet still, those confident in their abilities remained unaffected. "Good morning, everybody," Nanami greeted, trying to lighten the mood. He could vividly see the concern on their faces, and it did make him slightly uncomfortable when seeing their desolate faces. Well, he could have avoided seeing such a look on their faces by simply sending the announcement to their phone. But he didn't want to do that. If he did, that it'd be like disrespecting their effort. Only by telling them to their faces that they've all done well would it bring justice to their effort. He felt so. So even though their disheartened expression made him uncomfortable, he still maintained his composure. After all, he couldn't afford to show it on his face. Then he solemnly swept his gaze across the players before speaking in a flat tone. "I want you all to remember that it isn't the only opportunity. You'll get a lot of opportunities as long as you don't give up. So with that being said, I'd like to announce the result. Those whose names are called up, step forward." They could tell that he was simply saying those words to help ease their worries. But even so, it was like throwing a bucket of water in the volcano. It wasn't enough to calm their worries. Yet still they could only look forward to the announcement. Opening the slip of paper he held in his hand, Nanami began to announce, "Goalkeepers: Aya Matsuda, Naoto Miyashiro, Ryota Nakamura." Well, it wasn't much of a surprise. After all, the spot for the goalkeeper wasn't competitive enough to begin with. As their names were called out, they quickly stepped forward. Then Nanami proceeded to call the names of the defenders. Surprisingly, even Keira Sato was included in the team. The moment his name was called out, he froze in his place. A look of disbelief adorned his mature visage. He had been called up by the team for the first time. Yet, he had made it to the final team after competing with some of the best players in Japan. He simply couldn't bring himself to believe. Everything felt like a dream. So, despite the coach repeating his name multiple times, he simply stood frozen in his place. Though this halted the event slightly, he couldn't be blamed. After all, someone so old that two from a second division club breaking into the national team was a rare scenario. It had only happened a handful of times in the past. So, his shock was justifiable. He was simply overjoyed by the news. Chapter 482. Announcement continues. Though Keiru's performance had been rather impressive, Hiro held some doubts regarding his selection previously. But at this moment, he felt genuinely happy for him. A subtle smile adorned his visage as he heard the announcement. "So you've made it," he thought while looking at him. Keiru, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief on his face. It appeared that he was having trouble processing the news. However, it wasn't just him who had the look of disbelief. Many other players on the field were equally stunned at the announcement. Just how did he get selected? Sure, his performance had been impressive, but he was already nearing his 30s. In this generation of fast-paced games, he paled. Though his defending seemed rather impeccable, he was slow and inflexible. So against all those speedy ball-playing defenders, how did this old man come out on top? Their prejudice was mainly because he played in the second division. It had nothing to do with his ability. After all, despite the progressing gameplay, a defender's main responsibility is to defend. What use would a defender be if he can't defend properly? Sure, ball-playing speedy defenders had taken over the game presently due to the increasing intensity of the matches. But traditional defenders were still sought after even in this era of modern defenders. Awareness, defending, and courage. Any defender who possesses these abilities can be regarded as a top-notch defender. And though Keiru might not possess other abilities of a modern defender, he possessed all those qualities. There was no doubt about his defending abilities. After enough celebration as he came to his senses, he immediately apologized to the coach for his unresponsive attitude. It wasn't his intention to ignore his calls, but the excitement had simply outweighed him. Nervously, he glanced in the direction of Hiro. One of the major factors leading to this moment was Hiro's help. If not for his help, he might not have succeeded. Hiro had gone out of his way to help him. After the regular training session, he had helped him individually by dueling against him. From their past exchange, he had learned a lot from him. But it wasn't all because of Hiro either. Though he had helped him, if not for his attitude toward learning, it might not have been possible. After all, he was way older than Hiro. So precisely because he put his ego aside and kept his mind open, he was able to develop. It was his attitude toward learning that had allowed him to grow exponentially in such a short period. If he had rejected the criticism from Hiro simply because he was older than him, then he might not have grown into the player he was today. As he turned to look at him with eyes full of appreciation, their eyes locked. Hiro nodded his head as he raised his thumb, giving him a thumbs up. While the two were silently exchanging gestures of appreciation, Coach Nanami proceeded to announce the names of other players. Just what did the coach even see in him? If such a slow player can be selected, then why shouldn't I be selected? Though there were players who appreciated his effort and dedication, some players in the pitch right now were burning with envy. The more the announcement drew to an end, the more they grew envious. It was to the point that they subconsciously started blaming him for their elimination. Has the coach gone senile, selecting such second-division rubbish instead of a first-rate player like me? They had nothing but hatred against him. Yet while all those malevolent thoughts were swirling inside their head, they maintained a smile on their face outwardly. It was as if they were happy for him. If only one could read mind. Alas, Keiru was too generous to suspect. Having shared the same pitch and place for almost a week, he had bonded well with other players. At first, he was pretty reserved, but as days passed and other players began to open up, a sense of camaraderie grew in the team. But that's what he thought. However, it was merely a facade. The sweet talks, laughter, and many of the exchanges they had were merely a facade to fulfill their selfish desire. A lamb separated from the herd is the first one to get devoured. As the announcement proceeded further, many players' faces turned unsightly from envy. Rather than analyzing their shortcomings, they blamed the coaching staff for poor decisions and envied those who got selected. Hiro, on the other hand, was genuinely happy for those who got selected. If one followed the progress of the players in recent days, it wasn't hard to figure out the players that had the greater probability to get selected. And Hiro, who had closely monitored the performance of a few of the players close to him, had somewhat guessed the players. Though he couldn't keep tabs on everyone, he had kept tabs on those who had shown remarkable growth in this limited period. Finally, he was called as well. Takahashi Hiro, Kenji Fujimoto. Even though he had expected him to make it to the team, when he heard his name called out, his heart skipped a beat nonetheless. An intense feeling of elation welled inside his heart, making his heart beat faster. At the same time, he felt light for some reason. It was almost as if something heavy had been lifted off of his body. "Let's go, kiddo," Kenji, who was standing close to him, said, with a subtle smile on his face. Nodding his head, he responded with a smile before proceeding to step forward to join the players that had been selected. As for the reaction of the crowd, it was rather mixed. Most of them had almost expected him to make it to the team, so it wasn't much surprising for them to hear his name, while few contorted their face disdainfully. A look of disdain flashed on their faces as they sneered inside their heart. They weren't happy about his selection. Though they had expected him to make it to the team, it wasn't a pleasant experience for those of them who held a grudge against him to witness his success. Chapter 483, Sudden Outburst. An eerie silence engulfed the pitch as the announcement drew to a conclusion. It had left many visibly devastated. Despair gripped their heart as they stood still at their place with their head drooped. Many could hardly bring themselves to accept the reality. Had they not sweat enough? Had they not cried enough? Had they not tried enough? So why? Why were they not chosen? Questions of self-doubt emerged in their head as they began to question their ability. Soon those feelings of self-doubt changed into envy, and a burning rage overtook their body, making them clench their fist. Even so, gnashing their teeth, they stood still at their place. After all, making a scene wouldn't benefit any at the moment. They could throw a fit, but this would only affect their future opportunities. So they desperately tucked their rage within. At this moment, Hiro felt as if an invisible barrier separated the two sides, a side of the chosen ones and the other of the discarded ones. One side seemed much livelier, while the other seemed as if they were at their wits' end. It was the same with many other players. They couldn't help but feel aggrieved by the hanging faces of the remaining players. However, some remained indifferent about the failure of the players that failed to qualify. It was as if they were used to such a sight. However, the same couldn't be said for Coach Nanami. Maybe it was due to his inexperience, or maybe he had a soft side. He appeared rather disheartened. Looking at the sorry figure of those who were not chosen, a rather heavy feeling welled inside Nanami's heart, despite his early preparation. Before making his way to the pitch, he had prepared himself mentally so that he wouldn't break down. But even so, while looking at the sorry state of the remaining players, he couldn't help but feel a tad bit gloomy. Winning and losing are the two sides of the same coin. If there are winners, there's bound to be some losers. It was all a part of the game and a part of life as well. But only those can come out victorious who fight until their last breath. As they say, a winner is a person who never gave up. So though they hadn't been chosen presently, it wasn't the end. There will be many other opportunities. As long as they persevere, they will make it. After all, only they get to decide when to give up. Consoling himself, he tried to raise his spirit. After all, he still had things left to do. More like there was more he could do. He could have chosen to end this announcement quickly by dismissing those who were not selected. But he didn't feel like it was the right way to end the matter. Well, He was aware of the harshness of the real world. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to end the matter in that way. He felt that it'd be like mocking their efforts. Then he harumphed before speaking. Cough. First of all, I'd like to congratulate those that were selected. And secondly, I'd like to commend everyone who participated in the camp for their effort. You all have done well. So, you can be proud of yourself. Some of you might have not been selected today, but it isn't the end. Neither is it the end for those who have been selected. You all have much to do, much to face. It's only the beginning. The real test is yet to begin. It was the same try again nonsense he was spewing. So even though his intention was pure, it didn't prove to be a tad bit helpful to those who had failed. The atmosphere of the pitch continued to remain damp despite Nanami's efforts to cheer the players who hadn't made it to the team. Rather, it had a negative effect on the players. Instead of providing them assurance, it was like rubbing salt on their wounds. It was like saying your efforts were commendable, but it wasn't enough. Akira could only sigh upon noticing the unmoved state of the players in front of him. Well, if he were on the receiving end, he'd probably behave the same as well. He simply couldn't help but empathize with the sulking players. All of a sudden, Nanami spat on the ground. Tui. At the same time, a fierce light shone on his eyes. Furrowing his brow, he harshly criticized. Gave your best, my foot. For sure, you all wanted to hear those words of pleasantries. But the only reason that you are leaving home today is because you are weaker than the ones that are selected. All of a sudden, every eye turned to look at him. The sudden change in his tone stunned many present on the field. His words immediately grabbed the attention of all the people present on the field. Those harsh criticisms pierced like dagger, and many felt their heartache upon hearing such criticisms. What happened to the saint-like aura he illuminated a moment ago? Was he the same person who until a moment ago was trying to console the devastated players? The temperament with which he carried himself was completely different. The gentleness in his eyes was long gone. It was the same with his tone. It didn't hold a slight concern. But for some reason, many devastated players felt better this way. It was as if they wanted to hear the truth. And right now, whatever he was saying was fact. Indeed, it was because they were weaker than the selected players that they didn't make it to the team. It had nothing to do with their efforts. If you don't do well enough, someone else will outperform you. It doesn't matter if you're talented if you don't put in the effort. The same person whom you've underestimated before will outperform you if you don't put in the effort. Upon hearing such remarks, many turned to look at Karu, who himself was ardently listening to Nanami. Exactly as he said, earlier many could easily outperform him. Due to this, they had dropped their guard against him. Underestimating him, many didn't even think of him as a competitor. But now, he was on the side that was leaving for Georgia tomorrow while they were on the side that was leaving home. Their eyes twitched as they recalled the words of the coach. They couldn't help but relate. He had said a lot, but he wasn't done yet, even though he had conveyed what he wanted to say. Meanwhile, players were observing him sharply, listening to his words ardently. Chapter 484, A Trip to Georgia. Nanami slowly stepped forward, vigilantly sweeping his gaze across the faces of the remaining players. He could tell that his words had some effect on the players. Even so, he should end his speech before he spewed something stupid. So while he was still at the center of attention, he decided to end his speech. Any more, and it would start to sound insincere. For once, since he began criticizing, his tone softened. But as I've said before, it's not the end. You can either choose to learn from it or you can lament your weakness. The decision to change, it's all up to you. Earlier, they were muddled due to the frustration of getting left behind. But it was different right now. They could think more clearly due to the coach's criticism. Hence, when they heard his words of encouragement, they couldn't contain the energy that was surging to show itself. At once, it burst forth, rekindling the spark that had been smothered by the disappointment. It was exactly as said him. If they changed their perspective and thought of this moment as an opportunity to learn, they'd benefit a lot from this failure. Upon hearing him, a few of the bunches clenched their fists tightly, making a silent vow to improve themselves and challenge again. However, not everyone received the speech positively. Some still chose to blame the outside factor for their missed opportunity. After finalizing the squad, they boarded a plane for Georgia for their match against the Georgian team. The ride was comfortable, and they landed safely without any issues. Upon arrival, they were warmly received by their hosts. On the way to their hotel, Hiro couldn't take his eyes off the European architecture. It was his first time in Europe, and everything seemed surreal to him: the cobblestone streets, the charming houses with ornate balconies, and the ancient buildings that stood as silent witnesses to history. It wasn't only him who seemed fascinated by the architecture. Most who were seated by the window had the same gleam of fascination in their eyes. The scenery outside left them thoroughly enthralled. As for the veteran players, most maintained their composure as they kept a poker face. They acted uninterested and remained unfazed by the beauty outside. Ha ha ha. For once, Hiro seems like a normal teenager. Pointing at Hiro, Keiru spoke with a subtle smile on his face. I was once like them as well. Kenji spoke with a feeling of nostalgia. But you don't seem fascinated by the scenery outside. Perhaps you've already been to Europe before? While all those who had been to Europe for the first time acted interested, Keiru seemed unusually calm. So Kenji found it rather weird. Was it because he had already been to Europe before? He couldn't help but ponder. After all, when he got to Europe for the first time, he was similar to the players who were drawn by the beauty of the unfamiliar environment. So why was he different? Keiru let out a soft, nervous chuckle before responding. Ha! No, it's my first time here. Then perhaps it doesn't interest you? Kenji asked curiously. It was his first time in an unfamiliar soil. It's still, the scenery doesn't pique his interest. How could that be? No. Truth be told, I'm afraid that I'd lose my composure if I acted with too much interest. So, I'm trying to avoid sightseeing as much as possible. Keiru revealed his reason for avoiding the scenery outside. It wasn't that the beauty of the street outside intrigued him, but it was because he was afraid that he'd lose his composure. That's why he avoided looking outside. After all, what you can't see, you won't fear. So, he was simply afraid. Now that he clarified, it made a little sense to him. Well, it'd have been quite strange if he simply disliked the scenery outside. Even so, it was a rather unique response. So when he heard it, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Upon hearing his response, Kenji looked at him deeply. Since he was already mature enough by the time he left his country, he hadn't been such nervous. However, it was different during his younger days. Outwardly, you couldn't see any nervousness on Keiru's face. But from the inside, he was extremely nervous. If not for him telling him, Kenji might have never been able to figure it out. But now that he heard him, he could tell that he was simply trying to put a facade to hide his nervousness. After all, it was his first official match for the country. So, how could he not be nervous? Then what about Hiro? How could he act so normal despite it being his first match? He even had the leisure of sightseeing. Abruptly, his gaze shifted to Hiro. At this moment, Hiro seemed deeply absorbed in the scenery outside. Instead of nervousness, he had excitement written all over his face. He was like a child who had seen his favorite toy. Then his gaze turned to look at others who were representing the country for the first time. Their expression appeared rather dark, almost as if a dark shadow was looming over their head. Some were even chewing their nails. One could tell, simply from a glance, that they were nervous. Then again, his gaze shifted to Hiro. As realization struck him, Kenji's eyes widened while a cold shiver ran down his spine. Just what kind of mentality did this child possess? It couldn't be ignorance for sure. He could tell that much after interacting with him in the recent week. He's a monster. He thought that he'd figure out Hiro, but it seemed as if he had much to learn about him. As for Hiro, he wasn't aware of the gaze that was pointed at him. He was simply overjoyed to be here. The mix of old and new buildings, with modern shops nestled between centuries-old structures, the vibrant colors of the buildings, the greenery in the parks, and the bustling streets filled him with a sense of wonder. It all enchanted him, making him unable to take his eyes off. Chapter 485, World-Class Player. Soon they arrived at their hotel. The hotel was a beautiful blend of classic European design and modern luxury. The lobby was spacious, with high ceilings and grand chandeliers that gave it an air of sophistication. Players were then escorted to their rooms. As for Hiro, he had to share the room with an adult since he was still a minor. Hiro's room offered a stunning view of the city. He stood by the window, taking in the panorama of rooftops and spires. The excitement of being in a new country mingled with the anticipation of the upcoming match was creating a whirlwind of emotions within him. They really know how to build a city, standing by the window, Hiro said with a hint of excitement. Indeed, Europe has birthed some great architects in the past, Kenji said while unpacking his luggage. He had volunteered to share the room with him. Well, Naoto was more than ready to share the room with him. But since Kenji offered, Nanami appointed him as his acting guardian. After all, he was the one with the most experience on the squad. So, it'd benefit Hiro a lot if he were to be under his guidance. For a while, those two kept on conversing about the architecture and places in Europe. Since Kenji had been to a lot of places in Europe, he knew a lot about its architecture and history. The stories he heard from him further piqued his interest in Europe. But I must say, as a player, they'll like the enthusiasm of the fans, but there are some stadiums that I don't want to visit as an opponent. Are they that scary? Hiro asked curiously. It feels like a battlefield. Their jeers are so oppressive that you could barely think. Just how do I put it in words? It's just too intimidating. All of a sudden, while reminiscing his memories, he started becoming a little dreadful. It was as if he could still vividly portray those moments of nightmares. Hearing him, Hiro got even more curious. After all, he had heard about some of the famous stadiums that got its fame due to its home crowd. Without even Hiro needing to ask, Kenji could tell that he was curious about the stadium he was mentioning right now. You've heard about the Yellow Wall of Borussia Dortmund? It wasn't an unfamiliar term to Hiro. So, he readily nodded his head. The enthusiasm with which he was focusing on him, Kenji found it rather satisfying. So, he became even more enthusiastic to share his story. We were playing against them on their turf. From the moment we stepped onto the field, we were bombarded with the cheers of the fans. Though it wasn't a cheer meant for us. Every time we got the ball, we were booed until we lost possession of the ball. The onslaught lasted almost for the entirety of the game. Kenji spoke, his tone full of dread. Then he turned to look at Hiro. He could tell that he had grabbed his attention. A thought entered his head as he looked at him. How would you fare if you were in my spot? More than talent, what one required in such a situation was mental toughness. And he could tell that Hiro was rather resilient. So he couldn't help but wonder if he would have easily fended off the invisible pressure from the home fans. The two spent their time talking with each other. Kenji shared his experiences while Hiro ardently listened to him. However, contrary to Kenji's attempt of trying to scare him, it only made him more interested. Seeing such interest, Kenji couldn't help but look forward to the future of Hiro. The day this guy makes his debut, I'd like to see it firsthand. While they spent their time conversing, other players spent their time resting due to the jet lag. Even so, they were given a day off to recover. Arriving at the venue, Hiro slightly lifted the curtain, sneakily glancing at the venue. The venue was filled with fans clad in white and red. Even though it was a friendly match, a lot of fans showed up for the match. It might be due to their recent performances in the Euro, but those fans seemed unusually enthusiastic. Most were clad in the number 7 jersey. But the reason for their arrival could mainly be linked to a sole individual. Their national hero was partaking in the match. Hence, despite it being a friendly match, a large number of the audience had showed up for the match. Hiro, who was aware of the reason, wasn't surprised by the marching fans clad in white and red. Fans of Japan were rather rare. You could hardly spot any fans dressed in the blues. Going up against a world-class player nominated for the Ballon d'Or multiple times, Hiro was rather excited about the match. Even now, when seeing the flock of marching fans clad in the opposing jersey, he wasn't terrified the least. Contrary, he was excited to feel the so-called atmosphere of the home. Fans. Previously, he had heard from Kenji about his experience, and it had got him thinking if it'd be any different than the experience he had faced before. How would it feel to play in a stadium filled with opposing fans to its brim? Would it be as intimidating as Kenji had said? While Hiro was eagerly looking forward to the match, Hiro appeared unusually silent. Though he didn't reveal any emotions on his face, one could tell from his clenched fist that he was rather nervous. Sensing his unease, Kenji whispered, "It will be all right." As for most of the other players, they were pretty lax. Well, why would they worry? For many, it wasn't their first international game. They had already experienced such matches before. Rather, they were confident. As for their confidence, it was mainly because they believed they were the superior side. Chapter 486, Georgian Star. Though they had a world-class player on their side, in terms of squad depth, they were superior even without most of their core players. Also, they ranked much higher than their opponent. So, why would they worry about a side weaker than them? Sure, their recent performance had been outstanding, but even so, it wasn't outstanding enough to make them worried. Rather, many among the veteran players didn't even put much importance to this match. Their eyes were set on the match against Brazil. In their words, it was like a warm-up. Even for the coaching staff, it was a match to test their newly prepared tactics. However, it didn't mean that they were taking this match less seriously. They were as serious as they would be during the World Cup matches. In fact, the pressure on the coaching staff was rather huge. They lacked their core players. The squad was almost divided. Even worse, most were newly appointed coaches. So, as much as this match was a test for the players, it was also a test for the coaches. After a while, both sides entered the field for some warm-ups. At once as the Georgian players emerged, the crowd went wild with excitement. At the center of the attention was a man named Kvaratskhelia, a renowned footballer who had been nominated for the Ballon d'Or multiple times. The star player of the opposing side. The aura with which he carried himself was entirely different than the rest. It was akin to the aura of an emperor. Hiro's eyes fell on him as he glanced at the opposing half. Would it be a one-man show? Hiro thought as he watched him. He had been eagerly looking forward to meeting this man. The opposing number 7 was a great dribbler, a performer sought after by many top clubs in Europe. In many places, Hiro and he shared many similarities as well. Both relied on their explosive acceleration and creativity. It didn't cross his mind once that he could outperform him. Though he had the talent, how could he compare against someone who had already made his presence known? So, he didn't think about comparing himself with him. At this moment, while he was deeply looking at him, the opposing number 7 started walking toward their side. Upon noticing his movement, he couldn't help but worry that he had been caught staring at him. Was I too obvious? The closer he got, the more his heart raced. Why is he coming here? He couldn't help but attribute it to him. After all, he was looking straight at him. Nervously, Hiro tried to roll his eye away. Then, just as he rolled his eyes, he noticed Aya walking to the opposing side. Aya played for Bayern, while Kvaratskhelia played for Paris Saint-Germain. They had faced each other a couple of times in the Champions League, so it wasn't that shocking that they knew each other. Until a year ago, he had been playing for Napoli. However, only recently he had earned himself a big money move to PSG. Kvaratskhelia himself denied that it was for money, and said that he was intrigued by the project put forward by PSG in a recent interview when asked about his sudden move to Paris. But everyone knows that it's for the money. After losing Kylian Mbappé, Paris desperately needed someone to replace him, so they went on a signing spree, signing multiple players from various top clubs. Rumor has it that they even offered crazy money for the young sensation of Barcelona. The estimated amount amounted to more than £250 million. Just how many zeros are there in such a staggering amount? At this moment, while recalling the recent events in the world of football, subconsciously his eyes turned green with greed. Even he couldn't deny the allure of such a huge sum despite his love for the sport. It was even more amazing how Barcelona rejected such a large sum of money when they were going through a financial crisis. Well, rumor had it that in 2012 Chelsea had offered a staggering sum for Messi. But even at that time, they rejected the bid. Those weren't the only times they were offered such a lump sum of money for their players. Ansu Fati, Pedri, Gavi, the list could go on and on. Had they cashed in on their players, they would have easily exceeded the billion-dollar revenue. They only know how to reject. If only they were such wise when it came to signing, perhaps the club would have been in a much better situation right now. Thinking about the poor management of Barcelona, Hiro couldn't help but but shake his head dismissively. But why was he thinking all that stuff right now? That too, in the middle of a match, without even realizing his thoughts had derailed. So, he immediately brought his attention to the present. In front of him, Aya and the opposing number 7 were exchanging greetings. The way they carried each other when they spoke, it seemed that they were on amicable terms despite the two practically being enemies. Alongside Japanese, Aya could fluently speak Italian and German as well. If not for his ability to speak Italian, the two might not be able to converse so fluently. I don't see any Yamada or Endo, Kvicha said as he swept his gaze through the opposing squad. Then his tone got a little flat as he furrowed his brows. Or is it that you lot are underestimating us? Endo has picked an injury. So did Ito. The injury he had picked last season is affecting him negatively. As for Yamada, I don't know about him. Aya clarified, trying to reassure him. At this moment, he rolled his eyes, turning to look at Hiro. Then he confidently said, however, rest assured, we aren't underestimating. We have a quality squad. Upon seeing his confident smirk, the number 7 couldn't help but follow his eye. Chapter 487, Quest. Right at this moment, Hiro heard a sudden notification. Ding! A new quest has been unlocked. Leave a lasting impression on the opposing number 7. Upon completion, the host will be awarded a random talent of the opposing number 7. The grade of the talent will be determined according to the completion rating. On failure, the host will lose a few reputation points. The moment he heard the mechanical voice of the system, Hiro's attention was drawn to the sudden quest. He became complacent as he began to ponder about the information provided by the system. The system didn't state any criteria for the completion of the quest, but he could more or less assume that he had to deliver a flashy performance to mesmerize the opposing number 7 to complete the quest. After all, it only stated that he had to make a lasting impression on the opposing number 7. Though it sounded simple, it wasn't as simple as it sounded. If he were only required to deliver an outstanding performance, he could fully focus his attention on the game without worrying about anything else. But he was required to make a lasting impression on a single individual. For that, he would need to be in his presence at all times. However, if he concerned himself too much with him, it would probably affect his game. So although it sounded simple, it was a rather challenging quest. A talent from such a player. Pondering about the reward, he turned to look at the opposing number 7. Coincidentally, he was also looking at him. As their eyes met, he smiled at him. Is he smiling at me? Hiro thought, appearing rather perplexed, turning his head to look at other players around him. Most of his teammates were looking his way, but it seemed that he was indeed the one whom he was looking at the moment. Perhaps it had something to do with Aya. Maybe Aya had vouched for him. He couldn't help but ponder. After all, Aya was also staring at him with a smirk on his face. If that was the case, then it only made his quest more easier. After all, he required all the help he could get to complete the quest. Appreciating his assistance, Hiro smiled warmly, reciprocating the feeling of the opposing number 7. Despite being the center of attention of such an amazing player, Hiro wasn't intimidated. Is it confidence or ignorance? The opposing number 7 lifted his brows. He was taken aback by Hiro's gesture. That player appeared so young, yet unlike many other players on the field, he didn't seem nervous at all. He had noticed many players with a frown earlier. From their expression and gestures, he had deduced that many players of the opposing squad were pretty new. That's why he had walked to Aya to confirm his suspicion. To confirm his suspicion, he had intentionally provoked Aya earlier. Though his assumption proved to be true, he hadn't expected to see such a reaction from Aya. After all, even though they were ranked lower than Japan, right now, they were playing with their full force. But the opposing team was playing without their core players. Were they overestimating their prowess? It had gotten him a bit confused. Even now, he couldn't see through the appearance of Hiro, but his attitude had piqued his interest. He couldn't wait to find out how they'd fare with such a new squad against their fully packed squad that had led a successful campaign a year ago. Then his gaze turned solemn as he extended his hand. Aya took up his hand and shook it. Let's play a good game, he said amicably with a smile on his face. Aya's eyes glistened as he responded amicably while shaking his hand. Yes, let's play a good game. While turning to leave, he nodded at Hiro before joining his squad. Hiro appreciated his gesture as he nodded back before focusing his attention on the warm-ups. The crowd's energy was as energetic as ever. Even during the warm-ups, they didn't stop cheering. The presence of their players on the field was enough to fill them with elation. Though many fans were aware of the ranking of the two teams on the field, they were confident of their victory. As for the reason behind their confidence, it could be attributed to the venue. The game was being held on their home turf. So how could they lose with such a massive advantage? Plus, their players were performing really well in recent matches. So they believed that they would put on the same performance, even in this match. After the warm-ups came to an end, players of both sides headed back to the locker room. As for the fans, they patiently awaited the return of the players. In the locker room, players were preparing for the game. Some had already gotten dressed, while some were still in the middle of getting dressed. It might be due to the closure of the match, but some players seemed unusually tense at the moment. Even a simple task, as simple as tying laces, proved to be rather challenging for some of the players. As for Hiro, he was unusually calm. There wasn't even a hint of anxiousness on his face. His gaze, as sharp as a razor, looked straight ahead. At this moment, it was as if he was an entirely different person. His calm demeanor was no surprise to any in the locker room. After all, they had shared the same room for more than a week. As for the veterans, they didn't bother to look at him. To them, he wasn't an existence worth their attention. After a little while, Coach Nanami, accompanied by his coaching staff, entered the locker room. The look on their faces was rather stern. At once as they entered the room, many turned to look at them, while many didn't seem bothered by their appearance. Nanami then swept his gaze around the locker room. The scene at the locker room failed to surprise him. Chapter 488. Scene at the locker room. The scene in the locker room was a mix of tension and confidence. Well, it was the first international match for many, so the nervousness on their face was justifiable. So, Nanami wasn't overly concerned. Yet still, it was his responsibility to help ease the tension in the locker room. As for how they received his words, it depended entirely on his ability to convey. Okay, everyone, we've already gone through the tactics previously, but let me repeat it once more nonetheless. I've already talked about it in our previous discussion. We need to pay special attention to their attacks from the flanks. Nanami began to talk about their strategy. Even though they had already discussed the strategy before, rather than choosing to provide some motivational talks, he chose to rediscuss their strategy in hopes of diverting their attention away from the feeling of unease some were feeling at the moment. Plus, he wasn't good with words. So, it was the only method he could think of to help his players. Often they initiate their attack from the offense, and it could be attributed to their wingers. It wasn't a mystery to any present in the locker room that the opposing side possessed some great wingers in their team. So they didn't take long to understand what Nanami was trying to convey. At this moment, Nanami turned to look at a rather tall figure seated quietly at one of the seats and called out to him, "Tomiyasu, can I leave the opposing number 7 to you?" Tomiyasu, who played for Arsenal, nodded his head before replying with conviction, "Yes, coach." Hearing him, Nanami gave an approving nod to him before proceeding to further explain their tactics. He knew that he could count on him. So, he felt assured when he heard his response coated with conviction. After a while, as everyone slowly walked out of the locker room to participate in the match, he stopped Hiro on his track. "Hiro," Nanami called out to him. Upon hearing the sudden call, Hiro stopped on his track to look behind him. There he found his coach appearing as if he wanted to discuss something with him. Did he have something to say to him? If so, why didn't he speak of a moment ago? Maybe he wanted to talk something in private. Hiro was puzzled. Curious, he asked, "Yes, coach. Do you need something?" "No, I don't need anything from you," he was quick to deny. Then he nervously scanned his surroundings before asking him, "I just wanted to ask about how you are feeling right now. I know starting against such a team in a venue crowded with rival fans at such a young age can be intimidating." It just so happened that he was worried about Hiro. Well, even though he hadn't shown a hint of nervousness on his face, it was only natural for the coach to get worried. After all, it was his debut match for the national team. It would have been an entirely different scenario had it been on their home soil, but unfortunately, his debut was rather unfortunate. For such obvious reasons, he had even thought of starting him from a bench. But since it was only a friendly match, he wanted to observe how he'd fare with the pressure. He wanted to test if he truly was as tough as he appeared in the training. Even an adult would lose their temper in such an oppressive atmosphere, and he was only a child. Yet, despite his initial thoughts, he still couldn't help but worry about Hiro. After all, if he faltered here, it might affect him negatively. Who knows, he might even be traumatized. But the resilience of Hiro had convinced him to put him on the starting 11. At this moment, Nanami was like an open book. Thus, Hiro easily figured out his thoughts. He could tell that he was worried. "I feel perfectly fine, coach. Thank you for asking," Hiro replied politely with a smile on his face. Though it was a rather positive response, Hiro's response was a lot different from what he had initially assumed. So, he couldn't help but feel slightly baffled by his response. Was he really fine? Or was he simply trying to put a facade? Although Nanami had already figured out about Hiro's mental toughness, he still couldn't help but feel it was too good to be true. It was his very first match for the national team. So how could he be so calm? Was he really telling the truth? The main factor leading to his unsettling feeling was Hiro's age. Sure, he believed that age was nothing more than a number, and there were plenty of examples that proved it right. But some had also fallen victim to early stardom. So how could he rest easy? Yet when he conversed with Hiro, he felt a soothing feeling well up inside his heart. Be it the smile on his face or the way he talked, he couldn't help but put his faith in him. He radiated an aura that was unlike any he had met before. There was something about him that made him extremely comfortable talking with him. It was such an inexplicable feeling he couldn't comprehend. "Is that so?" he asked absent-mindedly after hearing Hiro. "Yes, sir. I'm more focused than ever and won't disappoint the trust you've placed in me, coach," Hiro said determinedly. Hearing him, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Subconsciously, he felt as if he could put his trust in him. For someone he heard him, a strange feeling of pride, almost as if he was watching his son succeeding in life, welled inside his heart, causing his chest to widen with pride. His eyes glistened with pride as he patted Hiro on his shoulder. "You've got this, kid." Though Hiro was happy to hear such warm words, he couldn't help but feel annoyed upon being called a kid. After all, he wasn't a kid at all. Even so, he was grateful for the trust the coach had put in him. So, he didn't retaliate despite his evident annoyance. Chapter 489, Early Attack. The stadium burst with energy as the players walked out of the tunnel. The cheer grew louder, while at the same time, many Japanese players of Japan felt an oppressive aura grip their hearts. Especially the new recruits. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Even though they had already experienced the stadium atmosphere, it was unlike before. If the previous energy of the stadium could be compared to a spark of lightning, then what they were experiencing at the moment could only be described as the rumbling of thunder. As for Hiro, he remained unfazed by the electrifying atmosphere of the stadium. The opposing side had the home advantage, but he couldn't be bothered by their advantage. After all, he had a quest to complete. So while walking down the field, he kept pondering about the quest given by the system. As they say, opportunity and danger go hand in hand. Though they lacked supporters on the field, it wasn't the case when it came to supporters off the field, as right now many people in Japan were watching the match with utmost focus. Especially people closely related to Hiro. Even Hiro's mother watched the match on the screen, despite her husband's condition. However, precisely because of her husband's condition, she couldn't bring herself to smile even when seeing her son on national colors for the first time. But ignoring him wouldn't do him justice either. After all, he had sacrificed much to be there. So as a parent, she at least had to watch him play. As the camera turned to Hiro, her eyes glistened with joy, but her face struggled to display the feeling that she felt. It was a moment of pride, yet she was unable to express her emotions. Joining her hands, she thought, just why God? You know how much Takashi had been looking forward to seeing his son represent the country. Yet today, when his wish is finally getting fulfilled, he can't even watch. Why are you so cruel? On such an auspicious occasion, why did a calamity befall her family? She was in turmoil as she felt a mix of frustration, grief, and joy. More than anything else, she felt utterly helpless at the moment. After a while, as both sides took their position on the field, the match began. Beep! Maeda initiated the kickoff by passing the ball to Rio. No sooner had the match begun than the opposing forwards started to chase after the ball. As for their wingers, they nimbly spread forward. Since they had the home advantage, they were in no rush to score a goal. Also, it was a friendly match, so aggressive pressing from the beginning wasn't needed. But Hiro had some other plans. Precisely because the opposing team was relaxed, he could catch them off guard by initiating a swift attack. So even before he got the ball, he signaled Tatsuki to go for the run. Then as he got the ball, he immediately lobbed it above the head of opposing players, launching straight into the opposing defensive third. Upon seeing the ball soaring above their head, many opposing players started to panic. Their heart raced as they tried to process the sudden charge. The game had only started, and it had only been 10 seconds at most. Yet he was already attacking. Isn't this too ridiculous? Their heart raced for a brief moment as they steadily retreated. However, upon noticing the trajectory of the ball, they became at ease. Many assumed that their keeper would easily collect the ball since they failed to see the acceleration of Tatsuki, so they slowed down their movement. If only they were vigilant, they might have noticed the rune-up of Seiko. Alas, they were too lax to notice the sprint of Seiko. After all, it hadn't even been that long since the game started, so why would someone play aggressively from the beginning? Soon the expression on their face changed as Tatsuki emerged in their line of sight. But no sooner had he appeared than he disappeared as well. Watch out! Many exclaimed in fright as they tried to warn their teammates. Upon noticing him, some of the opposing players tried to stop him on his track. But he was too tricky for them to stop. Tatsuki snaked his way around the players, skillfully evading every obstacle coming his way. The opposing keeper was in a dilemma. Should he leave his post to clear the ball, or should he trust his defenders to do the job? It wasn't only the opposing keeper who was in a dilemma. It was the same with the opposing defenders as well. Since they had been caught off guard, they were having trouble deciding whether they should withdraw or wait. Amidst their confusion, Tatsuki moved like a breeze as he made his way to the opposing defensive third without losing his momentum. Though he had changed his direction multiple times to avoid the opposing players, he hadn't lost his momentum. There were instances when opposing players tried to intentionally bump against him to stop him, but he was like a slippery eel that couldn't be caught. As the ball descended, Tatsuki controlled it flawlessly. At this moment, he was at the edge of the penalty box. The angle to shoot from there was rather tight, but he noticed that the keeper was rather dispositioned. Should he shoot immediately, or should he try to find a better shooting angle? If he delayed, he would most probably lose this opportunity. But if he couldn't shoot accurately, then also he'd blow this chance away. Worse, he had to take the shot with his weak foot, but he could sense the opposing defender right behind him. So if he delayed any further, he might probably lose the ball. Even though he had managed to control the ball, he wasn't in a favorable situation. Immediately after controlling the ball, he stretched his leg to shoot the ball. The opposing keeper was dispossessed, so even if he tried to save the ball, he wouldn't make it in time. With that thought in mind, he shot the ball. The ball, as it left his feet, glided straight toward the post, unimpeded. Chapter 490, Early Goal. The opposing keeper made a desperate leap, trying to reach the ball despite his unfavorable situation. Even so, he failed to land a touch. Upon seeing the scene on the field, many in the stands grew anxious. Their heart thumped while their expression turned sour. Swoop! The stadium that had been bursting with energy until a moment ago became eerily silent as the ball glided inside the post. Their hearts sank as a feeling of shock gripped their heart. Just what took place on the field? Many players on the opposing side had a look of disbelief on their faces. Everything happened so fast that they couldn't even bring themselves to react. While those who had failed to stop Tatsuki seemed quite dejected. On the other hand, Hiro and his teammates began to celebrate. It had only been a few seconds since the start of the match, yet they had already taken the lead. A feeling of euphoria washed over the players of Japan. Especially Tatsuki, his feet were in the clouds. However, due to the limited number of Japanese fans, he could only celebrate the goal among themselves. While they were busy celebrating, Kvicha's gaze fell upon Hiro. Though it was Tatsuki who had scored, he knew that it wouldn't have been possible without the help of Hiro. Despite the simplicity that through pass seemed so unreal. Just how daring was he to execute such a move with such confidence? It was almost similar to the one he had seen previously once. To execute such a move wasn't an easy feat. Fortunately, it was only a friendly match. Otherwise, their reputation would have taken a hit for sure had it been in an official match. They'd be labeled as the nation to concede one of the fastest goals in the history of football. Was it a fluke or was it our ignorance? He thought, complacently staring at Hiro. Despite the brilliance behind that pass, he was reluctant to admit that it was pure skill. Yet still, one thing was becoming clear to him. They couldn't play safe just because it was a friendly match, or else they'd be humiliated. Their celebration didn't last long due to the limited number of fans present at the venue. So after celebrating for a little while, they returned to their position to resume the match. Less than a minute, and the home side were already trailing. This dampened the mood of the home fans a little. But precisely because they had a lot of time remaining, they were still optimistic to level the score. Beep. The match resumed as everybody assumed their position. The opposing players appeared much more vigilant than ever after conceding such an embarrassing goal. For sure they had learned their lesson. Carefully treading their way, they tried to level the score. Even so, how would the Japanese players make it easy for them to accomplish their goals? Their every effort to equalize was thwarted by the Japanese players. It didn't matter whether they struck them from the flanks or center. As for their star player, Tomiyasu delivered on his promise as he pocketed him. Tomiyasu wasn't particularly strong, but he had an uncanny ability to read the game. Relying on his ability, he put a stop to the opposing number 7. As for Hiro, he fully made use of his newly acquired talent to its fullest. Mostly operating in the center of the pitch, he fully covered the midfield area. He wasn't particularly good at defending, but relying on his newly acquired talent, he made many successful steals throughout the first half. Previously, defending had been his weakest link, but right now it seemed that he had found something to cover his flaws. Well, he wasn't required to defend in the first place, since he was an attacking midfielder. But as a midfielder, defending was still one of his responsibility. If only he was a striker, it wouldn't have been an issue. But he was a midfielder, so he was required to participate in the defense as well. On the sidelines, Nanami had a rather satiated expression on his face. Though his team hadn't been able to score another goal, he was satisfied with the improvement of Hiro. You stayed true to your words, he thought, while recalling Hiro's earlier words. Though he was feeling quite elated with Hiro's progress, he didn't show it on his face. After all, he decided to start him. Despite his talent, many were against starting him due to his age. But he had put his trust in him, and right now he only proved it right. I was indeed right to start you. Almost 40 minutes had passed since the start of the match. But after that early goal from Japan, neither side had managed to score. And the score had remained 1 o'clock until now. Just then, in the 42nd minute of the match, Hiro once again made a brilliant steal after calculating the play of the opposing players. To many, it seemed like a blunder from the opposing player. But if only they could see what's on Hiro's head, they would know that it wasn't a blunder, but a calculated tactic. The shocking part was that it was Kvicha who had given the ball away. It was supposed to be a thorough pass to one of his teammates. But how did he calculate where he was aiming? It wasn't as simple as a steal. Without knowing how to position himself, it would have been almost impossible to steal. So, he must have waited for him to make the pass. Upon finding the ball stolen, Kvicha panicked as several thoughts flashed past his mind. But he immediately composed himself as he tried to right his mistake. But if only he knew about Hiro's trump card, he might have thought differently. However, since he was unaware of Hiro's trump card, he made a grave mistake by rushing to him. He had predicted that he could win the ball back by sprinting onto him. But he wasn't aware of Hiro's acceleration since they didn't have any records of him. They had studied other players, but not him. Chapter 491, One-Man Show. Many showed an expression full of shock as they witnessed the mesmerizing acceleration of Hiro on the field. The way he sprinted was unfathomable to the naked eye. Their number 7, who was one of the fastest, couldn't even compare against him. Storming his way to the opposing half, Hiro was accelerating an unprecedented speed at the moment, leaving many bewildered and panicked. At most, after stealing the ball, they had expected him to make a pass. But it hadn't crossed anybody's mind that he would instead start accelerating. Was he out of his mind? After all, he was sprinting all the way from his half. It would have been a different scenario if he was open, but he had several obstacles in his way. Almost the entirety of the opposing players leaving their attackers were concentrated inside the opposing half. So what was he trying to achieve by sprinting all the way from his half? Soon, Hiro encountered his first obstacle in the form of the opposing center mid. However, he evaded his first obstacle with ease. But he couldn't rest easy, as no sooner had he dribbled past the opposing center mid than another midfielder showed up. At the same time, another midfielder showed up as well. The two ganged up on him and imprisoned him. Simultaneously, they swept their legs, attempting to snatch the ball away from him, while at the same time they pressured him. Yet despite their repeated assault, he didn't give away the ball. It was as if the ball was stuck in his feet. Many of his teammates came to his aid, while opposing players tried to stop him. However, Hiro remained adamant about keeping the ball as he refused to pass. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass, but he couldn't locate a space to pass. His teammates might not be aware of it, but they weren't actually free. But they didn't see it that way. They simply thought that it was his selfishness. Pass. Pass. Many of his teammates cried out loud for the pass. They were pissed. The only route that had been left open was behind, but if he passed back, it had probably put an end to the attack. So, he was adamant to pass the ball. Somehow, he had to get out of their entanglement. That was the only way, he concluded. Also, why was only the back open? It was as if they had purposefully left the back open. For a while, due to their repeated assault, Hiro struggled to keep hold of the ball. But if it only took their strength to stop him, then he wouldn't be trying in the first place. With a few flashy tricks, Hiro finally got through their entanglement. Apart from one of the defenders of the opposing side, most had maintained a safe distance from him so that they could keep other players in check. Hence, after getting past the entanglement of those two midfielders, he had only a sole defender to worry. But it was clear from the recent progression that Hiro wasn't an easy opponent. Not only did he possess explosive acceleration that allowed him to sprint like crazy in a matter of seconds, but he was also an excellent dribbler capable of retaining the ball. So as he got through the entanglement of those midfielders, other opposing players immediately rushed on him. They tried to give him as little space as they could to limit his mobility. But they couldn't leave their mark either. It was as if they were chained to some pillars. Though they had the liberty to move, they couldn't move far due to the length of the chain. Yet still they couldn't allow him room to operate. The Japanese played in a 4-3-1-2 formation. On the other hand, the Georgian side played in a classic 4-3-3 formation. If not for it being a counter-attack, Hiro would have other players by his side. But right now he only had two other players in front of him. On the other hand, the opposing side had a numerical advantage with 4 defenders available. 2 of them were chained to Tatsuki and Maeda, but 2 were free to operate. With a quick body feint, Hiro got through the defender in front of him, making it his 4th victim to get dribbled by him. By now, his skill had already waned away. Though he could use it again, it wasn't a wise decision to use it, as he had little to no room for him to operate. If only he could tap into the zone, he might be able to produce a miracle. But the effect of his talent was random, so he couldn't tap into it willingly. He had only one option left. Though he was a little far from the post, he could only try his luck. Fireball shot. About 26 yards away from the post while the opposing defenders were blocking his path, he stretched his leg. His body swayed as he prepared to shoot, while the muscle in his legs coiled like a spring, preparing to release the tension. Bam! At once, he released the stored tension on the ball, causing it to soar above the head of the opposing player that was blocking his way. The ball made a beautiful arc in the air due to the spin on the ball. As for the defender in front of him, he was left in awe. So were the fans present in the stadium. They could only follow the ball, helplessly. They shouldn't be feeling exhilarated in such a perilous moment. Yet seeing the ball soaring above the heads of their players, some couldn't help but feel exhilarated. As for the opposing keeper, most of his view was blocked by his teammates. So, he couldn't catch a better glimpse of the shot. At most, he could only predict the direction of the ball. So, having predicted its trajectory, he made a dive. Yet still he fell short, once again. Goal! Exhilarated, some opposing fans nearly shot forth from their seat to celebrate, while many cried out in disappointment. Chapter 492, Rise of a Prodigy. It was a one-man show. All the way from his half to the opposing half, he had carried the ball all by himself. From the beginning to the end, he had been thoroughly engaged in this attack. Getting past multiple players was already a grand feat, but to add a cherry on top, his shot that led to the goal could only be described as something ethereal. Such monstrous power from such a small frame. Just what does he even consume to have such ferocious shooting power? In the stands, along with the despairing faces, one could also see a glimpse of confusion and shock. It was as if those confused faces were pondering about his surreal shot. Just where did such a player come from? After this goal, many present in the stands became intrigued. They couldn't help but wish to find out more about him. It's him, right? The one who assisted the first goal. Yeah, he's the same guy. Have you heard about him anywhere? No, it's my first time seeing him. Though I remember the goalkeeper, I don't think I've heard about him previously. Just who is that number 10? Since he had piqued the interest of many in the venue, it was only natural for them to want to know more about him. Hiro, on the other hand, was unbothered by the furious and curious gazes shot at him. Neither was he worried about their interest. But he wasn't completely uninterested either. After all, he had a quest to complete. For that reason, after scoring the goal, he deliberately rushed to the spot where the opposing number 7 could see him better to celebrate his goal. Those who were pissed a moment ago, due to his selfishness, joined him in his celebration as well. After all, it wouldn't look good to others if they didn't participate. The celebration was raging on the sidelines as well. His goal and his performance had provided a glimmer of hope to those new recruits who were sulking due to their anxiousness. Until some moment ago, they could hardly bring themselves to smile. But right now they had a wide smile on their faces. As for Coach Nanami, he was equally impressed by Hiro's performance. Though earlier when Hiro was surrounded by the opposing players, he had felt a bit anxious. But right now he was elated. Yet still, despite the lingering feeling of elation, after celebrating for a moment, he immediately composed himself as he maintained a stern look on his face. Contrary to the feeling of elation on the Japanese side, players of the opposing squad appeared devastated and frustrated. Sulking their head, they stood with a feeling of helplessness and defeat. It was only a single player, and they couldn't even stop him. So, how could they bring themselves to face their supporters? The opposing coach, despite the look of calm on his face, his inside was churning with rage and frustration. It was their home turf, and they had such a massive advantage, yet they were losing. So, how could he bring himself to accept the reality? Plus, he was aware that the opposing side wasn't even playing with their core players. This fact further rubbed salt on his wounds. At the moment, his knuckles were white from clenching his fist tightly. Just from his trembling fist, one could determine how much he was holding inside him. If someone even poked him a little, he would erupt right on the spot. So, many on their side kept their distance from him. They didn't want to shelter his wrath. The game then resumed as everybody got back to their position. After his recent goal, players of the opposing squad became more alert to him as they began to closely monitor him. It was clear to the bunches that he was a threat. If left unchecked, he'd probably wreak havoc on the field. So they monitored him closely, putting a man on him at all the time. It was the order from their coach, after all, and they couldn't go against it. But instead of feeling worried, Hiro was rather relieved. Having a marker on him meant that he had made enough impact for the opposing side to take notice of him. It was a clear indication that he was heading the right way. Just like that, the first half concluded with the Japanese side taking the lead thanks to a goal and assist from Hiro. Beep. Just as the whistle sounded, players halted their movements. And here goes the whistle to conclude the first half. The first half has been nothing but intense. But undoubtedly we can conclude that it was the opposing number 10 who had been the most impressive on the field. Be it his first touch, which led to the first goal, or his mesmerizing dribble and powerful shot, which increased their lead, he's been nothing but impactful. The commentator praised Hiro, while the cameramen focused their lenses on him. As for Hiro, he slowly exited the field wearing a smile on his face, happily chatting with his friend. He wasn't concerned by the praises or the gazes he had been getting. There were a lot of players on the opposing side who were glaring at him. At the same time, he had been getting a lot of glares from the opposing fans as well. It was as if he had made enemies out of thousands of people within 45 minutes. A feat unlike any in the world. But only after they learned his age did some retract their hostile gaze from him. What? He's only 16? Yes, at the moment he's the youngest on the field. Upon learning his age, many were left shocked. Such brilliance from such a young fellow was something unbelievable. Though there had been many youngsters rising, it still surprised people when they witnessed such brilliance at such an age. The discussion regarding his age spread like wildfire, and soon everybody in the stadium was singing his praises. They were impressed, scared, and excited to find such a talented youngster. Chapter 493, Personal Differences. In the Georgian locker room, tension had reached a boiling point. Why didn't you stop him? If it weren't for your mistake, we wouldn't be losing so badly, one player shouted. How is it my fault? You're the goalkeeper. You should have blocked him. So, why didn't you stop him? Another retorted, their voices rising with each passing second. Some players were arguing in loud voices inside the Georgian locker room, while others were trying to resolve the issue. The argument had started soon after they conceded the second goal, with tempers flaring in the heat of the moment. But fearing to cause a scene, both parties involved in the disagreement had held back at that time. However, now that they were inside the locker room, away from the eye of the public, it had escalated into an all-out confrontation. The two involved in the debate were openly criticizing each other. Georgi Mamer, the goalkeeper, and Luca Locho, the defender who failed to stop Hiro, were at each other's throats. If not for their teammates intervening, it looked like it might have turned into a physical fight. You're just bitter because your girlfriend left you for me. Luca snarled, his words hitting a nerve. Most of the players present, there weren't strangers to the enmity between the two. So upon the mention of such a sensitive topic, they knew that things were about to get even more heated. Until a moment ago, they were merely arguing because of each other's performance. But now, things were starting to get personal. So, quickly more players rushed to separate the two. As for Georgie, upon hearing the mention of the bitch that left him for another guy, he became red with anger. Rage bubbled inside him like boiling tar while he shot daggers at him. He was like a volcano ready to erupt. Forcing his way to him, he growled indignantly, lunging at Luca. You coward. You can't stop a single player, and now you're bringing our personal issue. Just say that you aren't qualified. If not for his teammate's intervention, he would probably knocked him. You bastard. You're talking as if you've played so well. Don't forget that it was you who conceded 2 goals. Just quit goalkeeping if you can't even stop such simple shots. Their personal grievance was starting to take a violent shift, and it didn't seem like either were willing to back away. As for the ones who were trying to separate the two from confronting, they were growing increasingly tired. They could barely keep them away. Just what the hell is going on here? Willie yelled furiously, annoyed by the scene in the locker room. It hadn't even been that long since the end of the first half, yet his players were already causing a scene. Their condition was already perilous enough, yet his players were busy infighting. Do they not have a shred of professionalism in them? They were like a bunch of savages. His growl was like the rumbling of thunder. At once as his furious voice sounded, it startled many. At the same time, the locker room turned silent as players stopped their rumbling. Then they turned to look at him. Furrowing his brows, he stood at the door with bloodshot eyes, glaring at his players. Even the coaching staff behind him, despite their evident agitation, appeared much more docile than him. It was as if a demon had descended. What's all this fuss about? Is it because you're losing in front of your supporters? While speaking, his gaze turned to look at the players who stood out from the rest. The ones at the center of this mess. The ones responsible for the mess. Didn't I warn you, too, that your personal grievance shouldn't affect the team? Willie said in a flat tone, glaring at the ones responsible for the mess. But it's... The two tried to retaliate. But before they could form their words, Willie raised his hands, signaling them to stop. He wasn't in the mood to hear their complaints. Since the two were good players, he had given them the chance despite their grudges. But at this moment, he couldn't help but doubt if he was wrong. Sure, they were amazing players. But if all they did was to disrupt the harmony in the team, why would he bring them along? They were more of a liability than an asset. Willie then rolled his eyes to Kvicha, the team captain, with a look of disappointment. After Giram's dismissal, I trusted you, but you've let me down. He had vouched for Kvicha, believing in his leadership qualities. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. Should I have appointed someone else as the captain? As the reality of the situation sank in, Willie felt more disheartened than angry. How was he supposed to fix this mess? The team was in disarray, and the lack of unity threatened their chances on the field. Meanwhile, in the Japanese locker room, the atmosphere was vastly different. With a comfortable lead, the team was in high spirits. Hiro, who had both scored and assisted in the first half, was the center of attention. Despite some initial doubts about his ability to perform under pressure, Hiro had proven himself. His brilliant play had silenced any critics, earning him the respect and admiration of his teammates. Now, nobody could point a finger at him. They could see that he was in a league of his own. Hiro's confidence was soaring to new heights. Yet amidst the ongoing praises, he still couldn't afford to let his success get over his head, and he was well aware of it. So despite the praises, he stayed down to earth. After all, who knows what kind of tactic the opposing side would come up with in the second half. The game had yet to be decided, so he couldn't celebrate early. And there was that matter regarding his quest as well. He couldn't afford to lower his guard. Instead, he had to remain sharper than ever. Then, after a brief period of rest, players began to enter the field for the second half. For some reason, it appeared as if most of the opposing players were distressed. Walking by their side, Hiro couldn't help but wonder, did something happen in their locker room? It might be due to their performance in the first half that they looked different, but it wasn't enough to justify their reaction. So, it got him wondering when he saw their downcast faces. Chapter 494, Jeers. As he swept his gaze through the faces of the opposing players, Hiro couldn't help but feel uneasy. For someone who held the home advantage, they were unusually silent. Shouldn't they be flared up instead? Also, why did they change their keeper? Sure, he conceded 2 goals in the first half, but it wasn't his fault initially. Rather, he had played decently in the first half despite conceding those 2 goals. So, he found it a little strange when he noticed the early substitution of the opposing side. It didn't make any sense to him. Just what are they trying to achieve? If only he knew it was merely because of a disagreement, he wouldn't be pondering such deeply. But he wasn't aware of it, so all he was capable of at the moment was to piece every clue he got to find the answer. But his contemplation didn't get him far as he failed to decode their unusual strategy. Hence, he chose to give up on the matter. It wasn't worth the headache. It wasn't only him who was confused by the unexpected substitution. The fans on the stand were equally confused by the sudden change of their starting goalkeeper. Georgie played for Valencia. He had been excellent for the team since he took on the starting goalkeeper role. Sure, his game had been a little off today, but it wasn't enough to take him out. But unlike Hiro, they were aware of something which he wasn't. Amidst the confusion, some were quick to notice the absence of Luca on the field. Seems like he wasn't playing either. That'd only imply that they had quarreled backstage. It was only an assumption. But based on their history, it was the only answer to their question. So once somebody mentioned the reason for their absence, it spread like wildfire. And soon everybody in the venue was talking about it. Upon learning the truth, many fans present at the stadium were infuriated by their display. Their team was losing, yet they were hung up on their personal differences. They don't deserve to wear the national jersey. Yeah, even at a time as such they are fighting between themselves. Do they not have a shred of patriotism? Those ungrateful bastards. Many fans, after learning the truth, couldn't help but lament the involved players for the mess they had caused. Hence, they began to chant angry comments at the players involved. The fury of the fans didn't go unnoticed. "What's happening?" one of the Japanese players asked in confusion. They were startled by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Just a moment ago, when they entered the field, those fans were cheering on their players as if there was no tomorrow. But now, what had caused them to shout such angry chants? Hiro and his teammates were in a daze. All those comments mixing was creating a discordant chanting. Their emotions were vivid, but their words weren't audible. Due to this, Hiro and others from the Japanese side were finding it extremely hard to decipher the cause of their fury. What had gotten them so pissed? Some of them were even scared. Is it because we are winning? They must be trying to demoralize us by intimidating us. Some couldn't help but link the commotion to their performance. After all, they were playing on foreign soil in front of such a massive flock of supporters, so it wasn't entirely unfeasible for them to be the target of those jeers. However, when they noticed the silence of the opposing players, they couldn't help but feel skeptical. Why were they acting as if they had committed some mistake? Shouldn't they be composed instead? Why were they acting such weirdly? As for Willie, he could only sigh helplessly. It was only natural for the fans to be infuriated since their players had let them down. Also, he wasn't in the mood to blame any. After all, he was partly at fault too. Despite the commotion in the locker room, he wasn't required to make any changes. He could have chosen to turn a blind eye to the commotion. After all, the public wasn't aware of the quarrel. So as long as nobody spoke a word about it, everything would have turned out to be fine. He could have also chosen to drop only Luka, since Georgie had a much better reputation than him. But if he did, that it would arouse more unwanted trouble his way. It would give others the impression that as long as they were reputed, they wouldn't be punished. However, if he dropped both, then he'd probably face the wrath of the fans. He was well aware of the consequences his actions would bring. Yet despite all those, he dropped both in the end. As a coach, how could he turn a blind eye to such a serious event? Even if it cost him his job, he couldn't afford to be bothered by it. He did what he felt was right. So, even after facing such a backlash from the supporters, he wasn't bothered by their jeers. After all, he had already expected it to happen. "Isn't it unusual?" one of the Japanese players in the reserve box said after noticing something weird on the opposing side. "Huh, what's unusual?" Another who was right by his side asked in confusion. "What's weird about getting booed? It's only natural to face such a scenario when playing on someone else's turf." "I think they're not aiming at us," he said deeply. Furrowing his brows, he dismissed roughly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before the players could figure out the reason for the sudden shift in the atmosphere of the stadium, they were ordered by the referee to return to their position so that he could start the second half. The opposing side started the kickoff. Beep. The emotions of the fans might have spiraled, but it wasn't anything new. Such scenarios are more common than they appear in football. Be it when Figo signed for Real Madrid, or when Messi was booed by his supporters at PSG, such scenarios where home fans turn against their team, it wasn't anything new. Chapter 495, Rabona. Willie hadn't only dropped Georgie and Luka from the squad, but he had even ordered the two to leave the premises. If those two stayed on the pitch, it wouldn't end well. The already perilous situation might even escalate further. So due to such concern, he dismissed them entirely from the venue. As for their punishment, it could be decided later. After all, he still had a match to prepare. So, he couldn't be bothered by their dismissal. Even after their dismissal, he calmly explained his strategies so that they could play well in the second half. But even so, he could only put his hopes on his players to execute his strategies. There was nothing he could do but trust his players. The opposing side started the second half strong despite the pressure from the supporters. Especially their captain, he was more clinical than ever. From the flanks, he generated countless opportunities for his teammates in a matter of minutes. It was as if he had finally decided to play seriously. Compared to his performance in those few minutes after the start of the second half, his performance in the first half seemed like he wasn't playing seriously. But how could they allow him to move freely in their watch? Just because he began to play more impressively didn't mean that they would sit back with their arms folded. As soon as they sensed danger, they immediately put him under their radar. They kept a close watch on him, and every time he got the ball, they pinned 2 players on him. Taking him on a duel was akin to providing him a free route. Yet despite all their efforts in the 54th minute of the game, he broke free from their entanglement. Firstly, he tricked his marker who at all times shadowed him like a shadow. Then as he received the ball, he once again tricked Tomiyasu, who was supposed to stop him. Taking advantage of his acceleration, he purposefully created a scenario where they had to compete for the ball. It was a battle of speed, which Tomiyasu failed. But even so, he didn't let his team down. Though he couldn't salvage the ball, he forced Kvicha into a rather tight spot, greatly limiting his chances to shoot. Kvicha, however, swiftly changed his direction to move into a more favorable spot. Before deciding, he swiftly glanced around him in hopes of finding his teammates. Since he was already inside the opposing box, if he could pass the ball, they'd have a much better chance of scoring. Also, he wasn't selfish enough to take the shot from such a difficult spot. The chances of succeeding in that position were rather minuscule. There was a huge probability that the shot might go awry. So before concluding, he tried to weigh his options. Though it might appear as if he had been thinking a lot. But in reality, he didn't take much time to think. A glance was all it took for him to conclude. Then he swept his leg. Aya, who had been observing him ardently, was quick to react. The moment he swept his leg, he spread his legs, attempting to block the shot. However, he was fooled. Although the opposing number 7 made it seem as if he was going to shoot when he swept his leg, he didn't actually shoot. Instead, he crossed his leg and shot from his other foot. Rabona. From a spot so tight, he pulled a magnificent Rabona. At once as the ball swerved past Aya and rattled the net, the entire stadium erupted. Goal! Forgetting all their hatred, they relished the moment. Cheering at the top of their voice, they could hardly restrain themselves from relishing the moment. Their captain had delivered. The moment they had been desperately waiting for was finally here. So, how could they refrain from celebrating? Listening to the euphoric roar, Willie couldn't help but put a faint smile on his face. It was such a joyous moment, yet for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to indulge fully in the moment. It might be because they still were losing despite the goal. But unlike his peers, he didn't shout out loud or cheered excessively when they scored. The cheers of the crowd grew even stronger after that goal. As for the performance of the opposing players, it continued to rise steadily. The fans no longer pursue the matter regarding the dismissal of their starting goalkeeper, which made it easier for the opposing players. Regaining the support of their supporters, it became even more easy for them to play. Their passes became more fluent than ever, and the mistakes they made also lessened. Willie, who had been watching his players from the sidelines, was satisfied with the performance of his players. But even so, he couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. It was a feeling as if his team was still missing something, but he wasn't sure what it was. As the match progressed, soon he realized what had been causing that uneasy feeling in him. After that second goal, though their performance seemed commendable, they still failed to score. No matter how hard they tried after that first goal, it seemed as if they couldn't penetrate the opposing goal. It was as if they were hitting an invisible wall. It's almost time, Nanami thought as he watched his players struggle. Though they had done a commendable job keeping the opposing side at bay, he could vividly see their struggle. In today's match, he had started many new faces, and they hadn't disappointed him either. But he knew that it was time he made some changes. So as the clock passed the 70-minute mark, he decided to make some changes. Then he solemnly turned to look at the reserve box and said in a flat tone, "Kinji, Sato, Tamanaga, Watanabe, Kubo, you're up. Go warm up." They had been focused on the match, but when they heard his command, they immediately stood up. Finally, it was their turn to shine. Seems like the Japanese coach is finally deciding to make his move, the commentator said upon noticing the movement in the Japanese reserve box. Chapter 496, Substitution. Though the opposing coach had decided to make some radical changes, most fans didn't even bother to bat an eye. They simply couldn't afford to be bothered by the changes of the opposing side amidst their team's magnificent performance. In the 75th minute, Hiro was brought down by the opposing players about 40 yards away. Beep! Immediately upon seeing him rolling on the floor, the referee sounded his whistle. Since the tackle wasn't anything serious, he didn't bring out his cards. Instead, he let go of the player with a simple warning. Yet still, despite seeing him rolling on the ground when the referee called out for a foul, most fans made disgruntled noises as they tried to oppose the decision of the referee. Well, since they were running against time, it was only natural for them to feel irritated. Right at this moment, the assistant referee lifted his substitution board, hinting at a player change from the Japanese side. Many turned to look at the referee. The moment their eyes landed on him, their eyes widened in shock. Seeing the players lined side by side, they couldn't help but express their shock. Just how many players was he planning to substitute? It was almost half the squad. Had he gone insane? They were baffled by his decision. The opposing players had the same look of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, some couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated as well. As they swept their glances through the players who were about to enter the field, realization struck them hard like thunder. They were already having problems dealing with the available players. Yet they weren't even playing with half their might. Just what kind of ridiculous squad had Japan assembled? For a split second, they couldn't help but display a look of horror on their faces. But they were also elites, so how could they let themselves be intimidated? Though the Japanese squad seemed impressive, they had faced much more tougher opponents. It's just that most of the players in their squad were also new. Unable to keep up with the game, most of the performers who had performed in the Euro had retired due to their ages. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were also playing with their reserve squad. Immediately upon entering the field, Kubo passed the message he had been tasked to pass from his coach to other players. Since 3 attacking players were entering the field, they obviously had to change their formation. So they changed to a 4-3-3 formation. Tatsuki, who previously played as a center forward, moved to the wings while Maeda was substituted for Tominaga. As for Kubo, he also moved to the wings. But there was still the matter regarding the free kick. Who was going to take it? If it was near the penalty box, Kubo would have stepped up. Since it was at such a distance, it was only fair for Kenji to take the shot. As for Hiro, he wasn't even considered to be on the list. Even though he was an impressive talent, he still had yet to prove himself. "Do you want to take the shot?" Kenji asked Hiro jokingly. Since he had seen Hiro shoot, he initially did not doubt his ability. But even for him, it was quite far. So, he didn't think that he would take him on the offer. But to his surprise, Hiro accepted. "Sure," Hiro said casually. As he heard his response, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. How was he going to explain to him that he was merely joking? Kenji became flustered. The look on Hiro's face only made it even more uncomfortable for him to explain. He looked dead serious. Then a thought crossed his mind. Well, it wouldn't be that bad to let him have a shot after all. He's an excellent passer. From such a distance, he probably wouldn't try something as foolish as to go for the goal. With that thought in mind, he agreed to let him take the opportunity. There wasn't any harm to it. Even if he messed up, it wasn't an important game. So, it would be a learning experience for him. "The ball is all yours," saying so, Kenji backed down with a faint smile on his face. As for the players, they were also a little surprised to see him preparing for the shot. Since they had practiced the set piece at such a distance with Kenji as the set piece taker, they naturally assumed that it was going to be Kenji who would take the free kick. So they were a little taken aback by Hiro's presence. Taking a deep breath, Hiro fixated his gaze on the post. From such a distance, even the post appeared rather small, and he could hardly find any open spaces. Be it his teammates or the opposing players, they were all clustered around the opposing box. As for the wall, he only had 2 players to be worried about. Since it was at such a distance, not even the opposing players were expecting him to score. But some still appeared a bit skeptical. After all, he had already displayed his power to its fullest when he scored the second goal. So, it wouldn't be wise to underestimate him. His teammate in front might be expecting a pass from him, but he had already made up his mind. From the moment he accepted the offer, he had already prepared himself to take a direct shot. It might have been selfish, but he wouldn't have accepted to take the shot if he wasn't going for the goal. Right at this moment, when he was preparing to shoot, his focus peaked. Suddenly, everything around him turned silent. At the same time, his gaze narrowed to the small gaps in the opposing post. Several routes unfolded before him. It was the same experience he had once experienced before. Zone. Then with a short run-up, he rushed toward the ball. The opposing keeper, with his limited vision, could hardly see him. Yet still from the narrow gaps, he was able to see him move. Chapter 497, Complete Dominance. As he prepared to take the shot, Hiro felt as if the entire world had slowed down. Colorful strings wrapped the entire field, leading him to his destination. It was as if he had entered a different dimension. He could even feel the sensation of the cold breeze gently caressing him as it rustled past him. It was such an ethereal experience. Upon getting close to the ball, he threw his arms back while at the same time he stretched his legs. At this moment, the weight of his whole body was concentrated on one single point. It was as if the entire force of his body was converging at one point. Balancing the weight of his entire body, his other leg was under huge pressure, but by no means was he uncomfortable. Then as he swept his leg to hit the ball, the stored-up energy transferred from his dominant foot onto the ball. It was a clean strike. As for his gesture, it was like a samurai swinging his katana. Upon contact, the ball rippled before soaring high above the heads of players. Hiro himself couldn't help himself from hopping due to the momentum. Bam! An ear-piercing sound echoed as he struck the ball. The sound was akin to a cannon being fired, while the speed of the ball, it was simply unfathomable. At an incredible speed, it traveled to the post in front, swerving through the reaches of the players in front. As for how impressive its speed was, one could figure out from the stunned expression of the opposing goalkeeper, who couldn't even bring himself to react. He could feel its presence, but he couldn't bring himself to react. It was as if somebody had fired a bullet at him. The bullet merely grazed him, so he knew that he had been shot, but he was so helpless that he couldn't bring himself to react. A stunned silence enveloped the entire stadium. A place as such which hosted thousands of people to turn silent was simply breathtaking. Even the commentator couldn't bring himself to speak for a while. The entire stadium was stunned. It was as if somebody had frozen the time. Only after a while did the commentator's voice bring everybody back to their senses. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. Just when the world was this shot. Such raw power. Such technique. It's simply unbelievable. I can't believe it. And it doesn't look like many can either. This boy here is a living missile. The commentator was full of praise as he expressed his shock. Just what in the world was that shot? Many fans were in a daze. They displayed a mix of emotions such as shock, fear, awe, and bewilderment on their faces as they tried to make sense of the reality they had witnessed. Hiro's shot sent tremors throughout the stadium. Previously, when he had scored the second goal for his team, he had already displayed his power, and many had already acknowledged his power. But right now, as they saw him surpassing the already impressive shot, they couldn't help but feel dazzled by his display. At the same time, many felt their heart palpitate. Dribble, shot, passing, vision, accuracy, power. Was there anything he wasn't good at? Many opposing players couldn't help but question. Until this moment, he had fully displayed his abilities to the best. And witnessing his performance on the field, though he was their rival, they couldn't help but acknowledge him. As for Hiro, he was as calm as if he had scored in an amateur league against some nobodies. He had scored such a stunner, yet he didn't reveal even a hint of joy on his face. Lost in his thoughts, he stared absent-mindedly at the post. Isn't it more powerful than usual? Did I unlock some latent talent? Even Hiro was finding it hard to believe. Previously, he had never experienced such tremendous power. But all of a sudden, he could shoot even better. Just what was happening? Confused by the progression, he even checked his panel. Host Takahashi Hiro. Age, 16 years, 174 days. Position, attacking midfielder / winger forward. Club, Kawasaki Frontale. System shop, open. Overall, 85. Possess talents, tactical awareness, S. Clinical finishing, S. Knight in the area, S. Bipedal, S. Equilibrium, S. Possess skills, focus, lightning steps, magic vision, fireball shot. As he went through his attribute panel, he couldn't find anything strange. Everything was just the way he remembered. What's with that indifferent expression? Hiro was always unpredictable, so it wasn't a shock for most of his teammates to see him such calm after scoring a screamer. But to the opposing players, it didn't make any sense at all. They simply couldn't see through his expression. It was as if he had put up a mask to hide his emotions. Just like this, Japan widened their lead. Then, as everybody got to their position, the game resumed. After conceding the third goal of the game, opposing players became even more desperate. In desperation, they tried everything possible to level the score. They upped their tempo and played more aggressively, while at the same time, they became even more vigilant of Hiro. They had seen his might. And even after seeing his might, if they left him unchecked, it would only hint at their ignorance. So how could they leave him alone? But it wasn't only him who required attention now that other players had entered the field. Kubo was equally threatening, and they couldn't leave him unchecked either. With so many players to look after, it became increasingly difficult for the opposing side to come up with a strategy to nullify all the outstanding players. Hence, they find it quite troublesome to score. Taking advantage of their weakness, Kubo, who had only come up recently, further widened their lead by scoring a goal in the 83rd minute. Even so, despite scoring so many goals, they didn't put a halt to their rampage. Just before the end of the second half, Kubo delivered a brilliant pass to Hiro, which Hiro capitalized by scoring a brilliant volley to end the game. Japan completely thrashed the home side with an overwhelming score of 5-1, leaving the home supporters utterly disappointed. Chapter 498. Move for the jersey. Beep. As the whistle sounded, finally the game concluded. It was an overwhelming display of might from the Japanese side. It was a testament to the squad that the Japanese side had assembled. As for Hiro's debut, it was nothing but something straight out of a fantasy. A hat-trick and an assist in his very first game for his national team. It was something many players could only wish to achieve. But he had made it into a reality. To many opposing supporters, even the shrill sound of the whistle sounded like a sweet melody of respite. Finally, their torment had come to an end. They didn't have to see their players suffer any further. However, to many, it was a signal of their defeat. At once as they heard the sound of the whistle, rage welled up inside them. Their veins bulged while their eyes became crimson with fury. Even though they had been venting their frustration since the moment they started losing the match, they still couldn't refrain from venting further. Well, after bearing such a humiliating defeat on their home turf, how could they remain silent? Sure, the opposing side played well, and one may argue that the players had given their best. But if their best efforts brought such humiliation, then what use of their efforts? They might as well leave the team. Though they didn't expect their team to win a major trophy, they still held some expectations towards their team. But today's display was nothing but shameless. Did you leave your mind somewhere? Only that would explain your lack of attention during the game. A burly man scoffed as he couldn't take it any further. You call yourself senior players? Oof. I bet even the under-20 team performs better than you, another added. Soon others chimed in as well. Just from their gesture, it was clear that they were unsatisfied with their performance. As for the players, they could only endure the frustration of their fans with their heads lowered in shame. After such a humiliating defeat, it was only natural for them to be treated in such a way. The fans didn't spare a shred of mercy on the players as they hauled them with indignant and slandering chants. By now many fans had already left the stadium, while many were preparing to leave. While the opposing players were grieving, Hiro walked towards the opposing number 7. He had a disheartened look on his face, almost as if he was finding it hard to digest the defeat. By no means did he appear in the mood for a conversation. But Hiro couldn't give up either. Since he hadn't heard the prompt from the system, he could only link it to the incomplete quest. Perhaps the quest hadn't ended yet. Who knows? Considering his performance, under any circumstances, he shouldn't fail the quest. If he failed even after such a marvelous performance, it would only imply that the system didn't want him to complete it. There was his selfishness regarding his quest. But the most important reason for his approach was because he wanted his jersey. Though the timing wasn't suitable, he still had to try his luck. After all, how could he pass on such an opportunity? Then as he got to him, he put on a gentle smile. Extending a hand, he said in an amicable tone, "It's an honor to play against you." Upon seeing the extended hand, Kvicha tilted his head to turn to look at him. He was seated on the ground with his head slumped. After suffering such a humiliating defeat, he couldn't bring himself to face either his teammate or his supporters. So, right after the whistle, he got to his knees and sat on the field with a frown on his face. But seeing someone extending their hand to reach out to him, how could he ignore him? Also, he couldn't understand him well since the person was talking in English. Though he had a vague understanding of English, he couldn't understand him well. Just who was it that approached him? It couldn't be any of his teammates since the person was speaking in English. So who could it be? A pang of curiosity struck him as he heard him. Then as he lifted his head, he found the young sensation who had single-handedly destroyed them with an amicable smile on his face. At first, he found his approach quite perplexing. First, if it was someone with a quick temper, he would have already lashed out after experiencing his gesture. He might not hold any hostility, but after suffering such humiliation, they could only attribute his gesture as an act of mockery. However, Kvicha wasn't such a person, so he stared at him blankly for a while before grabbing his hand and complimenting him for his marvelous display. It was only the right thing to do. Huff, releasing a short sigh, he extended his hand to grab his. Then as he picked himself up, he said politely, "The honor is all mine." Out of habit, he spoke in Italian, leaving Hiro dumbfounded. It had taken him countless hours of effort to be able to learn English. But now, he was present with another hurdle. Just speaking English wasn't enough to converse with other players. Doesn't most people in Europe speak English? He thought as he heard him. Though he was panicking from the inside, he maintained his calm on the outside. He couldn't afford to show his nervousness on his face. It also crossed his mind that he shouldn't have gone out of his way to converse with him. He was ashamed of himself. In fact, he was so embarrassed that he could drown in a cup of water to hide himself from the embarrassment. But seeing his unresponsive gesture, Kvicha recognized that he was having trouble responding. Yet still, since he wasn't fluent in English, he could only try to put off the conversation with a few words he knew. "I'm sorry, but I can't speak English. But you played good today." It seems that he didn't know how to speak in English, so that's why he responded in Italian. Before. Chapter 499, Career Achievement. Congratulations, host. You have completed the quest. Your rewards are being calculated. Career Achievement. You have scored a goal on your national debut. Career Achievement. You have scored a hat-trick on your national debut. Inside his head, the system prompt buzzed continuously without any stop, quickly drawing his attention. Hearing the buzz, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This momentarily distracted him, and by the time he came to his senses, he found the opposing number 7 missing. Puzzled, he looked around him only to find the number 7 leaving the pitch. Seems like he had taken too much time to reply. If he ran, he could still make it, but he could tell from their earlier conversation that he wanted to be alone. So, if he ran up to him, it'd only bother him. If he was on the receiving end, he might have been the same. So, out of consideration, he gave up on the idea to ask for his jersey this time. If he remained consistent, he'd get other opportunities. Well, at least, he had earned his recognition. The reporters were swarming all over the field with their cameras and microphones, searching for the perfect news story to publish. Unfortunately, they caught him staring in a daze at the figure of the opposing number 7. For sure they'd come up with something spicy. Who knows, they might even publish an overtly exaggerated story that's far from the truth. Right after seeing him leave, he was about to explore his rewards. But upon noticing the flock of cameras converged on him, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Who knows, they might label him as a lunatic if he stood in a state of trance. Multiple times, he had been reminded by his personal manager to be mindful of his image. So, he didn't want to hear anything further from her. Hence, he put a triumphant smile on his face as he faced the cameras. Then he gently waved his hand at the cameras before heading back to join his teammates in the celebration. Those bastards are always hungry for scandals. While heading to his team, he thought, can a man who had already died once peacefully fulfill his wishes? He couldn't help but feel annoyed. In the dormitory of Kawasaki, many young players were gathered in front of a huge projector screen, watching the match that had ended only recently. Damn, what a match it was. From here onwards, it's only an uphill ride for Hiro. Can you believe he scored a hat-trick on his debut? And he's even younger than some of us? The record breaker has done again. Be it here or anywhere, he keeps on breaking records. The room buzzed with chatter as the players who had been silent until a moment ago began to talk about the match and compliment Hiro's performance. Even the youth coaches who had trained Hiro couldn't help but look at him with eyes glistening with pride. Their chest was puffed while their face displayed a proud smile. Some even started recalling their impression of Hiro. He was the first one to arrive at the training and the last one to leave. There was even a time when he got into trouble. The solo dribbles, his impressive set pieces, everything was so vivid. The trophies they had won. They were the most dominating team. Other teams would tremble upon hearing their name. Their name was used to evoke fear in their opponents. For a while, they were so lost in their past glory that they didn't even notice the cacophonous noise resonating around them. Then as they woke up from their reverie, they couldn't help but sigh. Their recent performances hadn't been as impressive as it was when they had Hiro in their ranks. Winning the league used to be so easy, yet now they were struggling to retain their position in the top three. Their downfall had been nothing but unfortunate. Frowning, Makoto glanced at his players before regaining his composure. Despite their recent disappointing performance, he couldn't dwell on their past glory. After all, the past is already past. As for the future, it's yet to come. So, he could only focus on his present. With the available player in his hand, he had to make do with his present situation. Then he raised his voice to silence the players. Silence. This is not a fish market for you to be shouting so much. At once as they heard him, immediately everybody present in the room quietened. They dared not disobey his orders. After all, he was the man in charge. And as everybody quietened, they continued to watch the broadcast in silence. Fly high, kid. He wished Hiro well while looking at the image of Hiro on the screen. Though manager Makoto was a bit disheartened by the present state of his team, he was still happy for Hiro. As for the players, they had a mixed reaction. Some were happy for him, while some were envious of him. Once they had shared the same field, but he was already on his way to the top while they hadn't even gotten a contract yet. So it was only natural for those players to be envious of his success. Finally, as they got back to their hotel, he could have some time alone. Though the match had left him exhausted, he wasn't feeling sleepy. Rather, he was excited about the rewards. Since he couldn't open his rewards in public, he had put away the matter earlier. But right now, when he was all alone, it was the perfect time to explore his rewards. Just from a sheer number of prompts he heard earlier, he could tell that he had received a generous reward. He revealed a gleeful smile on his face as he said excitedly while rubbing his palm, I wonder how wholesome the reward will be. Since it's the talent of a world-class player, it ought to be something special. System open, he intoned excitedly. He wasn't required to spell it, but he couldn't help himself from calling out the system out of excitement. Chapter 500. Congratulations on your debut. Knock, knock. Just when he was about to explore his rewards, he heard a sudden knock on the door. Upon hearing the knock, his expression turned bitter. The smile on his face waned away while at the same time, his eyes became dull. Just who the hell was knocking on his door? Finally, when he could explore his rewards, someone had to come and interrupt him. All he wanted was to be left alone to explore his rewards. Was it too much for him to ask? The system panel was right in front of him. A moment of peace. Is it too much to ask for? He cried out inwardly while turning to look at the door. Hiro, are you inside? Someone spoke from the other end of the door. The voice sounded rather familiar to Hiro. Upon hearing the voice, he reckoned who it was Tatsuki. Recognizing the owner of the voice, he gritted his teeth as he muttered, "Yes." "Great. And can you open the door? Or are you playing with your little brother?" Tatsuki joked. His voice sounded rather jolly. If only he knew how irritated Hiro was, perhaps he wouldn't be speaking such cheerfully. Hearing him, Hiro's nerves twitched. Just what did he want at this hour? Though they had agreed to celebrate their victory together, there was still some time left for the banquet. Normally, he wouldn't have thought much about his jokes, but as he was on to something important at the moment, he couldn't help but feel irked by his jokes. Yet still, Hiro kept himself composed. Tucking his fury, he inhaled deeply to calm himself. But there better be something important or else he would suffer his fury. Getting up, he trudged to the door and hastily unlocked the door. Just as he opened the door, several people jumped on him, chanting loudly, "Congratulations, Hiro." Hiro subconsciously took a step back while his eyes widened in bewilderment. Just what was going on? He was startled. Dazedly, he swept his glance as he tried to figure out his situation. Almost the entirety of the squad had shown up before him, and they were congratulating him for some strange reasons. At first, he was confused and startled by their happy faces. But when his gaze landed on the cake Naoto held in his hand, understanding dawned on him. They were here to congratulate him on his debut, something that should be done before the start of the match. Yet still, when he found out the reason for their approach, a sensation of warmth rose in his heart. At the same time, moisture began to form in his eyes. Hiro was touched by their display. "Congratulations, kid. You've played a great game," Kenji said with a smile. "You were really great today," Kaoru added. Previously, after the end of the game, despite his marvelous performance, they hadn't said a lot about his performance, which was rather weird. At that time, though he felt a little strange, he didn't think much about their attitude. It seemed that the attitude of the national players was quite different. But now, upon receiving such a warm gesture, he couldn't help but feel moved. For a while, he remained still at his place, unable to speak anything. Overwhelmed by emotion, it was simply too much for him to speak. "Why aren't saying anything?" Tatsuki asked, revealing a grin on his face. Hearing him, Hiro looked at him deeply, his eyes glistening with elation. Then he said while stammering a little, then, "Thank you, everyone." "Huh? We didn't hear you. Can you talk a bit louder?" Someone from the crowd said. They could vividly see that he was touched by their gesture, so much so that he was having trouble speaking. Yet still they didn't spare any mercy on him as they insisted him to speak. Well, he was the hero of today's match, so it was only natural to hear some words from him. After all, he was the center of the attention. Increasing his voice, he once again thanked everybody who showed up. "Thank you, everyone. I'll continue to work hard so that we can bring the trophy home." This time, he had already calmed himself, so he was able to speak his heart. "I hope you will bring us the trophy." "Yeah, we're counting on you." The crowd responded to his commitment. They weren't expecting such a bold statement from him. But now that he mentioned it, how could they let him go easily? Everybody was already fully aware of his ability to remain calm under pressure, so they didn't think much when pinning their hopes on him. "Now, shall we cut the cake?" Naoto asked as the mood lightened. "Who has the knife?" Tatsuki raised his voice. "What about the plates?" "I snuck some from the dining hall. I swear if you didn't play football, you'd make for a great robber." Joking, they got inside to cut the cake. Celebrating in the hall would be a little too much after. "Oh, you deserve it, Hiro. Looks like I'll be having fun all night today." "I don't see Kubo anywhere. Now that you mention it, I don't see Rio either. Perhaps they are exhausted, so they didn't show up." Some of the players were live streaming the whole celebration. In the comments section, many viewers were expressing themselves, talking among themselves, and being part of the celebration. Most of the live streams had already amassed more than a couple thousand viewers, among which many were home supporters, while some were foreigners. "What are they celebrating for?" Someone asked in English. "You see that guy with a knife? They're celebrating his debut." Another responded to their comment. "But who is he? I entered the chat since Kenji was live streaming. Remember his name? He's Takahashi Hiro. Someday, he'll become the best player in the world. You jest. First, tell him to become the best player in Asia, then we'll talk. Though most of the comments from the home fans were positive, still, not every comment was positive. There were many negative comments as well. But one thing was certain, Hiro's popularity had begun to rise.